Welcome to Silverstone, where I am delighted to tell you that not only is Formula Student back with build-up, action and reaction from the 2021 event.
Formula Student is one of the most important motorsport events on the calendar, pitching together universities in a series of engineering challenges.
The IMechE used all of their creativity and imagination to bring us an innovative online event in 2020. But the atmosphere and the buzz is back where we like it, in the pit garages here at Silverstone, which means you get to see that creativity and imagination once again for real.
And with 31 teams here from across the UK, the competition is set to be as fierce as ever.
You're about to get a glimpse of the future of road, marine, aerospace and motorsport engineering.
This is Formula Student.
Welcome to a strangely breezy, I say strangely because it was pretty hot yesterday, pit lane at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021. We're getting ready for the 75-metre acceleration event. Only 8 cars as we went into this morning had passed scrutineering. I'm pleased to say that there's now a steady stream of cars heading out of scrutineering from the bay at the back of the paddock, and they're heading down here for the acceleration event. You can see, if you can just pan the camera around near Wicked, we've got the Cardiff University team lined up. We've got the Stafford University team lined up as well. These cars are started up, they're ready to go. They'll be held on the start line here on the back straight at Silverstone, made infamous, of course, with that incident between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen at the British Grand Prix at the weekend. And we'll be taking you live with Sam Collins to the action very shortly as the cars line up on the start line. So you can see the marshals are getting ready. If you've ever seen a hill climb or a sprint, it's a similar start procedure. They've got a stick that they'll hold the car with on the start line. If you just bring the camera over here, Neil, we can get a good look at the sprint as you look down the straight here at Silverstone. This is the first time these cars have turned a wheel in competitive action this weekend. They've done the scrutineering test, the static events. This is the first dynamic event of Formula Student 2021. Last year, of course, was the innovative online version of the event from the IMechE, but we're back and we're live all weekend on this live stream. We'll have live commentary with all the action getting underway here at Silverstone, and we'll bring you reaction and features all the way up and down the pit lane throughout the weekend. Andrew Palmer, our Chief Marshal there on the start line with the stick in his hand, you see, with the bright green gloves. He's going to be setting the cars off, that stick, just to make sure they don't roll before they set the cars off for this 75-metre acceleration. 2 runs each driver gets. Some of the teams, I believe, have got 2 drivers. Cardiff University flying the flag, you can see just behind the pit wall on the left, as you'd expect. And the green flag is off. The acceleration event of Formula Student 2021 is underway. So these cars will average between 30 and 50 miles per hour on the dynamic events such as the endurance and the sprint. But here on the acceleration event, they're probably sprinting to around 60 miles per hour. 0 to 60 times in a Formula Student single-seater rival some of the best racing cars. These are exciting cars to watch. You saw how quick that thing was off the line. There's a few changes to the cars this year, most notably, actually, everyone's talking about this BSPD device, which is basically a relay which cuts the power if they put the brake on and the accelerator for more than 500 microseconds or some such immeasurable number like that. But what that means is they can't left foot brake as much as perhaps they used to. So to stabilise the cars, that could be quite interesting later. But a lot of the teams having issues with that, among other things. Hence, only 8 cars, as we came down into the acceleration event, had made it through scrutineering. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the Formula Student 2021 live stream. We've got live full commentary of all the dynamic events here at Silverstone with Sam Collins and his team, and myself and Esme Vines will be up and down the pit lane bringing you features and reaction from the teams. As you just see, Cardiff University lining up for their 2nd run. Each driver will get 2 runs of this, the first dynamic event. It's a 75-metre acceleration sprint. The marshals, Andrew Palmer there, just wheeling the car to the line. Just watch the dynamics of this car off the line. Keeping it in a straight line when it's accelerating this quickly with a little 600cc, I think it's a CBR 600 engine in the back of Cardiff University's car. Someone will correct me, no doubt, if I'm wrong. You just see braking there at the end of the acceleration test. All the cars have had to go through a brake test as part of the scrutineering in the static events on the build-up to these dynamic events over the weekend. And it's quite a spectacle seeing these cars hammer their way through the gears. 4 gears the Cardiff University car getting up to in this. This is the first of the dynamic events here at Formula Student 2021. I'd say if you're watching this and you're seeing a bit of a rocky bit of camera work, that's Nick, our director, in the OV truck. You're just seeing Staffordshire University coming back round for their second run. If you're just tuning in, this is the first of the live dynamic events here at Formula Student 2021. This is the 75-metre acceleration event. You're watching these cars and the spectacle of them hammering through the gears, firing off the start line. Each car getting 2 runs. Cardiff University have already been up. This is Staffordshire. Keep an eye on your screen for the times. It's a bit like if you've seen a hill climb or a sprint, they line the cars up on the start line and use a stick to make sure that they're held precisely on that start line, because everything here is measured precisely. There's a lot of interest in this first event. The pit wall lined with teams, not only those teams competing. I think University of Bristol have now lined up in the holding area. A bit of a slower start there for Staffordshire University, but who's to say that without wheel spin. I wonder if Neil, if we can move around here, I wonder if we can actually have a look. 4.816 the time there for Staffordshire. Perhaps if I'd had this view, I could compare that to Cardiff. Perhaps somebody in the gallery can give me an idea of what Cardiff's time was. 4.816 Staffordshire, and the team, as you heard there on the pit wall, you probably heard the little ripple of applause and the cheer. They were pretty happy with that. Let me have a quick word with Andrew Palmer while we wait for I think it'll be Bristol University to come around. They're just getting that car warmed up. Andrew, good work on the stick, my friend. What was the time for Cardiff? Because there was a big cheer there from Staffordshire.
Cardiff was 4.7.
Okay, so just, there's a big cheer, so they're close enough in their eyes.
Yes. So first run was 5.1, second run was 4.8.
So they've got 600cc engines, most of these, or some of them, they can go up to 710cc, but they're up 4 gears in this 75-metre sprint, 60 mile an hour-ish.
Yes, so 60 miles an hour, yes. Yeah.
You're a well-heeled marshal. You do I see you at all sorts of racetracks.
Yes.
How does this event compare? Because there's a real buzz, isn't there?
Yes, this is nothing like what I do, like my normal race circuits. It's totally different. That's why I come here. I enjoy it.
And it's good to be back for real, isn't it?
It is back to be real, yes. Yeah, this event was in my calendar for last year. I had to spoil it off because of COVID, but back again straight away, first time this year. First meeting I'm going to put down for.
Andrew Palmer, one of our marshals, and a big round of applause and a big thank you to the Orange Army, of course, this weekend, without whom it wouldn't be possible to run these events. But as you heard from Andrew, I mean, Andrew is someone who does a lot of motor racing events. And he's come to Formula Student here, and he just loves how different it is to the normal race event. Andrew, setting the cars off the line, you're really putting him on the spot there, Neil. I think we should head back through and see which cars are lining up. So if you're just joining us, you're joining us for our live stream here at Formula Student 2021. This is the first of the dynamic events. It's the acceleration event. It's a 75-metre sprint on the back straight here at Silverstone that was made so famous by that incident at the weekend between Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen. Copse Corner, just behind where the start of this acceleration event is. Kingston University now lined up. We did have Bristol in here, so I wonder if we've got some problems with some of the teams here. Let's see if we can get a quick word with, I guess you could probably say he was a crew chief. All right?
Yep.
Yeah. Are you just warming it up?
I'm just waiting for them to be ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah.
How long roughly?
I don't know how long it's going to take for them to warm up.
Okay, well, we'll try and get some raw emotion from the driver. What's the driver's name?
Connor.
Connor, you excited?
Yeah, can't wait.
So, what is this all about? What's the challenge here? Getting the power down or just getting through the gears as quickly as possible?
For us, we've had a few issues with our shifting, so we're going to try and work it out. I'm hoping that we can put a good time down, yeah.
4.7 to beat from Cardiff University. Have you done a sprint? Do you know where you're headed?
Hopefully somewhere around there. I mean, for us as a university, this is the first time we've been through scrutineering, so this is the first time we've actually had a car on track. So for us, it's a big step in itself.
Fantastic. Good luck. First time that Kingston University have had a car on track. They've got through university for the scrutineering for the first time. And as you can see, Connor just getting that car warm, ready to get out there on the 75-metre acceleration sprint event. They're going to drop the car off the jack. The car is now going to make its way around out of the pit lane here at Silverstone and onto the sprint. I don't know if you can just pan around and have a look at the pit wall here. We're going to say it a few times over the weekend, but how good is it to be back for real here at Formula Student? What a fantastic job the IMechE team have done in putting this event together. We are still in a global pandemic. We still have restrictions. And actually, if you're looking, thinking, why is everyone wearing masks when the government have had their Freedom Day? Well, actually, because of the nature of this event and how far and wide everyone has come from, IMechE have made sure that we're running to pre-Freedom Day restrictions, which makes an awful lot of sense. So you will see people social distancing, except if they're in the team bubbles. You will see masks. But so good to be back here for real at Silverstone. And if you're just tuned in, we are live all weekend. Sam Collins will have commentary from all of the dynamic events here, and we'll be bringing you reaction and features from up and down the pit lane, including an autonomous 1964 Mustang. You heard it right, an autonomous muscle car. It's actually in a pit garage, not far away from here. Perhaps we'll take a little sneak look in a few minutes, Neil. But for now, we're here at the first dynamic event. Let's go out and check that start line out and just watch Kingston University off the line. It was a neat start off the line, 4 seconds, 4.8. Cardiff, that's about the same, or just ahead actually, of Staffordshire University. If you come this way, Neil, we should be able to get a shot, including the start line and the timing, which is just opposite where the marshals are setting the cars off the line. So Cardiff University still setting the benchmark with a 4.7 in the 75-metre sprint. I'll be interested to find out exactly how fast the cars are going at the end of these 75 metres. We think it's about 60 miles an hour, certainly those little 600cc engines going through all the gears. So normally the cars come back round for a second run. Kingston University, it was a clean run from them actually. The car went off the line nicely. It didn't seem like they had any problems. Perhaps just a procedural problem. As you heard from Connor, it's the first time they've actually passed scrutineering and got out here and done a dynamic event. So maybe he's just not sure where to go back around to start his second run. But at the moment, Cardiff University have set the benchmark at 4.7 in this 75-metre sprint. We've been filming features during the build-up to Formula Student, so we'll be bringing you a range of videos and vibes just to give you a feel for what this event is all about. We'll talk you through the cars, we'll talk you through the dynamic event. So if this is new to you, perhaps you're thinking of joining at university, perhaps you're not at university yet, but you really fancy getting involved with Formula Student, we will give you a real feel for what's going on. So at the moment, we're stood here on the start line at Silverstone, just waiting to see if we get another team lining up to do their 75-metre sprint. In fact, I think what we'll do is we'll pop back through to the pit lane and just have a word with Kingston University and see what happened there, because they've done one run. As you saw from Staffordshire and Cardiff, the teams are doing 2 runs. And the man himself, Sam. We're going to have full commentary from Sam, and we saw you launching the new Formula One car as well for 2022 at the weekend, which was exciting to have you there on the F1 coverage. This is good to be back, isn't it?
Oh, yeah, it's fantastic to be back here at Silverstone. I love being here. I love this event particularly. F1 last weekend was fun, but this was really fun. It's great to see cars back on track. Well, I say cars back on track. Nobody's they're all sort of sitting here waiting. I think it's a little bit unwise for the teams who have got running cars to be waiting at this point, because if you look at the soil here, or you look at the ground here, it's dry.
Yes, and you were talking earlier, you were looking in the forest at the back, and that's where the rain comes from, apparently.
Well, normally rain comes from over there, but I think today it's going to come from over that direction. It's definitely raining in London at the Formula V event, and looking at the radar, that rain is moving in this direction. We're going to get some rain later on today. When it's going to arrive, we're not quite sure. But when it does arrive, I think you're going to see a lot of teams in a bit of a panic, because they'll see the rain coming and realise they haven't got a quick time on the board. So I think the Welsh team did the right thing, and it's like the Welsh know something or two about rain.
Yeah, and they're flying the flag, and the atmosphere, as you wander, I saw you wandering yesterday up and down the pit-to-pit carriages. The atmosphere is fantastic, and everyone's really embracing these restrictions that we're still under and still sort of following here. And you know, to have people here lining the pit wall, getting ready for the first dynamic event, it's almost a pinch yourself moment after an online event last year, isn't it?
It really is. I mean, it's fantastic. The online event last year was nice, but it was so disappointing for so many universities who spent so much time building cars. And actually, for a lot of the teams, it's been really difficult to get cars ready for this event. Now they've got cars ready, and it looks like Staffordshire are going to come back and have another tinkle at the acceleration. It's really nice for them to be back, to run these cars finally. There's a lot of guys sitting at home, though, who aren't able to run the cars, and I feel sorry for them. They'll have to come back next year and come back to Silverstone, get their cars finally to run. I think you might actually see some teams starting to run teams next year, because they've got a car from 2019 to 2020 that didn't get to run. The 2021 car, some universities couldn't make it either. So then they've got a 2022 car, and so I don't think any of them are going to go full ground effect, but we have seen that in the past from some of the German teams. But I think that'd be quite nice to see a really big event compared to this scaled down event. But I also quite like this scaled down event because it's nice and chilled out.
Yeah, we saw a couple of new challenges as well for the teams through scrutineering, one of which was this BSPD, the cut-off for the brake and accelerator, which came in just before COVID, but none of the teams actually had to run in anger with it, so they've been getting their head around using that. I do understand they can still left-foot brake, is that correct? They just can't, it's just cut out if the throttle gets stuck open?
Yeah, it's essentially, so as I understand, Andrew Maffei was looking at it earlier from scrutineering, and it's basically, Formula 1 cars, a very similar system, that if you're full on throttle and full on the brake, and you do that for more than half a second, which is quite a long time in any race car, the engine will cut. Yeah. And because it's a new system, I think a lot of teams have struggled to get that fully working. They're working on, quite a lot of teams are working on in the garage, probably pressing buttons on laptops and stuff like that. And I think that is really why we're seeing so few cars at this point. But I think if you're one of those teams that's struggling with that, they will be in absolute state of panic and huge pressure on those students to get that system working before the rain arrives. Because if you don't, you're going to really lose out to teams who have already put their runs in. So Cardiff have got that working. They're ahead of everybody. They're ahead of the game. So that's one of the real lessons of Formula Student this year, to develop a car, to work through a problem under huge pressure and in uncertain time pressure. That's just like the real world. So that's why Formula Student is really delivering so nicely for the students.
Now let's talk about AI for a moment, because we're seeing more and more of these cars come out, and of course it's almost normal to talk about real AI cars. I went in a Tesla the other day that does the autonomous autopilot mode. It's terrifying, but it's fascinating to see how many teams are starting to get on board with it. Of course, they're taking the pattern iMac e-car, and it's a placement of sensors, and it's a you know, we've had this kind of mechanical engineer battle going on for the last few years. This is a battle of the software engineers, isn't it? It's a whole new element to Formula Student, which is growing.
Yeah, absolutely. It's the electronic engineers, the computer science guys have got their chance finally to put a racing car on track and take it round. And it's really interesting, because iMac have done exactly the right thing with FSAI, because it's really easy to compare it to, say, RoboRace. Well, RoboRace is just a normal racing car with some bits glued on and a real human that drives it onto the track. That seems a bit silly when you've got an autonomous car. And also, why is it so big? Why do you need to build a car? You know, AI, when it comes to racing, raises a whole bunch of different questions. Why does a racing car look the way it does? Well, that's predominantly for safety. Well, if you don't have the safety concern, well, the car doesn't have to look like that. It could look any shape it was. And that's what, with the FSAI car, it doesn't look like a normal race car. It's much smaller because it doesn't need to be big. It just needs to carry a bunch of computer equipment around. You don't need a driver in it, so it doesn't need that safety equipment. Then you start thinking about the track. Does the track need to have the safety stuff on it? Oh, I'm back on air. So does the car need to have the same safety stuff on it? No, I don't think it does, because you can drive around the circuit. If you bump into a wall, well, the only thing that's going to get damaged is the car and the wall. There's no humans at risk. So then maybe the cars can run in a more exciting environment. Can you put obstacles on there? Could you just chuck water on the track and see what happens, see how it reacts? So FSAI, I think, this is the start of a really exciting journey. And I think we're going to start seeing an awful lot more car manufacturers involved in FSAI as the things go on. So I think that's going to be a really, really nice and exciting project. And I just love the look of that car. It's so cool.
Lots of excitement and lots of questions being posed there by Sam Collins, our commentator for the weekend. Sam will be taking you through the dynamic events here at Formula Student, and of course we have been catching up with the AI teams, and we will have a package to show you a little bit later, a feature talking about the cars, talking about the competition, introducing you to a couple of the competitors in that AI class. There are 5 universities here with an AI car this weekend, and also introducing you to a 1964 muscle car which has been converted to autonomous technology, and I'm not even joking. So that's coming up shortly, as well as a whole load of other features giving you a feel and a flavour for this 2021 Formula Student event. As you join us now, we're at the acceleration events. The first of the dynamic events here of the weekend, 75-metre sprint here at Silverstone, and let's see if we can catch up with Staffordshire University. Or in fact, Kingston University did 1 run only. Connor's out of the car.
Hello.
Just 1 run for you. You hold it, saving your second run for now.
Yes, so we want to get our shifter working. So we're going to do 1 run each in gear, and then we're going to come back later and do another run.
I didn't think you'd be far off the benchmark, and indeed you weren't. You were sort of neck and neck with Staffordshire, just 0.1 of a second behind Cardiff, but of course 0.1 of a second on a 75-metre sprint is a world, isn't it?
It is, yeah. Let's say hopefully we'll come back later with our shifter working, and we'll improve on that.
Okay, so you're going to take it back to the garage, and this is where the innovation gets back into play, isn't it?
Yeah, well, we're actually going to go straight to the test area. So we're going to do a run on the skid pad, and then we'll go straight to the test area. We've already done all the mapping we need to do for the shifter, so it's just putting it into action, really.
Cool. So Connor from Kingston University, the first time their team has got through scrutineering and has taken part in a dynamic event. They did 1 run, and that explains why we didn't see them out for the second run. The shifter's not quite working properly. It does bode well for them that they're only 1.1 of a second off Cardiff's benchmark time. Nip and tuck with Staffordshire University that you see here at 4.8 seconds on that 75-metre sprint. I'll catch a word quickly with the Staffordshire University driver. There's a pretty good run from you. You're neck and neck with Kingston there, but you're about 0.1 off a second from Cardiff. What can you do in this run?
Probably set off a bit quicker, trying to get the clutch going better, and we're confident. We think we'll do below 5 again, and hopefully we'll do the rest of the event.
So you guys are out here in the dry, which is good because the rain looks like it might be coming. So you'll have an advantage over the teams that perhaps haven't got through scrutineering yet, or B, are still tinkering with their cars here in the pit lane.
Yeah, we aimed for that since yesterday. We knew that the weather's not going to be the best, so we said the whole team was like, we should get as soon as possible. That's why we had the 3rd car to come in, and yeah, we got the good weather, thankfully.
Strategy already at play here in the pit lane at Silverstone. Is that Salford University's car?
No.
Salford University tried to claim the Staffordshire car on Twitter last night. It's nothing to do with me, honestly. It was a deliberate mistake, strategic. In motorsport, there are a whole bunch of rules, obviously, and at the moment we're all probably a little bit fed up of rules, aren't we, with all the COVID stuff. However, I quite like rules. I'm a race circuit manager, so you'd expect that of me. But there's one rule in motorsport that I really love, and it's right here at Formula Student. There is a really strict rule, probably one of the strictest rules that we have here at Formula Student, is you cannot at any time obscure or cover up any part of your car. You see when you go to the Formula 1 testing, you see that on TV, or even in a race at Formula 1, when the teams have got new bits of kit, they cover it up, they obscure it. The teams stand around the car and stop people from being able to see their new suspension components or their new aero. Here, the Formula Student teams can't do that, because that is against the spirit of what Formula Student is all about. And in fact, University of Hertford is here, Hertfordshire. Now, they haven't got a car running this weekend, but they brought their EV car along, which has 4 35 kilowatt electric motors, 1 for each wheel. It's a really interesting and well-developed piece of kit. We're going to get run over by a car here. But they brought it along for people to see, so they can talk about their innovations and they can share their knowledge and what they've learned. And that is what Formula Student is all about. Yes, it's a competition. Yes, it's about racing. And these guys are about to go out, Bristol University, heading now to this 75-metre sprint. It is hard racing. It is competition. And these guys are fired. They're pumped up. They want to win this event. You can see how close it is already with 0.1 of a second splitting our top teams on the 75-metre sprint. But the spirit of this competition is innovation, collaboration, and sharing knowledge. And I guess that fits very well with the principles of the IMECI as well. So if you are watching this, perhaps your university has a car that's not quite ready yet, perhaps you're thinking of getting involved, perhaps you're not yet at university, but when you get there, you'd quite like to lobby the university you're going to get involved with Formula Student. I would thoroughly recommend that you do exactly that, because it is a fantastic competition. It's a great way to get into motorsport, but also with the representatives from various parts of industry, from aerospace, from road, from marine, from motorsport technology, who are here, employers and sponsors at Silverstone. It's a great way to get yourself into an engineering role following university as well, and indeed many of the students here will go on to roles with companies like Jaguar Land Rover, Aston Martin, Mercedes-AMG Drivetrain, GKN. There's a whole host of reasons why you should get involved with Formula students. So if you're watching this on the live stream for the very first time and you've never seen it before, I really hope that we can give you a feel for this event. And talking of which, Neil, I think we should head to the start line and see if we can position ourselves to have a look at the times that these teams were putting out, because University of Bristol is about to fire their car up. Let's have a quick word with the driver while they're firing this car up. You came down to the pit lane for the first time. It looked like you were going to run, and then you stopped.
Yeah, we had to change the battery.
Okay.
Because it was flat, so now we're hoping it's fixed. So we'll see.
Changing the battery on the car, so no major issue. No major issue for University of Bristol. And while they get that new battery fitted into the University of Bristol car, you can see the Coventry University car. And just look at the aero. We were talking about this yesterday. In fact, you'll see a piece on the cars and the various innovations that you'll see. Aero is a big thing. Some of these cars use wind tunnels and computational fluid dynamics, just like a Formula One team will, to develop their cars. And you can see Coventry there with a lot of ground effect aero and the rear spoiler as well. Some of the cars run with a whole load less aero. You can see the University of Staffordshire car just behind, getting ready for another run. No rear or front low aero on that car. A good example as well of the different types of cars that you see out here. Some are steel frames, some are carbon fibre monocoques. But that Coventry University car, which is now heading out to the start line, is a serious looking bit of kit. It's fired up, it's warming up, and the team are getting ready for their run. So we'll head I think we head this way, Neil, so we can actually give you a look at the time as the car completes the 75-metre sprint, as well as giving you a bit of a feel for how fast these cars go off the line. So we're listening to the Staffordshire University team there talking about how they're going to try and improve their time. Sorry, it was Kingston University, wasn't it? Because their shifter wasn't working properly. So everything has to work perfectly. You've got 75 metres, that's it, to make a difference. So if you spin around here, you see the start line here with the timing beams. The marshal will hold the car on the start line here. Timing beam gets broken. The car heads off up to the finish, and behind there, Neil, you've got the checkered flags at the end. So Coventry University off the line. I think, Neil, you'll probably have to stand this side of the start line just in case those rear wheels do send the car off at a funny angle. It's quite an art getting a car as fast as this off the start line. These cars are really short wheelbase, they're light. The driver is a good third of the weight of the car. Most of the cars weighing around 200 kilos or a bit less. So it's all about keeping the stability, getting the traction down. It's about the car working perfectly, all the gears. So it's a steady first run there from Coventry. It's a 5.3, 4.7 Cardiff benchmark to set. So 5.3 from Coventry. You can see it was a very different way of getting off the line. It wasn't a drop the clutch and spin wheels off the line. It was a much more gentle, sympathetic way of getting off the line. But a few drive shafts. Coventry going to spin that car around. They've warmed it up now. They've had one run at this 75-metre acceleration event. They're going to go again. 4.7 seconds, the time to beat so far from Cardiff. 4.8 for Staffordshire behind them so far. And also Kingston with their shifter problems, so they'll be back out to try and beat that later. And Coventry are off the line again. 5.3 is first run for Coventry. You heard Bristol University saying that the clutch control off the line here is the difficult part. 5.2. They've improved on that first time, but it's still not close enough. It's a good half a second off the time of Cardiff, which at the moment is setting the benchmark here on our first dynamic event at Formula Student 2021. I can hear Bristol's car getting started up, which must mean they've got that battery in and fitted. It must mean that they're out for their run. And also, we've got Kingston University back. So you heard them say they were going to go to the test area and get their shifter set up and working. It looks like they've either decided against that or they've managed to fix the shifter in the pit lane, which bodes well. Perhaps it was a fairly easy, obvious technical fix needed. Either way, Kingston University up next. Bristol just being pushed out of the way here in the pit lane. So here come Kingston for their next run. So 4.8, just a tenth of a second off Cardiff on their first run, and neck with Staffordshire University at the moment, best of the rest. But presumably they've fixed the problem with the shifter they were hoping to fix, which could mean this will be a competitive run. You can see the difference in the aero on that car we were talking about. It's got the side pods, it's got a different shaped nose, and of course it doesn't have the rear spoilers or the front spoiler or any of the ground effect aero either. So Kingston University lining up here on the start line for the 75-metre acceleration event. The first of our dynamic events here at Formula Student. 4.7 the time to beat. I wonder if, can we get our camera just to face the timing screen over there so we can give a flavour of the car off the line and also get the timing on that board as well. So you see how fast Kingston get on their second run. Just bogged down, didn't it, after getting that initial tyre spin. Yeah, 5.1 seconds. The problem there, clear to see. Just bogged down after that initial drop of the clutch. These cars are sensitive. You know, we talk about the engineering, we talk about the development of the cars, and we talk about what goes on in the pit garages and where they're developing at the university quite a lot, but we don't perhaps talk enough about the precision and the skill needed to drive these cars. And of course we've got a 1 kilometre sprint to look forward to, and then a 22 kilometre sprint on the circuit that's based around at Copse Corner here at Silverstone. A formidable challenge for all of the crews, but particularly at that point for the driver, because the car should be all fully sorted. It should be shaken down. They should have ironed out any issues that they've got, and it is all about then making sure they get the best time. But of course economy is important as well, so there's a fuel economy waiting for points as well. 100 points up for grabs for the fuel economy part of that challenge. So, you know, it's a make or break. Every part of this dynamic event here at Formula Student is make or break. 1,000 points up for grabs across the 4 static events and the 4 dynamic events. And basically the university with the highest points tally of that 1,000 will take the prize of Formula Student 2021. And having been stood down for the best part of a year and a half, everybody is fired up. Everybody wants to say that they were Formula Student Champion 2021, and why not? After that innovative online event from the IMechE last year, giving us a bit of Formula Student magic to get us through lockdown. We're back for real here at Silverstone. And to remind you, if you're just tuning in, we're going to be live all weekend. We're going to have full commentary from all of the dynamic events with Sam Collins. We're also going to have features and reaction and build-up from the pit garage. You can hear a ripple of applause. If you just look through the pit wall here, you can see University of Bristol have got their car fired up. It is going to run. It was just a battery issue, nothing major. But as you see, University of Staffordshire coming back round. They're going to take another run at this. 4.8 seconds on the last run, just a tenth off Cardiff, who at the moment are setting the benchmark. One of 4 teams so far to have taken part in this acceleration event. The rain is coming here at Silverstone. It's already at the Excel Arena where the Formula E race is taking place in London. It's heading over here to Northamptonshire. The teams heading out now for an early start are taking a huge actual advantage, because they're going to get a dry track, which of course when you're putting the power down, doing a 75-metre acceleration sprint and getting the car off the line as quickly as possible is absolutely critical. Staffordshire University at the moment the best of the rest, 4.8 seconds their last sprint. Cardiff's 4.7 to beat. The green flag is up, the clutch is in, and we wait for the time. 5.7, it's almost a full second off their first time with that car, the University of Staffordshire. So each car doing 2 runs per driver. This is the first run for Staffordshire's second driver. We'll call that a warm-up run. So we're going to leave you with some live commentary now from this event with Sam Collins. We're going to go and change the batteries and go for a wander at the pit lane and find out what else is going on, because the cars are still getting ready for action. Only 8 cars through scrutineering as we headed into this event. Let's stand out of the way, Neil. We're going to get run over as we do that. As Staffordshire University line up on the start line, we will leave you with Sam Collins on the commentary now, and we'll be back with you shortly here at Formula Student Live 2021. The teams are not the only ones having technical issues, of course. We've got a battery change on the camera, so we're back with you, I'm pleased to say, here in the pit lane as we get ready for the next run for Staffordshire University on the acceleration run. Their second driver not quite matching the pace of the first one, the 75-metre sprint. 5.7 seconds, almost a full second off the pace of their first run. University of Strathclyde, Central Lancashire and Bristol. As you can see, Bristol's now got their car running here. It was an issue with the battery stopping them from having that first run. But am I right in thinking you're all sorted now?
Yeah, it was just a little jobby and then we got it sorted now, so now that it's running, we should be right.
Confident?
Reasonably. Now that it's running, yeah.
It always helps. 4.7 seconds to benchmark so far. Bristol now have the car running with batteries in there. Just like the batteries back in our camera. If you're just tuning in, welcome to the live stream here at Formula Student 2021. We are here for real at Silverstone. Feels like we've weathered the storm and we're back through. Restrictions still in place here, obviously, as you can see. But the action is underway. First of our dynamic tests, the 75-metre acceleration event here at Silverstone. Interestingly, and somewhat, I suppose, poetically, the sprint takes place on what used to be, before the introduction of the wing at Silverstone, the start-finish straight here. So this is where they're setting off in a different direction. The Formula 1 cars used to set off here for the British Grand Prix. And the corner behind where this sprint is taking place is the one where Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton had that coming together in the British Grand Prix at the weekend. The skid marks from which are still visible. You'll probably see them in the sprint race later on and the endurance race tomorrow as well. University of Bristol then lining up. Cardiff University at the moment, the ones to beat, just catching the rear spoiler there with the jack on the car. Big aero on this University of Bristol car. So 4.7 to beat. We'll try and position ourselves so we can get a look at that timing board and see this car off the line. So these guys have been sat here in the pit lane in the collecting area for some time now because they had a problem with the battery. New battery in, the car is running, and they seem quietly confident. Certainly very relaxed University of Bristol team here in the pit lane. Quick chat to Andrew Palmer, the marshal setting the car off. The green flag is up. The watch is on. You can feel the anticipation on the pit wall and the disappointment for the Bristol team. That was a great start, the car firing off the line. Nice bit of wheel spin, but it didn't bog down, and then it just stalled it as it went into second gear. Andrew Palmer almost having to fire into action himself to give that car a push. Could you do 75 metres? 21.6 the time. Just have a look at the atmosphere on the pit wall there. Everyone really getting involved with this and enjoying. Yeah, there's a benchmark for you.
Well, I think we can improve on it.
Yeah, I think so. 4.7 the time to beat. You're nearly there.
Yeah, just a better starting job and we'll be all right.
So it was a good fire off the line, but as you saw, the car stalled going into second gear. That'll be a disappointed driver. He has to come back a bit. They've got quite a wide turning circle, these cars. We're right in the thick of the action here for you on the start of the 75-metre acceleration, the first of the dynamic events at Formula Student. You're watching University of Bristol taking a fairly novel approach to turning the car around before going to the start as well. There always has to be one who's different, doesn't there? So fantastic off the line, a real spectacle to watch this car off the line as well, actually. And as we said earlier, at the moment the teams going out early are getting an advantage because the track is dry. It is almost guaranteed not to be dry later on. And an acceleration test is easier in the dry. And once again, the car showing its pace as it leaves the start line, but just stalling as it goes back on the clutch to go through the gear. So Bristol University have some work to do. The small consolation prize is they did beat their first time, but yeah, you're improving time after time.
I know. If we have all day, we might do a good lap, but we'll see. I'll change the driver now and we'll go back out.
So you get 2 runs per driver?
Yeah. Not happy with that, so we'll change the driver. And
is that driver a problem though? Could that be the car cutting out when the clutch goes back down?
After he stalled, he starts fine. The end of it was fine, you know, so hopefully the second driver can do a better jobby.
Maybe we started practice start down here somewhere, so by the time you get to the start line, you've got a second start.
Yeah, running start would be perfect, wouldn't it? You know, but don't really know what's going on. Hopefully, change the driver and we can sort that out.
Need anti-stall.
Yeah, need anti-stall, exactly. So University of Bristol, the team, obviously disappointed. There's a lot of pressure on these drivers. This is the first time the cars have turned a wheel in anger. They've done a test. University of Central Lancashire, stalling as they roll up to the line. See the stickers still on those fresh Avon slick tyres. The car is fired back up. No, it's not. Lots of throttle needed. That's it, and he runs over the marshal's foot. It's okay, it's a lightweight car. We're all good. That is why marshals wear PPE at the start line, isn't it? Andrew Palmer there. He's giving the University of Central Lancashire driver maybe a few words of wisdom on the start line here. The stick is holding the car in a precise location on the start line. The green flag is almost ready to be held high. This is the first run for Central Lancashire. 4.7, the time to beat. And the flag is up. It's a good, neat start. You see those fresh slicks just bedding in. 5.02. 3/10 off the fastest time, but it's not a bad first time as we've seen. Central Lancashire, their first run 5.02. 4.7, the fastest time so far from Cardiff. Staffordshire and Kingston Universities both best of the rest at the moment with 4.8 on this 75-metre acceleration event. So the car will come back round now for its second run, 5.02, as it took those checkered flags at the end of this sprint course. The car you can possibly hear starting up in the pit lane is the University of Strathclyde. Just one of our Scottish contingent here at Formula Student. See just some problems here for University of Central Lancashire trying to get this car to the start line. University of Bristol had a disappointing run after stalling twice after starting the sprint. Central Lancashire having technical issues. They stalled on their run up to the first run as well, but it was a good run when they got going, 5.02. Just struggling to get the car out of gear there. The stickers on those sticky Avon slick tyres. Those tyres that you see on these cars will be changing to wets if the rain comes. The teams have to have a wet weather contingent for their car setup. There were announcements in the pit lane yesterday just reminding teams that rain is forecast for the weekend. Heavy rain and thunderstorms, in fact, here at Silverstone. So it could get quite dramatic as we go through this weekend, and we'll bring you full coverage of the dynamic events with commentary from our commentary team, Sam Collins, shortly, and also features and action from up and down the pit lane as well, because this event 4.6, and the University of Central Lancashire goes into the lead here on the first acceleration test. 4.6 now the benchmark time, I believe. Cardiff surely want to be back out with their second driver to try and take the advantage back, but the initiative at the moment is with Central Lancashire after those problems trying to get the car off the start line. They're going to wheel that car back into the pit lane, and we'll go and see if we can get a reaction from them, because that was a fast time and the pressure would have been on inside that cockpit, because of course, as just wait for the University of Strathclyde to bring their big aero car out here onto the start. The pressure's really on for the driver, especially when you've stalled it trying to get to the start line. You can't get the car on, it's hot in there, you're getting flustered. You know that you've got all the eyes of your university team, all the guys that put so much work into the car, and all the other universities on the pit wall watching what you're doing. The pressure is majorly on, so then nail the time as fast as 4.6 seconds on that 75-metre sprint. That is a stunning performance. University of Central Lancashire then with the initiative. Uni of Strathclyde lining up on the start line. 4.6 now the time to beat, guys.
Well, this is our driver's first time doing proper acceleration. We've had no test time, so just hoping for the best.
No test time for Strathclyde. Sorry, say again?
We're just going for a clean run at this point, just trying his best. Yeah, one day in the practice area for that guy, so we have to wait and see.
Strathclyde team here on the pit wall just supporting their driver. First time the driver has done this type of sprint, this acceleration sprint with the car. A lot of the team struggling to get through scrutiny, and the green flag is up. As soon as he sets off, the timing beacons will set. So the driver can set off in his own time. That's a fantastic start off the line. Cheers from University of Strathclyde. They know that's good. 4.9, it's a fast time. They were just looking for a clean run. Now you got your clean run and you got a pretty good time as well.
Oh yeah.
You're so excited. Yeah, no, I'm dead chuffed. We know the car is capable of it. It just comes down to seat time. COVID hit us this year, so we're.
Given that you haven't had any seat time, that was a pretty good first run.
No, he's done fantastic. He's done really fantastic. So yeah, we're happy. We'll see what his second run's like. So.
We'll try and get a reaction as well when they come back down into the pit lane. We'll be going shortly to Sam Collins and Andrew Martha, the commentary team here at Silverstone for the dynamic event. You can hear University of Strathclyde just cheering on their driver. They know that's fast. They're trying to give him the indication, give him a bit more fire for the next run. It's a good-looking car as well, isn't it? I know they've got to be functional, but that car looks good, doesn't it?
Oh yeah, new livery. Yeah. Taking it. Yeah.
So what do you reckon? 4.6 next time? Can we go for the benchmark?
Yeah, 4.6, 4.5. That would be lovely.
4.5. We've got nailing colours to mast here.
4.5. Previous years has done it. We'll see how the tyres do. Brand new, still on the stickers. We'll see how it goes.
Tyres still on the stickers. You heard it there from the team watching their driver from the pit wall. A fantastic first run, telling us that it's all about seat time. This driver has had none. First time he's jumped in his car, first time he's fired this thing off 75 metres down the straight here at Silverstone. But in the past, the car has been capable of 4.5s. At the moment, it's 4.6 to beat for the University of Central Lancashire. And that last run for Strathclyde was a 4.9. You can start to see with the different approaches and different runs, you can start to see what is the quickest way to get these cars off the line. You've got to get the right balance between wheel spin and putting the power down. And once you've got that traction down, you can get it through the gears and you can get to the end of that sprint course as quickly as you possibly can. But it's key to just get that clutch right as you start off the line. So once the green flag's up, he'll set up in his own time, he'll break the beams, and the timer is on. Keep around that time, 4.9 last time out. Yeah, not quite as quick through the gears there. 5.4.
I'll take the first first time though.
Yeah, you'll take the first time. That was overall happy with that.
Yeah, we're overall very happy, and we've got another driver as well, so we'll just see how he does as well.
So what will you do now? Get the drivers to just have a chat so they can talk about the best way of getting that car off the line?
Yeah, we're hoping to have a bit more time in the practice area one more time. We need to set another skid pad for that driver, and then yeah, back to acceleration.
What's the reason for your lack of seat time? Just getting it through Scroop?
No, actually we were through Scroop. I think we were the first car to do it in it.
Second time, first car with no demo run in the first time.
So yeah, no, Scroop was actually quite well this year. It's just a lot down to COVID, kind of access to the lab, access to the car, and then access to the drivers.
April, the first time really you guys could get access to work on the cars, wasn't it?
Oh no, much later than that. Honestly, like May, June time. So we were very late in. But yeah, no, we're really happy with how it's gone so far. Just have to wait and see.
Great, good to see teams happy with their performance from their drivers on the track. University of Strathclyde, a good start for them. They're not quite at that benchmark time of 4.6, but Coventry University are coming back round for their second driver now. We'll just let this car pull out and then we'll go see if we can get some reaction from the drivers in the pit lane. I'd like to speak to the University of Central Lancashire if I possibly can. Sam Collins was talking earlier about the rain coming in here at Silverstone. It does feel, we've got a few spots of it so far, it does feel like the rain is coming. At the moment you can see these cars are on slicks. You've still got the little spikes on the tyres. They're brand new. These tyres are only so good as the weather lasts. Once it breaks and we get the rain, they're going to have to put wets on. It's a whole different setup. And of course, getting the power down on a wet track to make the most of 75 metres of sprint distance is not easy. So it's advantage the early runners here at Formula Student for the first of our dynamic events, the 75-metre sprint, the acceleration event as it is known. Green flag is up. Coventry University are away. The revs are up. .7. It is best of the rest. I think that is just behind Cardiff University's time. Is that right, Andrew? Okay, we just checked the times. You've probably got them on your screen, so that's probably easier for you. But Cardiff did get 4.07, so actually 4.07 the time to beat. So apologies if we got anyone excited about the University of Central Lancashire being out there in the lead. You can see the times on the screen. I can't. I wasn't down here at the start for the Cardiff run. 4.07 the benchmark, so actually quite a way off those times at the minute.
Just saying, don't shift gears, second all the way was the instruction to the driver. Good instruction? I'm not convinced, actually. We'll find out.
It'll sound good at least. We'll really start to hear that four-cylinder roar. Driver's just been talked to by Jake Wallace there, one of our Dynamic volunteers, captain for the Dynamics team on this event.
I think there's just a bit of confusion whether this was the first or second driver and which run it was.
Okay, I'll do it.
And so, yeah, just confirmation they are going again.
Yep.
Let's see how well they go.
If you're just tuning in, you are joining us for the first of the dynamic events here at Formula Student. Coventry University about to head off the line. Watch the spectacle of these cars doing their 75-metre sprint as we hand over to Sam Collins in the commentary box here at Silverstone for the first of the dynamic events.
Idles nicely, this car, doesn't it?
It does indeed. It's another indicator that this is a nicely set up car. So they're just being rolled to the line now.
Well, it looks like those Nuneaton hoses and fittings are doing very well. Now, let's see if the driver does well with his left foot. Well, the revs are going up. He's just getting it to the right level, so he's trying to... Better start, but still, I think not the best start, but very steady. 4.749, so minor. Let's see, let's have a look at the order. I think that's put the Coventry third. Yes, it has, but only just quicker. So the top runners, top 7 runners now are Cardiff, University of Central Lancashire, Coventry, Staffordshire, Kingston, Strathclyde, and the University of the West of England. However, Cardiff, University of Central Lancashire will be running again. Coventry and Staffordshire will not. Kingston, Strathclyde, and the University of the West England will also get more runs. At the moment, for the top 6 runoff, it's looking pretty straightforward.
It is. You've got to be in it to win it, of course. All those catchphrases.
Extra points, of course, for the top 6 runners.
Yeah, there's an extra 5 points available for those who run in the shootout.
I wonder if Cardiff are just going to go and come in and hoover up as many points as they can at this point, trying to shock and awe the technique a little bit. So there you go. 7 cars run so far. There's quite a big queue at Scrutineering when we went to get coffee earlier, wasn't there? And I'm wondering if some of those teams, the cloud base is lifting quite a lot. It's almost looking like the sun might come out. But with that rain on the way, it's going to get quite, and this is the beginning of the unpredictable weather we're going to have for Formula Student this year. Looking at the weather forecast, particularly for tomorrow, heavy thunderstorms and heavy rain, followed by hot, bright sunshine, followed by more heavy rain and thunderstorms. And that's basically every 15 minutes it changes right through the day.
Yeah, the teams are really going to have to be on top of it. They're going to have to stay calm as well. I remember back, I want to say it was 2015 or 2016, when we had some of the top runners out there. I remember Delft were out there, Munich were out there, and the heavens absolutely opened. They all had to start doing tyre changes in the middle of endurance.
Yeah, we had pit stops in endurance, not the driver changes, they were just proper pit stops, and that came out of their time. And I remember Delft wanted to protest the weather, to which the response was,
it's not going to work in England.
You can't protest the weather. That's just England for you. And they were very unhappy that they couldn't protest the weather and they weren't allowed to run when it was dry. Cardiff, though, they did quite well that year.
Well, yeah.
They seem to, as I say, the Welsh seem quite good at the rain.
So I can hear an engine, and I can see some bibs with a 6 on the back. So
it's a something 6.
Again.
It's something 6.
It's 616.
It might be Sheffield, actually.
Oh, okay.
I can't quite see. Well, one of the 2 Sheffield universities, Hallam or Sheffield. I can't quite see the number, so neither of us are quite tall enough to see over the pit wall, and I'm quite tall.
I was going to say, I've got no chance if you can't see it, Sam. But, we'll not talk about what happened down at Cox Corner when we had to vault over a barrier this morning.
Oh, it was fine.
Not the level of grace for myself, I should say. It wasn't pretty.
But I thought you worked on grace, space and pace.
I do work on grace, space and pace.
Do they still have that slogan? That's the old slogan of Jaguar?
Yeah, it still comes out every now and then. They like putting it a lot to the SUVs, like the I-Pace, the battery electric vehicle. Of course, big changes afoot at Jaguar, because all Jaguars in kind of the next generation going fully electric.
So we've seen Lotus build a hardcore electric supercar. When are Jaguar going to do it?
I hope very soon.
Are you working on it?
No. I'm still on the old stuff. I'm on 8-speed automatic transmissions that sit behind big engines at the moment. So
8-speed automatic transmissions.
Yeah,
old stuff.
I've not made the switch yet.
Wow. I like electric cars. One of the biggest challenges is I'm actually currently working on a big electric car charging project, the infrastructure project, and that is the biggest challenge facing a lot of areas. I think people haven't quite, a lot of local government, not just in the UK, right across Europe, hasn't really understood the challenge of charging this new generation of cars. There's just not enough electric car charging points. And actually, it's a really interesting engineering challenge, getting those installed, finding out where you can put them, where they have to go. And that's something I think a lot of students up and down this pit lane right now will end up working on in the immediate future.
I agree, Sam. It's going to be what's make or break for electric vehicles going forward. Can an electric vehicle be made and put into production? Yes, that's the simple answer. You know, Jaguar have done it. Tesla, of course, have got several models out now. All your big manufacturers are doing something with a BEV. But charging all of them, it's a great opportunity for collaboration though. It's just, Formula Student's a great example of where you can collaborate across different functions. But as you say, local governments, the manufacturers and the customers, it's a great opportunity for people to come together and work out this engineering problem of the infrastructure going forward.
And it's actually a real big challenge. It's a bit of a head scratcher. Well, a head scratcher for me, Swansea University. The second Welsh team we've seen, they seem to have judged the weather well as well. We've seen this car before, car 26A, and this is a car that we've seen always Swansea University produce decent dynamic cars.
Yeah, we've often seen this car running on the weekend. Similar style, of course, they say it is an A car, so it is one that we've seen run before, but the style relatively unchanged from years gone by for Swansea University. Green flag. Again.
4.763. That looked a lot quicker. That was an excellent start. So whether they need to do a few fewer shifts as they go up the stretch, I don't know. But that start was one of the best we've seen. These Welsh drivers seem to know how to accelerate.
So round of applause from the team there, as they're very happy with that driver's first run. Just trying to get the car back into position for run number 2.
That asymmetric design is something of a trend with Swansea's cars, going back not just to the 2019 car that we can see being modified for 21, but also going back a few generations before that.
It's interesting with the chassis as well. You see the front roll hoop slightly raised up. That's the main regulations away. What's it going to be like? Oh, the shift's a little bit slow again. The lead drive was.
Yeah, the shifts are too slow, but you heard him topping out in what sounded like second or third. I wasn't sure what he started in. But yeah, that gearing isn't quite right for the acceleration run, but that could really work well. That car looks nice. That could really work well on the skid pad. And once they get going this afternoon on the time attack stroke sprint, I think that will be quite a nice car to keep an eye on.
We'll definitely see them again later on. And a slight pause in proceedings once again, but I can hear an engine running.
It's that of car 7.
So that should be Bristol again, UE Bristol.
Yeah, it will be UWE Bristol. I think it's a number 7 I can see. It's very difficult to pick out the cars. You can see the very patriotic Scottish wind cheaters on the pit wall. I'm not sure who that's for. There's quite a few Scottish cars this year, and some of them look really quite nice.
Yeah, I've not had Glasgow through yet. I know they've had some stickers because I gave them some on day 2. So
it's a nice looking car that as well,
it
Glasgow.
Is a nice looking car. They've had a couple of challenges with the front wing. I think they've elected not to run with the front wing now.
Could lead to a slightly imbalanced car, but that'll help them in the acceleration at least. Not so much in the skid pad. Well, we can hear the engine of what I think is UWE Bristol, University of West England, engine running. They were struggling to get that car fired up earlier in the day. First car in the line at the start of the day. They were asking, last night, they were asking at race control, what time does the acceleration queue start in the morning? Because we think it's going to rain. Quite right, I think it probably is going to rain. The wind's picking up again. And it's shifted as well, the wind direction slightly. But they were, well, you could have done this earlier in the day, but yeah, they were so keen to be first in line, and they were first in line, and then the engine didn't fire up. So all great plans usually go awry, and that is one of the things about motorsport that I love.
As you say, Sam, the wind is picking up, but curiously, it feels like it's coming from across Copse Corner, which is normally not what it does. It normally comes from over towards Club Corner and in the other direction.
Well, that's right. I'm just looking across to the woods, and normally if there's weather coming in, you'll see it coming from over there, but actually the wind seems to be going in the opposite direction to normal, and that shows you, I think that's why we've got such unpredictable weather, because the weather isn't really conforming to the normal weather patterns at Silverstone.
And those patterns are normally pretty wacky. Can hear the engine of the unidentified car still running, just not seen it poke through the pit lane yet.
Yeah, the team maybe are not too happy with the way it's running, but I can see the push bar being removed. So it does look like it's being rolled forwards. There's still some indications going on, but Dane Cave coming round with Lucy Killington. Rare sight on the acceleration run.
We must be in trouble then. We must have done something wrong if the big wigs are coming out.
She's not coming to us, but she's with Dane, so let's see. It's probably to tell us to thank the sponsors. So thank you to the sponsors, which is good.
Thumbs up from the Dynamics volunteer, could just see over the wall. So I think that indicates that a car is on its way. We await keenly, and it is Huey Bristol.
So Huey Bristol had a rather abortive first couple of runs, a best time of 20 seconds. I think this driver should do better.
Yeah, so this will be driver number 2, run 3 in total. A few last words from the teammate there for driver number 2.
I've just spotted Dowie on the start line, so it can't be long till Cardiff run.
So the University of West of England, based obviously in Bristol. It's interesting. There's UWE Bristol stickers on the Cardiff car I spotted in Scrutineering. A little bit of collaboration there between the two universities.
Or a lost bet.
Or a lost bet indeed. UWE Bristol ranked number 7 from 2019, of course. Flag in the air. What is this third run going to be like? That's a much better start.
Oh, it's still got the same problem. Oh, I don't know what's causing this, but yeah, that's not what should be happening. Yeah, and this driver is struggling to fire it again. Now it's got a bit hotter. That bodes bad. Well, no, fired it again. So hashtag the real 1-to-1. Well, this is the real 29.0010 second run. I think they need to not take their second run now. I think they very desperately need to go to the practice area. Let's see what the driver decides to do. Exactly that. Right decision. So clearly a gremlin in the Bristolian drivetrain.
It's a shame because the initial getaway is really, really good.
It's excellent.
It's as they shift up into second gear that something's not going correctly and they lose drive.
And they're going to have to sort that out for the sprint as well, because that getaway is going to be so important in the sprint. It's that, you know, that's the point that they're going to have to still. You've got to get it off the line, and well, they get it off the line, and then it all stops. And so do they. Well, who we've got coming out now? That is Sheffield Hallam. Now, this is a car I'm very keen to see how it goes. This is car 39A, so we saw it again in 2019. But from memory, they didn't have the best season in 2019. But I remember looking at it and thinking, this is the best car I've ever seen come out of Sheffield Hallam. And I think this car could be a little bit of a dark horse.
I agree, and the fact is that they're in the event. They're cross-city compadres, shall we say, at the University of. They're not running at the moment. They're one of the teams that have had the issues with the BPSD. We talked about the UCLan car reminding me of a car not here this year. This one's given me an Isat Nevers feel, the French car from previous years. Winged car. But the style of the side pods and the nose cone and the space frame as well, it looks like a concept that we've seen before and we've seen run well before here at Formula Student.
Yeah, that French team from Magnacourt, a regular Formula Student. I think this is actually the first time I've been at a Formula Student competition, and Isat Magnacourt are not here. Obviously, we all know why that is, so hopefully we'll see them back. Well, hopefully we'll see Sheffield Hallam start. The driver seems to have a problem keeping the engine running, which seems to be a trend today.
Yeah, and the driver just needs to stay calm here. Don't panic too much. Plenty of time. That is one of the benefits of there being less teams here this year at Silverstone. In previous years, if this happened, the team would probably get shuffled away because somebody else is waiting to come along. But no, it's not happy. That Sheffield Hallam University number 39A.
Well, I think they're going to be pushed back under the bridge. No, they're going to be pushed back into the pits, actually. Are they going to go under the bridge? Yeah, they're going to be pushed under the bridge where they can be fettled and fiddled with to try and get it running. But I can hear there is another team waiting to get underway, because I can hear a 600cc engine idling somewhere in the pit lane.
Can indeed. I wonder whether is that going to be UE Bristol again, or is it going to be someone else?
Can't quite see. I can see the pink bibs of the driver, or the team. Is it car? Oh, I can't see the number. It's a single digit, so it is a top runner.
Yeah.
And, well, it'll be a result. It's car 5.
It's going to be Huddersfield.
First time we've seen Huddersfield. Now, Huddersfield are a team, again, this is 5A. Now, this car was very quick when it did take to the track in 2019. Now, with modifications, I think also to the colour, it could be quite a solid runner, this one. They've gone for the small wheels rather than the big wheels. Always a little bit of a difference between teams on that. No one quite going as small as Delft once did.
Been really impressed with this car so far this week. They had a slow start in terms of getting through scrutineering.
Well, they're having a slow start in terms of getting...
Saw them in was Friday morning. So the fact that they got through and they've got running here on Saturday morning is a really good achievement. But they are another team having some issues in first gear, I'd say, Sam, and getting to the line.
Yeah, we keep seeing this. I'm not sure what this is all about this year. Maybe it's because it's been a while since everybody's done stuff, but it just feels like everybody's having a few problems keeping the engines running at low revs. Driver training, perhaps, or is this a setup issue?
Yeah, I think this is one of the big challenges this year, is the logistical side and getting the car run. I can imagine that getting test sessions booked and places to run has been quite tricky this year. So I think you're right there, Sam, that there's potentially some drivers in cars not as well prepared as they would be in previous years. That's not their fault, it's just one of the things that has occurred, but hopefully Huddersfield can get this car running.
Interestingly, Huddersfield opting for some, not the freshest set of Hoosier tyres I've ever seen. Surely there's a bit of an advantage to running new tyres in this event.
Yeah, I'd say so, but again, budget and resources have been tough for some teams this year. Oh, that's a decent start from Huddersfield. Good shift up into second gear and third and beyond. 5.017 is their first time.
I think it bogged a little bit off the start, actually. So I think, again, I keep saying it, more to come. But I think the driver was just focused there on keeping the car running and getting it off the line and getting a time on the board. That is a decent time. It's faster only than University of West of England Bristol so far, but they will go quicker on the second run. I feel confident of that, if they choose to take the second run now. But again, the car struggling to run at low revs. Still no noise from Sheffield Hallam either. Car 39A still under the bridge being fettled. We should see that coming too. No, it looks like the fire problems for that car from Huddersfield continue, and the car's been pushed back into the pits. I don't know, anybody else is waiting to come and play. So we'll talk about the weather instead.
We will talk about the weather. Still dry here. Bit blustery, blowing up the pit straight still.
It's windy. It's nice and windy. 10:24. The event obviously runs through till roughly midday. But the organisers, I think, are willing to just extend out because there's still cars trying to get through tech inspection. I think later in the day, though, the patience may sort of run rather shorter, and we may see some of the events being closed earlier than expected. I do know that there is a plan for a special event on Sunday afternoon. And I think it might be... It's a shame you're not in the bar with us this evening, because that's where we'll come up with the regulations again.
That is a shame. You can get me on the text, though.
Well, I did say I have...
What ideas we've got?
Well, we have already disqualified the University of Hertfordshire from that Sunday afternoon session for not painting their chassis orange. That'll give you a flavour of the rules.
I'm getting reminders back to a few years ago in Wolverhampton's bright yellow chassis, and there's... no, I can see where you were going with it. I'll keep it to myself.
Yes, it will be fun.
It will be indeed.
Yes, Wolverhampton probably wise not to come along with those wheels this year. So, yes, if you're tuning in on YouTube, absolutely do tune in on Sunday for the Endurance and the special event after the Endurance, assuming there's enough time. I think it's highly likely there will be enough time. And that event is usually quite fun and highly unpredictable.
The one thing I will say on that event is I feel for the cones. They'll be their little minds, cone minds, will thought, oh, we've got through the Endurance, we're safe. No.
No.
No, you are not safe.
No, because the rules aren't fully defined yet, because we haven't sat down with a beer and gone through them. The rules might be... Yeah, it's just been pointed out by some of the Dynamics volunteers that so far on this event, I doubt it's the same scenario on the skid pad, but so far, every cone has survived unscathed.
Well, that's a commentator's curse, if I've heard.
Absolutely. I mean, nobody's hit the pit wall yet.
That was one of the thoughts, that if this weather came in, I remember back to, I think it's still on the YouTube sphere. 2012 was a very, very wet acceleration, and we did see a couple of drivers have a bit of a moment and a meeting with the pit wall. I'd just like to say, if that does occur, do not basketball chest pass your helmet in frustration. I remember it very well.
Yes.
It meant that helmet was disqualified. The car, fixable, fine. It was just a rear wishbone that needed replaced.
I think fortunately that team did have a spare helmet. We're not in the days of any more of the teams having only one crash helmet and having to share it between their drivers, which must be very unpleasant for the second driver. You do a lot of karting commentary. Does everybody still have their own helmet now, or is it still a bit of the sweaty one going on the head?
The frustration for me is when they now... some drivers have two helmets because they have a dry helmet, basically the shinier one, and a wet helmet that was probably like 2 seasons ago their lid. But yeah, pretty much everyone has their own helmets with various colour designs. Far too many of them are fluorescent yellow for me, because they all look the same at speed.
Do they all want to look like a Brazilian driver or a guy from Stevenage?
We do have a few guys who want to look like a bloke from Stevenage. There's a few Lando-inspired helmets coming through as well.
Of course, yeah, that is another bright yellow one. I can see some Lando Norris fans around. Even here on the start line, I see a Lando Norris fan. Well, I'm not sure who the most popular racing driver in Sheffield is, but if it is the driver, it could be the driver of car 39A shortly, as the engine on Sheffield Hallam's car has finally fired up, and he's now getting a very, very detailed briefing from his team.
I may get in trouble for this if I've forgotten someone, but I think Ollie Rowland is our current probably highest ranking international driver from the Sheffield area.
There's been a running discussion with me and some friends on social media about which county produces the fastest racing drivers at the moment. I still contend it is Hertfordshire.
Hertfordshire would definitely have a good shout. I think around this part of the world, though, would be good. Oxfordshire, I mean, all around this area will have a good shout, because there's a good number of kart circuits in this area.
Yeah, that's true, but Hertfordshire, we've got Lewis Hamilton and Callum Ilott. There's Anthony Davidson. Yorkshire, do you have racing drivers in Yorkshire?
Not as many as that. I say Ollie Rowland, of course, God rest his soul, Justin Wilson, Stefan Wilson as well, came from that part of the world.
Well, let's see. I can't think of any. Well, you've got the Sheffield car is running. The laptop is there. The Car 39 crew are still communicating rather excitedly. The chap in the Red Bull Racing jacket is getting extremely excited and pointing to the driver where he has to go. I think he probably knows where he needs to go. But
going back to the Yorkshire and motorsport things to be proud of. So some of the teams up there recently, United Autosports, for example, based up at Garforth, been doing some fantastic stuff over the last few years. Have really been the team to beat in LMP2. So we're very proud of them. Manor as well, not running at the moment, but rich heritage.
Absolutely, yeah.
Team.
Manor, of course, raced in Formula One for some seasons as Marussia, and then as under their own name as Manor, till the money ran out. unfortunately. Well, Sheffield Hallam, the engine hasn't run out. The laptop is shut, the revs have dropped slightly. The gear is engaged, and coming to the start line now is car 39A for their first run. Now, it sounds like he's going to keep the engine running, whatever the issue was. Sounds like some bloops and bleeps from the laptop sorted it out. Again, though, the warm Hoosiers, not sure I'd want freshest to fresh on the car right now. And the team still, the official still telling the driver where to go. The green flag lifts, the revs go up. Oh, slightly hesitant start off the line, engine popping and banging. 0.484, but that hesitant start really cost the car from Sheffield Hallam. And has he lost the engine again? I think he has. I can't. Oh, no, it's still running. I just had to, because the wind is now really gusting down the start-finish straight. We can't hear the cars at the end of the acceleration. Turn away, but he's got the engine running. Now he just needs to work out that start sequence. Once he's got that right, there's a lot of time to be found in that car.
Yeah, at least half a second, I'd say, on that start. Team's happy with the effort, though. And is that the first... In fact, I think I can feel... Is that the first few spots of rain?
Yeah, the rain has just started here at Silverstone. So those teams who have not run in the sprint, or the acceleration so far, they need to get down to the start line, because the rain is beginning to fall as forecast. And this rain will then set in for the rest of the day, according to the forecasts. And just spitting at the moment is what various people call psychological rain. You can see it, you can feel it, but it doesn't make a difference to the traction. Well, Sheffield Hallam need to take advantage of this last opportunity of a dry track. They've got another drive to work through. This driver's visor's fogging up a bit. Much better getaway, though. Still a little bit of a fluff on the second gear change, but 5.288. Did he lift off before the finish line? Yeah. I'm pretty sure the driver lifted off there before the finish line. That was that cost him a little bit of time there, but still a lot more to come from that car. Sheffield Hallam are looking quite good, and with the rain beginning to fall, if they don't make a quick driver change, they could be on for some nice points. So with the rain beginning to fall here at Silverstone, the track is still just about dry. Cardiff University topped the timesheets with a 4.075, followed by the University of Central Lancashire with a 4.618. Coventry are in third position with a 4.749. Swansea, second of the Welsh teams, in fourth position in 4.736. Staffordshire, fifth with a 4.816. Kingston, a 4.844 in sixth position. Strathclyde, car 115, they are in seventh position with a 4.973. Huddersfield, only one run on the board right now, just on a 5.017. A lot more to come from that car. Sheffield Hallam, we just saw them, 5.288. University of West of England, Bristol, they've been struggling so far, and their best run is a 22nd. But that's not really representative of the pace of that car. Now, the rain is now steadily falling, but it's not heavy here on the start-finish line. You can feel it, but you don't feel wet. It's not particularly unpleasant. My hotel room was extremely hot last night, so a little bit of cooling rain is quite nice. So this is the moment that some of the teams are now going to start panicking, I think.
Oh, definitely. Just to go through some kind of regulations. It's still too dry for going onto a treaded tyre. But what might come quite soon is a track condition declaration where it goes from dry to damp. Now, some people find this very amusing because a big board saying damp gets put up. Now, that means that the teams have free tyre choice. Which right now, I think you stick with a dry tyre. There's simply not enough moisture on the circuit to warrant that treaded tyre. And you may need that treaded tyre later on in the competition.
I think you're going to need that treaded tyre in the next half an hour. At the moment, as you say, the track is dry. But as the rain starts to fall, almost on schedule, a Welsh flag appears in the pit lane. It's like they brought the weather with them. But I suspect that's Cardiff University coming for their second runs, having noted the weather and realising this is really probably going to be the last opportunity for dry weather running. So all of those teams who feel that they haven't had a run or they haven't got their drivers through this section yet, they really need to get out on track, and they will be sitting, particularly those teams that are trying to get that brake system working, they will be hammering those laptops as they see the raindrops falling.
Yeah, definitely. I'd say as well for Skidpad, so we need to keep an eye on the results from Skidpad. I'd say the influence of weather is even greater so on Skidpad. Not just weather, I'd say just track conditions. I remember a couple of times you sat in that queue and someone dumps a load of oil down on the track. That gives you a real big challenge. Do you pull the car out? Do you try and go for some better track conditions later on? Or do you stick with it and take what you've got? I mean, with this coming out the sky, you're just going to have to take what you've got. It's not going to get drier beyond the rest of this morning.
Well, yeah, the track conditions here are no longer going to improve at any point in this day. The rain is now, it's falling steadily, but not heavily. The track is still very definitely, and I'm kicking down here. We're on a slightly old painted advertising section of the runoff area. Grippy as anything still.
Yep. So you can hear a car, well, at least an attempt for a car to ignite its internal combustion engine and get the thing going.
Yeah, and that will be again that moment of panic if they can't get that car to fire. And it's car 52, which is a car we haven't seen so far, I believe. I'm not actually sure who car 52 is.
Apologies, it's not one that I've dealt with so far this week, or at least I don't think it is. In fact, no, I think I have dealt with it. Is it going to be? It is. It's going to be Glasgow.
No. Yeah, no, this is a car I saw on social media just after they finished the build of it. I think this is a nice looking car. It's 52, so it's a new for 2021 car. The Scots have turned up in the rain. I probably feel at home. Every time I've been to Scotland, it's rained. And there's some shouting going on, not quite sure why. There's a man with an umbrella rushing down through the pits. Again, I don't know why. And, well, not sure what the issue there is. The car's running. The driver seems a bit confused. It looks ready to go.
I'm going to hazard a guess. No, I was about to hazard a guess at something driver-related, like wrist restraints or something like that. The car's clearly running.
I can see the wrist restraints on the driver. The driver's arm's in the air. He's like, well, what's going on, guys? I want to go. It's raining. Come on, we need to go. But there was a lot of shouting going on. There's some thumbs up. And, well, they didn't touch the car, and the car's on the way. I have no idea what went on there. Sounds nice. So very neat, very gentle idle on this Glasgow car.
So, no front wing on this car, as we mentioned. The team elected to take it off. They were having some stiffness issues, so they knew it wasn't going to pass that test in scrutineering. They took it off, got the car into the competition. Let's see how they can do on this first run, Sam.
Yeah, well, it's idling nicely, which is always a good sign. The green flag is waved, the revs go up, the little rear wheels spin round very neatly. Good launch from the Scottish car, accelerates down the straight. This is going to be a good time. 4.743. Oh, it looked quicker than that.
It did look quicker than that, so hopefully they can get a bit more pace out of that. Maybe hold the gears. They were shifting through a lot of gears there,
Yeah.
to maybe fifth or sixth.
Well, he goes third with that time, so that is a decent time. It's very close to third position at the moment. There's an awful lot of cars around that same speed bracket, but yeah, I think that looked quick. That looked quicker. Very good getaway from that car, and if that runs like that, it looks quite together, this Glasgow car. I think they've got a nice little package there.
Other challenges that this team have had so far, a couple of chassis template issues, so they've had to modify the seats, and that's one of the typical kind of challenge that the teams are faced with when they get to Silverstone, when they get to the competitions, as they go through those safety checks. And the best teams for me are always the ones, Sam, who kind of go, okay, right, yep, that's happened to us, let's not argue it, let's get on with it, get the changes that we need to do, get them done, get the car in the competition, get them scoring some points. That's exactly what Glasgow have done here.
Yeah, there's always been quite a nice team, Glasgow, and let's see if this second run for the first driver is any better. As the rain cools at Silverstone, the tyres spin up. Bit of clunking and clattering from the transmission there. Car accelerates neatly, 4.708. It's quicker, but it's not quick enough to put them second.
And he's just about stopped. I was a bit concerned there that he was going for a reverse lap of the national circuit, but he has got the car under control.
Well, it looks like they're going to have to go and do that driver change. The rain is still falling, but it's still not wet, but clearly going to get wet. And this Silverstone asphalt stays dry for a while, and then it doesn't. It gets very slippery very quickly, particularly this section with so much rubber down on it. It's going to become very, very slick. So you're going to see quite a lot of slippy surface. And just looking at the curbs in front of us now, you can start to see it's beginning to just get ever so slightly wet to the point where you might start to feel an effect, but only if you're on the painted section of track. And if you're doing that on the acceleration, something's gone very wrong.
Has indeed. But we'll wait for some more cars to come out here at Silverstone. Thank you for tuning in. I hope you're enjoying the stream. Andrew Mather and Sam Collins on commentary duties for you here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021. Sam has gone off on a wander to see who we've got coming up. You can still see the Welsh flag proudly waving, fluttering in the wind just outside Garage 6. I can see some Warwick jerseys on the pit wall in front of me, which hopefully means that their electric car is coming out quite soon.
Well, it's not there now, but I heard a Welsh accent going, "Let's go." Excellent. And Cardiff are likely to be the next car to run. Sheffield Hallam's back there as well. So we hear the engine firing. I think that's probably going to be Cardiff, and they will be underway imminently, followed by Sheffield Hallam after that. So we'll see how Cardiff, the fastest runners so far, go in weather conditions that they're probably very familiar with.
This is going to be a really good indicator as to how the track is at the moment. Although, interestingly, they've not taken their time.
Welcome to the broadcast gallery here at the back end at Copse at Silverstone. As you can see, with the changeable weather, there is going to be a bit of setting up required. The cars are going to be... The teams are deciding what they're going to do. Do they wait? Do they go full wet? Because it's easier to get the power down, the traction down, if they're putting full wet tyres on. So we're going to take you through some of the event, just give you a bit of a feel for what this Formula Student Dynamic event is all about and how the teams score their points that make or break their Formula Student campaign. What is Formula Student all about? Well, essentially, the competition is broken down into 8 events with a points tally of 1,000 points up for grabs. The winning team is the one with the most points. It's as simple as that. The static events kick us off. Engineering, design, cost and manufacturing, and a business presentation lay the foundation for the team's entry. Then the cars are wheeled here to scrutineering, where the teams must ensure the car passes a series of tests, ensuring safety, technical and sporting regulations are met before the car goes anywhere near the tarmac. The dynamic events are designed to push the car and the team to their limit. It all kicks off here on the skid pan. It's a figure of 8 and it's all about the handling. The driver, though, is going to need skill in order to be fast and precise. The sprint is up next. It's a 1 kilometre race against the clock and it uses the same course as the endurance race, giving the teams a feel for the formidable challenge that lies ahead. It's also a last chance to iron out any technical issues with the car, but with valuable points up for grabs. This is no test, this is for real. Then it's time for the big one, the 22-kilometre endurance race. It's a grueling test for the cars, the teams and the drivers. And with changeable weather in the forecast for Silverstone, well, the team's strategy will be called into the mix as well. Real-world engineering, though, is about efficiency as well as it is about reliability and speed. So, of course, Formula Student follows those very same principles. A large points weighting for fuel economy could make or break your endurance race result. So it's all hands to the pumps and all eyes on the prize. The 75-metre acceleration event does exactly what it says on the tin. Get that car off the line as quickly as you possibly can. Keep your eye on this one. A Formula Student single-seater will do a 0 to 60 sprint to rival one of the world's fastest racing cars. So it's a real spectacle and the pressure is on. That's a whistle-stop tour of the challenge that lies in wait for our teams. The stakes are up, the stage is set. Let's go racing. So there we go, there's a look at what the Formula Student event looks like, the dynamic events that make up the 1,000 points that the teams have on offer. And of course, as I said there, the team with the most points out of those 1,000 tally at the end of the weekend is Formula Student winner. So we're back to the action as the accelerated event continues with Sam Collins on the commentary.
At Silverstone for 2021 Formula Student competition. Currently first on the timesheets. Will the 12th driver be able to go faster this time? Very good getaway. Launches that car down the grid. Very quick time going to be here. 4.113. So driver 2 for Cardiff. Slightly slower than driver 1, but Cardiff remain number 1.
They do indeed. And yeah, they don't want to run that car too much. That's running really, really nicely. Just do what they need to do, get it well prepped for sprints, get a good early time in sprint. Maybe just about the rain will hold off, because it does feel like it's actually stopped now.
Yeah, it has. The rain has actually stopped, but this is going to be the story of the day, where the rain comes in and comes out. So it's more to do with that first belt of rain coming in. You can see the clouds moving across over the far side of Silverstone Circuit at the moment, over Stowe School. And that gives you the indication of what we can expect for the rest of the day. The wind is going to bring in flurries of rain through the day, and the track will progressively get worse and worse and worse from now on. At the moment, it's probably just about okay. Did they lose a tenth of the second due to the track conditions? I don't think so. It could be down to the change of wind direction, though.
Yeah, absolutely. So we want some more cars, Sam, don't we? We want to see some more action out here on the National Pit Straight.
Yeah, well, Sheffield Hallam, I was sort of expecting to see them come again, but they seem to have gone away again. Maybe they couldn't get it working. I'm going to go and look over the wall, because that always helps summon up some cars. Just walking along. Oh, nearly broke the calibrated stick. I'm getting very dirty looks from the officials for that. Oh, I'm going to get told off for that later. Fortunately, didn't break the calibrated stick. And now going down, looking in the holding area, and there's absolutely nobody here. Sheffield Hallam car 39A is definitely being fettled in the pit lane. Bath University Electric is in the garage at the moment. Now, I'm not sure how far through scrutineering they've got, but I do see a driver in there in his driving suit. The Welsh flag's disappearing. Funny how the Welsh flag disappears, and then the rain stops. The Welsh flag arrives, the rain starts. Not saying there's a connection between those two things, but it's a funny coincidence. Well, I'm going to go and talk to Andrew. Andrew has to go over there to talk to me, because you can't talk to me here. Don't trip over the safety stick, because you'll get told off.
I'm back in my spot now.
Yeah.
The microphone works again. So yeah, I think we've still got Sheffield Hallam to come.
We do. We do have Sheffield Hallam to come. You're out of your spot there. See, I think that's your spot.
I thought it was on top of the...
No, that's not your spot either. I think you need to move this way. We're going to position the commentate.
We need to recalibrate.
No, we've got no. Try over there. No. So what we have is radio interference, I suspect, that's causing this.
Okay. 1, 2.
No. Oh
no, that's fine. I'll not move.
Yes, you can stand there. There you go. Just if a car really drives off the spot.
It's happening to you now.
Yeah.
Oh. As long as nobody does any J-turns or stuff like that, I'll be absolutely fine.
Yeah, we've never seen many cars sort of try and kill you.
just the occasional 1 or 2.
Yeah. Formula Student is safety is paramount, and that's why the cars. Some people who've probably not seen Formula Student before probably wonder why the cars look the way they do, and that really is down to 2 factors. One is safety. That's why you've got the big roll hoops and lots of attention paid to safety and scrutineering. But also, it's the legacy of these rules being created in America, as originally from autocross cars and Formula SAE, which continues in the States now, runs the exactly the same rule book as we run here. I don't know when Formula SAE first started. It's been going for an awfully long time now.
I want to say it's the 1980s. Also, the first competition that we had here in the UK was 1997 for the NEC. But yeah, the Formula SAE had been running for many years before.
Autonomous technology is becoming increasingly important in all walks of life. We've all heard about autonomous cars, and the move towards autonomous technology is coming. So the AI element of Formula Student is becoming, as a result of that, increasingly important. These universities, 5 of them in 2021, will be pitching their AI cars against each other in a series of challenges, and this one's for the gamers. They're actually using Xbox controllers to control the cars. Now, this is a new emerging technology, and if you can imagine the amount of thought that has to go into putting these machines together, it's not all plain sailing. It doesn't always go to plan, but it is fascinating. Esme is in the thick of the action as this test event here at Silverstone gets underway.
I am, and I'm joined by Finn from Oxford Brookes. Finn, thank you for joining me. Do you just want to tell me a little bit about what we've just seen?
Oh, thank you very much, Esme. We have just completed our dynamic test, which is one of the 3 tests that we have to complete before we are allowed to do the dynamic events at FSAI. Our team has completed that, which is autonomous demo, and now we are headed over to the skid pad to test our skid pad control methodology.
And before the interview, you quickly just said that the skid pad is kind of one of the hardest series
Yes,
for you guys.
so the skid pad is a unique challenge to FSAI teams. The fact that you have to do 2 complete loops of one side of the 8 and then 2 complete loops of the other side and drive out of the 8. Unlike this track here, which you can have a look at what the boundaries are, the skid pad isn't, and that's where it kind of is a complexity. And I don't think our team has actually ever accomplished or even tried to do the skid pad, so we are excited to see it going.
And AI, obviously there's no driver within the car, so can you just explain a little bit how the car is controlled and how it can kind of differentiate between the track and the cones?
So the car comes as standard from the iMechie. We have a GPS and an IMU and a Z camera, a stereo camera that is already on board in the car. The teams then are allowed to add any sensors they wish, but the mounting has to be approved by the iMechie. The challenge comes is integrating everything and is running a full autonomous stack that can compete and do the missions. And it, you have to recognise the cones, you have to recognise where you are on the track, you then have to decide what your next action is, and then you have to decide the appropriate movement and measurement that you need in order to achieve your goal.
And we've noticed that there's actually 2 teams here from Oxford Brookes. Is there any kind of rivalry, or do you help each other out within the paddock?
Oh, we help us out as much as we can. We are at home, we are next to each other. We share tools, we share resources. I spent 3 hours 3D printing for the EV team a week ago. No, we are one team, one dream, as our EV team lead says, and we try to help each other out as much as possible, because at the end we are on a 4-year trajectory to combine and to have our first ADS car. So it's valuable that we share resources and share information, and that's what makes the OBR team so strong.
And in terms of goals from the weekend, what are you looking to get out of it? Are you looking to win overall, or are you looking to kind of move forward in the steps to making a more sustainable future for AI?
I think the main objective is to kind of have a good event, if that makes sense. This is the second time the dynamic event has been running since 4 years ago. It was the first time that we've had an autonomous car here. The aim is to kind of get as many teams to go through the track as possible. We've been trying to help Bath and Edinburgh. We hosted them for a week last week. We just want to see as many teams compete, and actually it's more about, okay, what can everyone do? And actually that's what I think we should be focusing on this premature stage. We're not racing for millimetres just yet. We're racing for the start line, and I think this year we're going to have a few teams, and it's going to be awesome to see what everyone can do.
And in terms of racing, what's the top speed of the car? Because we've noticed in the past few days it has been able to gain some speed.
The top speed in testing has been 65 kilometres per hour. But that's only because they were only doing it over a 75-metre track length. But it is untested of how fast they can go. The limiting factor is the computational power, and that's where the skill comes. Is how complex your systems are and how much computing power they need. That's where you'll find the highest speed comes into it.
And we've noticed that there is 5 teams that have entered an AI car this year. Do you think year on year we will see more and more cars being entered into this category?
I think we will see more and more cars in this category. There's quite a lot of attention and interest actually what the teams can do. I think also it's a great entry level event to Formula Student, and you'll find a lot more computing students going in. I think we've only got 2 mechanical engineers on our team. The majority are computing robotics, and we've even got people that are doing statistics as well. So it's all encompassing, and it's a very diverse event that we can do.
And speaking of events, we wish you the best of luck for this event.
Thank you very much.
I do like a Mustang Fastback, especially an early 60s one. But unfortunately, I won't be driving this car, and in fact, no human will. This, believe it or not, and I know it doesn't look like the ones you just saw out there on the test pan, this is an autonomous vehicle. Cranfield University Advanced Vehicle Engineering Centre basically built this to be the first autonomous vehicle to go around the Goodwood Festival of Speed, which is quite incredible. It's got electric motors controlling the throttle, the steering and the braking systems. You can just see there's a control panel in here, and then it uses GPS to follow a predefined route. Now, it won't detect objects, so it can't go off on its own and drive around the paddock, for example, but it does completely autonomously drive and follow a defined route. You can see the GPS sensors here on the front wings. So not only is AI coming through to Formula Student in terms of the autonomous racing cars, but we're now turning classic muscle cars into autonomous driving vehicles. That is terrifying, but brilliant. Although most of the challenge in the AI department is the software and the algorithms and the robotics part of the project, there is still a mechanical element, of course, because the cars are powered by batteries, and everything on the battery and the charging environment has to be done here in this end garage at Silverstone. As you can see, 2 of our most formidable mechanical engineering universities, Bath and Oxford Brookes, are in here getting over a few technical issues, shall we say, after scrutineering. So I think Ross from Bath University can just tell us a little bit about what's happening in here. You can see the scrutineers around, and the scrutineers at Formula Student are not here to catch anybody out. There's a real collaborative spirit. They're helping work around problems. They're maybe suggesting new ways of doing things, because this is all new technology, and it's a new part of Formula Student that some of the universities who have previously done very well in the regular Formula Student competition are getting their heads around and really building from scratch. So Ross, you guys just about past scrutineering, but you've got a few problems with the charging part of the car, is it?
Yeah, so basically what happens is when you go through scrutineering, especially with the ACI, they do, you basically have to explain exactly how the accumulator is built. And that's like a really, really in-depth sort of, you've really got to know your knowledge and really got to be confident in what you're talking about. And then what they do is they, okay, we'll plug the ACI into the charger, and then they get you to do a full charging procedure and make sure that all of the charger can, do all the different things like shutting down the car, so we're not high voltage anymore, which is obviously the really dangerous bit. Yeah. And essentially, we sort of failed right at the, well, not necessarily failed, but right at the last hurdle, which meant that we couldn't obviously we can't go HV in the car. So what we're doing is we're just solving that issue, and then hopefully we'll be able to get on the track and get racing.
A lot of pressure on your shoulders this weekend, because Bath is a formidable name in Formula Student. Yeah. You guys have done the business over the years in the regular competition side, so AI is new to everybody. Yeah. Are you hoping to be up there running at the front? Do you have no idea where you're going to be? It's exciting, but do you have any idea where you're going to be in the pack?
Well, so we're feeling pretty confident. As soon as we get over this issue, we know that the rest of our systems, they're looking really, really good this year, especially because we're actually running a 2YV vehicle. We had some issues because of COVID that meant that we couldn't actually use the vehicle that we designed last year. So we've got a much stronger, we've had a solid foundation of our mech, and we brought in a very solid elect system, adapted in and added some pieces of aero and things like that. Hopefully we can get that on the car too. So yeah, I'm feeling pretty confident this year.
Best of luck, Team Bath. He looks confident as well, doesn't he? You can see just how in-depth this area is. Everybody's engrossed in getting over these technical issues early on so they can get the cars running. But it's a new element of Formula Student which frankly fascinates and terrifies me at the same time because I don't know where to start with it. Esme's somewhere else around here, so we'll find out if she's got any idea where to start.
I do have an idea to where to start. I have been given this checklist which the teams need to go through even before they can lay a spanner on the car and before they can get out on track.
goes Sheffield Hallam A. 39A, what time can it do here on acceleration? Plenty of revs, but not much go at the moment from Sheffield Hallam, and now the revs dropping again. Driver's adjusting something down to his left.
I'm wondering if he's got launch control of some description. The team's just revving up, getting that level, and then just boot it. But the driver doesn't seem to be happy with the systems. His first run for this driver as well, I think. Well, still no movement from Sheffield Hallam.
Yeah, the driver continuing to play with something just down to the left. The team now on the pit wall trying to give the driver some instruction.
It's the animated guy in the Red Bull jacket again, who's he likes instructing very clearly his drivers. So we're hearing a very thick Yorkshire accent. You've got a rocket to put it in gear.
You've got to give it a waggle to get it into the...
That's what it was. The driver couldn't find the gear. Now they're going to fire it up again. Didn't break the beam.
Position the front of the car because it's gone beyond that precisionally placed bit of gaffer tape.
That's it. And the rain is beginning to get a little bit heavier now.
It is indeed.
Could this be Sheffield Hallam's technique to stay ahead of Huddersfield? Have we had any universities from anywhere vaguely in the south of England that I've forgotten about? Kingston, of course, that's London. It's about as far south as you can go other than Southampton, Portsmouth, Brighton.
More problems for Sheffield Hallam, the push bar being called for now.
Yeah.
So I think the problem they've now got is that it's stuck in gear.
Yeah, they're going to have to fill it back. Well, the Sheffield Hallam crew member in his couple of seasons old Red Bull jacket is very enthusiastic. He's always the one shouting and grabbing stuff.
He must be the team leader.
Yep.
Person of authority.
Oh yeah, it's clearly stuck in gear. Yeah. No neutral switches on these like you have on F1 cars, where you can just press the button and it always goes into neutral. And you can hear the engine. I guess that's the engine. Oh, it sounds further away, but I can hear an engine firing away and idling away. But it seems further away than Huddersfield should be.
Yeah, maybe in the engine test area, which teams are allowed to use once they've passed the prescribed level of scrutineering. Actually, 6 so for those at the circuits. Now, for those legally at home as well. A roundel on the front of all of these cars with lots of different coloured stickers around it. Looks a little bit like a cheese wheel out of Trivial Pursuit. There's essentially 6 parts of scrutineering that all the teams have to do just to get to this point, just to start scoring dynamic points. So those being chassis, tech, safety where we have the great help from the Motorsport UK governing body scrutineers, because we are running on a British racing circuit, something a little bit different that you won't find at other competitions around Europe. And then you get on to the really big ones. The noise test, tilt test first, so that's always an enjoyable one to watch. Someone gets turned to 45 degrees sideways and looks a bit scared for a few seconds, and they're checking that there's no fluids coming out of the car. Then the noise test, we mentioned already, because there are noise restrictions on this event. Test. The final stage where we want to see all 4 wheels locking up and proving that the brakes are working. And you've got to do all of that just even before you get to one of these events, to say the acceleration being the first of them here this weekend, to start scoring some points, Sam.
Absolutely. We need to recalibrate Andrew once again. Yeah, we'll try that. No. We switched to adjust.
There we go.
There's your sweet spot. That's it.
Must be something to do with wavelengths bouncing back off the media centre. There we go. We're better now.
Well, we've got the rain is coming down now. I can feel it on my head, which means it is raining. Because it takes a while for me to. But Huddersfield now, car 5A. I can hear the engine running. And that is the car we run. It's just very quiet, that Huddersfield car. Yeah. I don't think they will have struggled with the noise test, did they? That's a very quiet car. And let's see if they can improve on where they were last time. Huddersfield's first 2 runs We're both north of 5.2 seconds. Let's see if they can produce a sub-5 second run from this car from Yorkshire. Well, like the other car from Yorkshire, though, struggling to get any forward motion. The engine is failing to fire for Huddersfield. Ninth position at the moment. The driver's trying to get that engine running. The officials are still chatting to him. The visor is, well, about to be closed, but the one of the race officials finding the end of the seatbelt. Engine is now fired up. Green flag is given. The revs rise. A steady start there for Huddersfield again. Picks up a bit further down the run, and that is a 5.4 second run. Not their fastest, but again, just the start didn't work out.
Yeah, it wasn't quite the smooth run that Huddersfield were looking for there. So they'll have one more opportunity to get themselves into the top 6. Remember, the top 6 run off, one final each of them. And the opportunity to get another 5 points on the board here for Form Student 2021.
Yeah, and it looks, I saw car 39's crew disappearing off back towards a garage, so looks like the other Yorkshire Sheffield Hallam still having a few issues with their car as well. So, yeah, so some struggles for teams. I've got a question for you, a regular series question. Based on the current form of the cars so far, what if nobody finishes endurance?
That is a very good question.
It's never happened, has it?
It's never happened. I mean, you get a point for every lap of endurance that you get, or that you finish. Depending on how far you get through, if you get out of driver change, you've got a chance of scoring some fuel economy points. But yeah, you're absolutely right. If they don't get to the end of endurance, they won't get a time for endurance, so they won't be able to score based on the very complicated formula, which I can never remember, and I always turn to Joe Staten for. So yeah, if that happens, I don't know this for sure, but I reckon you could see fuel economy decide who wins the competition this year.
It's going to be, yeah, it's going to be quite an unpredictable one, this. I could actually see this becoming much tighter. Normally when we finish the endurance on Sunday, you'll be able to watch it on YouTube tomorrow, we know roughly who the winners are, because you've got most of the static event points by that point. You know who did well in the dynamic events. So the endurance is usually a battle between 3 or 4 teams. And I think last time, 2019, we knew who'd won the competition overall pretty much. It was all over, bar the shouting and the fuel economy points. And that was clear. Well, what is less clear is who is going to run next on the acceleration event. You can see car 52's driver getting ready, though, so it may be that team who are going to come next to the line. 2 drivers there with Dynamics volunteer with them. Just waiting to see how Glasgow are getting on. Strathclyde are also in the staging area, getting their driver bolted into the car. So a little bit Scottish feel to the acceleration event imminently. We've had the Welsh moment, now we're having the Scottish moment. It's not looking like a great year for the English teams, though. Those Celtic Cup runners seem to have the upper hand over the English at the moment. And the North very clearly has the upper hand over the South. The Southern universities, only one, Kingston University, has actually shown its hand.
Yeah, and I think that's showing the unpredictability of this event. Obviously, we've already talked about Hearts. They're not running. Oxford Brookes, normally we see out by this stage of the competition. They've had a lot of problems so far. Bath, I'm surprised, or Bath, I should say.
Bath.
Where are they? We've not seen them so far, and I've seen them in scrutineering.
Yeah, have they got 2 cars this year as well?
They've got 2 cars. They've got an ICE and a BEV. So, yeah, very surprised that we've not seen either of those cars out yet.
Well, 45 minutes till the close of the event. I mean, that is cutting it fine to get 2 runs in. 4 runs in on the acceleration and 4 runs in on the skid pad. So we could see some favourites dropping some big points today already. That's not really what we expected, but a lot of teams really struggling this year. More so than ever before, I think.
And it's going to open the door to someone, I reckon, who you probably wouldn't have put your money on at the start of the week. As they're going to be up in the top 5. No disrespect to them, but like a team like Staffordshire, who we saw out very, very early, came out, got the runs done, kind of just continued on what they've been doing through the whole week so far, getting the job done nice and early. They could be looking at a top 5 overall here. Dare I mention a podium? A top 3?
It feels like there's quite a lot of George Russells in the field this year, and even a few Nicholas Latifis. I think we could get some real surprise challenges. Cardiff, of course, on the strength of this event so far, look incredibly strong. Former champions, they seem to be the favourites right now. However, Bath, if they do get going, they should be able to provide a pretty stern challenge to the Welsh team.
It seems to have been the thing for Bath over the last few years. I remember the Bath that they've had a few inflammatory incidents when it gets to endurance, and sometimes the car doesn't look like it's handling in terms of being easy to drive.
You mean it caught fire a few times?
It did catch fire a few times.
Yes, it did.
But yeah, it seems to be the thing with them over the last few years. I'm getting memories as well that sometimes we've been in this position before where they've not appeared on the Saturday morning and they've lost points then they've kind of been playing catch-up, and it's just not all fallen into place with them. And I am concerned that it's going to happen again here in 2021.
Well, that used to be the Huddersfield trick, to never not be seen until the final session of the endurance, and then blitz the field and set really quick times, but be held up by slower runners in the final, the final session of the endurance. But Huddersfield now, though, they've got through early. Now I can see teams coming into the staging area. I think they're both Scottish. That'll be Strathclyde and Glasgow, I think, both moving into the staging area. They've sort of been going round in a play. 3 teams. We've got an extra team. I don't know who the 3rd team is then. So we've definitely got Glasgow and Strathclyde. I can see their team members on the pit wall. The 3rd team remain a mystery to me. So we're going to get a bit of a surprise as they come through the pit wall. So 52, that's Glasgow. And I think that's Glasgow who just fired their car up.
Yeah, from the engine tone, I think you're right there, Sam. Just keeping an eye on bib numbers and whether we can identify who the 3rd team is. I'm sure we will in a few moments' time. But let's get this Glasgow car out first for another run here on acceleration.
Is it Glasgow or Glasgow? I say Glasgow.
I think we're both saying it wrong, being English, but I think it's best not to imitate the accents. Especially as my boss is from Glasgow as well.
Oh, really? Okay, right.
You're listening.
Well, there's blue sky above Silverstone.
I was going to comment on that. Yeah, just peering through the clouds, a little bit of blue sky. Now, we've had a lot of it so far this week during the static events. Thursday was incredibly hot. I think one of the hottest days that Formula Students can remember.
It was the hottest day of the year, and I think it was the hottest day of Formula Student that I can remember. There is blue sky above Silverstone, but this sums up for the British weather, for the English weather, or the Silverstone weather, if you be more specific. There's blue sky above Silverstone, but it's also raining.
It is still slightly spotting here. It's not Glasgow coming out for this next run. It is the University of Strathclyde once again, the 115. Sam's just going to check where they are in the standings at the moment. And I'm not going to move from my calibrated spot. The 115 under power, rolling towards us here for another run on acceleration.
4.9 is the best for this car, sitting in 8th position. We both thought there was a bit more to come from it. It took a long time to get its runs in earlier on. I'm guessing they've been off to the skid pad and done some running there, put the second driver in, and now they're going to try and get some good runs in here. The engine popping and bubbling away. Thumbs up from the driver, he seems happy. Getting a little briefing from the officials. He's shut the visor, gets the green flag, and the wheels will... Oh, very slow start, very hesitant. Gets away well once it gets going, though, and crosses the line to do a 5.175. Doesn't make a difference to overall standings. I think, again, slightly hesitant off the line. That cost him a little bit of time. I think that car has definitely got a 4.7 or a 4.8 in it.
Yeah, I think they may have just broken the beam ever so slightly. whilst they were having that tardy start, which will have cost them a couple of tenths at least. It had a good middle phase again, like kind of from, what would you say, 20 metres to 50 metres, and then ran out of gears for the last 25.
Well, what was going on there? The driver paused at his pit wall and looked up for some advice. They just told him to get on with it. Quite right too. And so now we get the final run for the University of Strathclyde in this 75-metre acceleration test. Car's not quite straight on the starting grid, so he'll get pushed back and repositioned. Obviously, it's quite slightly disconcerting for the driver just to be pushed back by the officials. And they're pushing him back, and still doesn't look particularly straight, but now they're getting it right. There's the calibrated stick going in. Oh, he sits quite far forwards, doesn't he? And I think that's why there's actually a little bit of a disadvantage for Strathclyde, that they sit quite so far forward on the line. Only by a couple of centimetres, but the green flag rises. Let's see if they get a better start this time. Is it going to bog down? No, the driver's struggling with the transmission. He pulls the gear, and that's a better start this time. Oh, and a bit, well, what on earth was that, Andrew?
That was that smoke again. It looked like it was out to the front right. But it was black smoke. I wonder if it was potentially
exhaust system. Yeah.
Exhaust maybe, but that did not look right at all. On the right-hand side of the car, I should say.
So I wonder if there's a leaking union somewhere on the exhaust system there. But that was a big puff of black-looking exhaust smoke from the right middle section of the car. So it looks like maybe one of the bends on the exhaust maybe has failed, but we didn't hear a sort of, you'd normally hear that. 5.3 was the time, not the best for that car. I'm not too convinced that's particularly healthy. But meanwhile, very healthy, but not running the engine at the moment because he's just stalled. University of Glasgow coming up to the line. Well, will be shortly. Yep, got the engine running this time. Lining up all on his own, or her own. Not sure of the gender of the driver, shouldn't always assume they're men. And gets in position. Final 3 words from the officials. Thumbs up from the driver. And the green flag is lifted for the University of Glasgow. The revs rise. The wheels start to spin very gingerly. Again, a slightly hesitant start, moving left quite a lot as it goes down the strip. 5.172. University of Glasgow sitting in 3rd position. That's not their fastest run. This driver will get another go at it, and he's coming round to do just that. Final run coming up for the University of Glasgow. Got to improve quite a lot, though, to speed up that performance. The rain is still spitting ever so slightly, but it's definitely getting a lot brighter here.
Yeah, and that's good news for later in the afternoon on the sprint event. That's Saturday at Silverstone and the sprint event. Where have we heard that before?
It's 2 weeks running, mate.
Slight problem for Glasgow. It looks like they have stalled just as they were doing the U-turn to come back to the start line. No reason to panic, though. Plenty to get this final run in.
Well, it seems to be struggling, like a lot of cars actually. Low speed running seems to be an issue, but Glasgow just being repositioned on the start line, then the driver will be allowed to fire up the engine and be sent off to get a good time down the end of the National Straight. There's the fire. The driver looks happy. He'll be told to shut his visor. No, he won't. Oh well. Marshall raised the green flag and he stalled, and he did break the beam. So, yeah, that will count as a run. And that is Glasgow's... Oh, dear. Well, this will count as a run. And, well, it works nicely when it gets going, but it just doesn't sort out the starts. 20.051. Still slightly faster than University of West England, though.
It is faster than the team based in Bristol. Driver's gone for a little bit of a tour of the exits onto the national pit straight there, but it has eventually found the cut through back into pit lane, and we'll see Glasgow later on this afternoon in the sprint event.
Yeah, Glasgow really shouldn't be too disappointed with that. They're sitting in 3rd position at the moment, while obviously the positions don't decide the points, it's the times. And Cardiff has set a pretty high bar compared to the rest of the field. It's still respectable, third position overall. They don't need to worry too much. Now, we were promised a third car in the holding area. The identity of that car was a mystery at the time. But I'm going to go and find out who this mystery car is, because I can see the team staging it, but I can't see who they are in identity terms. But the car is right in front of me now. And as I take a look, it looks to be, it is Huddersfield again. So Huddersfield coming back round, but also car 46A, that's UCLan coming back into the staging area to finish off their runs. Now, these teams have all had runs in before, so they're looking to improve their times. They've already got points on the board, and those points will carry through into the overall event results. The teams we haven't seen, though, and there's quite a lot of them, include some of the much fancied front runners. Hertfordshire, we know we're not going to see them. Oxford Brookes, now, that's usually a top team in the UK. We haven't seen them either. We also haven't seen Surrey. We haven't seen Imperial College. Haven't seen, Warwick, Southampton, Sussex, regular runners. And we haven't seen either of the cars from Bath, which is really quite a surprise. Oxford Brookes and Bath not having shown up to the party so far, and Hertfordshire having already retired the car. This is quite an open season for not only the best of the British, but the overall win.
Yeah, the Bath situation really surprises me because, as I say, we've seen that car more than once in scrutineering. I spoke to them last night in the pits, and they all seemed fairly calm, that they were ready to run and all the rest of it. So, yeah, something must have befallen them in the latter stages of getting the car stickered up and getting all those stickers. I wonder, has something happened to them on break that they still needed to do last night?
Yeah, well, University of Huddersfield on the start line now. Looks like the nose has had a biff somewhere in transit, but the car seems quite quick. 5A off the line very neatly. Little bit of an over rev on the first shift, but works its way up the strip pretty nicely for a 5.212. And University of Huddersfield, penultimate run for them. That wasn't their fastest run so far. They still sit in 9th position. Fastest run is a 5.017. So we know that car can go quicker. It's not going at all at the moment. It's stopped at the end of the line.
Something that I noted there on that, Sam, the suspension on the rear of that Huddersfield car seems quite compliant and soft, but in a good way. You could see the axle moving around as it shifted from drive to coaster side of the sprocket, reacting that load through the suspension. Gets the drive line together there. Keep an eye on that for later in the competition. It looks like they've built and set up that car to be quite movable and compliant on the rear axle.
Well, it sounds like our microphones are about as reliable as Charles Leclerc's Ferrari around Silverstone a week ago, cutting out intermittently. But there you go, we'll keep going. And I can hear an engine fired up in the holding area. I can't remember who I said that was, but it looks like Huddersfield are pushing their car back around to have another go. I think they just wanted to have a fiddle with it first.
Did you say UCLan, the team from
Preston? UCLan, of course it is, the team from Preston. And I can still see teams moving around in the paddock with their bibs on and crash helmets ready, but we still haven't seen the cars that associate with those teams. They're running out of time quite rapidly now. Half an hour to go in this acceleration event, and there's a short lunch break. Might eat a burger. And then we're off to the time attack, as I like to call it, or the sprint, as it's officially called. They've got cars who've got ridiculously large wings. Must be a time attack event.
Just looking along the pit wall for which of the teams. I can see some Southampton team members directly ahead of me. I quite like Southampton. They always produce a very spectacular car. To mention the last time we were here, Sam, it had a bit of a rocket launch that Mr. Musk would have been proud of with their exhaust, and they took the award for best sounding vehicle at Former Student last year.
It wasn't last year, it was 2019, and you can look that up on YouTube, and that is a fine-sounding motor car. Anybody who says small four-cylinder engines don't sound good Go and find that, because I think that would be very much like the sound of the new Formula One engines in 2025. If I had my way, which I don't have any say in the matter. So,
well, we did comment when Southampton had that issue that it reminded us of 1995 and John Alesi whipping round here in a V12 Ferrari in terms of how it sounded. But never mind, we'll move back to UCLan. Car 46A.
Well, this small-wheeled car is a 46A, A denoting that it's a 2019 car that's been modified for competition in 2021. Takes us back a little bit, these legacy cars. It's good to see the teams just being able to run a car. That's the most important thing. UCLan, though, they are currently sitting somewhere, or they're second on the timing screen with a best time of 4.6 seconds. So this is a car that has the potential to challenge Cardiff. Well, there's the revs. A start like that, though, probably won't help. Again, got moving and didn't get going. Sounded very good, but 5.1 seconds. Oh, that was all lost on the start.
Yeah, 3, 4, maybe 5 tenths lost there at the start with that near stall. Lost my spot. Oh, there we go. I found it again.
There you go. You just have to see me coming over. Yeah, so car 46A. So he just needs to get a better run off the start line, because the car accelerates beautifully once it's got going. But he ran out of gears at the end of the run. So another shift would cost you time, but you're maxing out the engine, which is the quicker way to go.
I think a lot of it depends on your power band. If you could just come up to the top of your power curve as you hit the finish line, that's perfect. Now, that felt to me like they'd gone beyond it. So, as they've had nearly broken the beam there, they'll be repositioned by the marshals. We've got another Yorkshire car coming up. We'll speak about them in a moment. But yeah, you almost, and it is something that the teams can do. That, you know the distance is going to be 5 metres. You can tune the cars and the engines or the electric motors if you're an electric vehicle to hit that max torque and torque right at the end of the line. Let's see if you can get it better this time. This is their final run. Oh, they nearly stormed it.
No, it's not going to be even close to quicker. Sounds good, but 6.5 seconds is substantially slower than that car can do. Well, enough of them. Let's talk about them. University of Leeds. First time we've seen this car today. Car 97A, another legacy car. University of Leeds were at some points the top runners in the UK a few years through the sort of the wilderness. So it seems to be coming back now as a bit more of a regular dynamic runner.
Yeah, one of 2 teams who were running at the very first event with UK participation. That was in the States in the mid-90s. This was a car very early into scrutineering as well. They were one of the first cars in on Thursday. So they clearly had some challenges, but they're here, they're in the competition, and they're going to score some points out of acceleration.
Now the driver was pointing at the line, like all of some revs.
I'm expecting big, spectacular things on this second run. Round of applause from the team on the pit wall. That's good to see.
Well, they've got points on the board and they've completed the event, so that's really important. That's the most important thing. Get a run in on every single event. So well done, Leeds, for that. Now let's see them go a bit faster. You can see the second driver is waiting for the first driver as well on the pit wall from Leeds, so it looks like they're going to try and get all of their runs in straight away. I wonder if they've been up to skid pad already. I'm not quite sure. The car seems to have stopped, though. That's not what they want to see, or what they need, with just about 20-something minutes left.
Could see Kingston preparing for another run. Car number 20. We saw them earlier Still, I think the only team really from the London area, or the Greater London area, to run so far. Now I can see what's happening with the Leeds driver. There's a little adjustment on the helmet strap. Now we definitely want that on and in place.
That's another sign of a team that's just rushed to get the car ready to get out, and there's really no harm done in being a little bit late to the line like that, because you've got to get the job done before the end, and there's an awful lot of teams who haven't managed that.
So the engine fired again for University of Leeds. It's got quite a nice turning circle on,
It does.
on that car.
Yeah, that's going to be nice through the hector corners later on this afternoon. The car gets staged into position. The driver looks a bit more ready for it this time. Let's see some more revs coming in, maybe. Yeah, a lot more revs this time. Better getaway. Still struggling to get the speed up as he goes. Struggling to drive in a straight line as he changes gear. In fact, struggling to drive in a straight line at all. 8.2 seconds, faster.
Yeah, faster by nearly 3 seconds on that second run. The team from West Yorkshire
Well,
move down the M1 to Kingston University now.
it's a long way down the
That's
M1.
a long, long way.
Well, the second driver for Leeds University is going to get suited up, and we're going to see that Leeds car back imminently. But Kingston University currently sitting 7th position in this competition. Let's see, I think this may be a single run. I think they only have one left. I'm just checking that. No, they have 2 runs left. Their best run is a 4.84. So this could be quite quick if the driver's got the start sorted out, the second driver.
It's also, I don't know if that was on before, it seems to have grown a GoPro and some antennas. I wonder if some live streaming's being done here from the Kingston car.
Well, I did see some of our broadcast partners. Oh, great start there. Very quick off the line from getting the green flag. That's almost unawares. And that's a 4.928. That's a good run. Not their fastest, but that car clearly has potential. Oh, he's gone behind the pit wall again. Interesting. Meanwhile, here's car 7, UWE Bristol. They've definitely only got 1 run left.
Yeah.
They haven't gone sub 20 seconds yet. I think they will this time.
So the target is, I think, that Leeds car. If they can, the crucial thing is that second gear transfer. Can they get that first shift correct? They haven't been able to do so far.
Well, yeah, that's been the problem for them. They have struggled to get the car up. Getting off the line isn't the problem for this car.
Yeah.
Getting it past that point, the first grid hatching here, that's been the problem. So let's see if they can get past the first, 5 meters.
Here we go. Revs again. Oh, it's not happening for them,
And that's the last run for that car. So if you can get this engine fired, which every other time they've managed to do, they get the engine fired on the second attempt. Oh, that's not so good. The engine's hot and it's struggling to restart. That's very bad news for tomorrow. There's the restart, but they're not going to meet that 22nd time. Oh, that's bitterly disappointing. And the same problem again, look. That's bitterly disappointing for the University of West England students, because that car clearly has pace inside it. They just have that little glitch they've not overcome.
I wonder if it's maybe something electrical, or whether there's a fuel cut or something that means that when they do that shift up into gear, they lose the engine. It's a very strange one, but hopefully UWE Bristol will get that one fixed before we see them this afternoon.
Yeah, I mean, that's their final run for today. So while they will get points, they won't get many for that, because that is quite a big percentage difference to Cardiff's 4.0. I couldn't even calculate the percentage on that. 200?
Well, we're definitely getting to the crunch point of this competition, Sam, because I can see some of our high-ranking judges and officials starting to come down here to the pit straight. I can see Dan Jones there on his phone, obviously checking something out, maybe reviewing some rules or a protest from somebody.
Nah, no one's going to protest at this point. There's nothing to protest against. And the static final results, I don't think, are out. So yeah, so we're still missing quite some big runners. So the top cars, as we see, the cars that are in the top 6 runoff, And they probably need to be thinking about doing some more runs are Cardiff, who are top of the timesheets. UCLan in second position, Glasgow in third, Coventry are fourth, Swansea in fifth, Staffordshire are in sixth position at the moment. And they are all at the moment in the top 6 runoff. However, there are a few cars that could knock them out at this point, but they need to be thinking about that running for those final 5 points. There's about 15 minutes left before they'll be needed in the holding area. So Cardiff, UCLan, Glasgow, Coventry, Swansea and Staffordshire probably should be thinking about getting some extra runs in. But Swansea, crucially, still has its second driver runs to get through. So they've got their second driver runs, then the top 6 runoff runs. So Swansea's got 3 more runs to do in quite a short amount of time. Kingston in 7th, they've got 1 more run to do. They could get into the top 6 runoff still. Huddersfield, they have another run available to them down in 9th position. Strathclyde in 8th, they've used up all of their runs. They won't get into the top 6 now. Sheffield Hallam, they still have 2 runs available as well. Leeds have 2 runs. And University of West England, we just saw them down in 12th position and currently last with 20 seconds as their best time. Right now, the big battle seems to be around second position with times between 4.6 seconds down to 5. And that little time bracket is where most of the cars sit. But Cardiff are some way ahead. So as things look at the moment for the top 6 runoff, Cardiff are going to cruise their way to an additional 5 points. But there are still some cars that we haven't seen yet who could cause some upsets there.
Hopefully the microphone is working. Yes, it is. Thank you to another one of our Dynamics event captains, Ben Stevenson, who has sent me the results as they stand from Skidpad. And we've been talking a lot about how UE Bristol have been having their problems here down at Acceleration, but they've been doing very, very well up at Skidpad and currently lead that competition on a, what's that going to be, a 5.420. Cardiff running strongly again in second place. Their best lap time or time for the event is going to be a 5.57. Staffordshire in third. Did have a DNF on run number 1, but then second driver did very nicely, 6.175, sticks them in third. Glasgow in fourth. Coventry 5th, Leeds have had a strong run on Skidpad as well in 6th, ahead of West Yorkshire rivals Huddersfield in 7th, UCLan in 8th, Kingston 9th, Swansea 10th and Strathclyde in 11th. So that's his Skidpad with 15 minutes to go.
Well, I just saw the weather warning that appeared on your phone as we were looking at that. Severe warning of thunderstorms for where we're standing. That's interesting. And the sky has darkened over a little bit. So, University of West England, they must be really disappointed then with that acceleration run, because that car has clearly got pace in the quite enough, just a few hundredths of a second away from getting into the top 6 runoff. Kingston stays 7th position. Disappointment there on the pit wall. Almost did it.
I'm going to put something out here. I just wonder whether a short shift to get into third, but then hit that power band at the top, is what that car needs. Because it seemed to just run out of legs in second there in the last 10.
After a good getaway, it just seemed to it wasn't slowing down, but its rate of acceleration certainly wasn't as high. You can probably see that in the curves on the data on the car, that it's just, they missed the sweet spot ever so 6 runoff. So, at the moment, as things look, with barely 10 minutes of this session left, the top 6 cars who are going to go again will be Cardiff, University of Central Lancashire, Glasgow, Coventry, Swansea and Staffordshire. So they will be expected to be lining up in the pit lane at some point soon. And we will see who is the fastest. Though at the moment, that looks pretty quick. However, the top 6 runoff has produced very unpredictable results in the past. A small driver error from the Cardiff car could cost them 5 points in the overall result. And with those tight times, with UCLan not UCLan, University of West England Bristol in the skid pad. Cardiff needs those 5 points because University of West England Bristol look like a threat for this competition.
They do now. Also, quick reminder, public service announcement for teams, especially those in the top 6 at the moment. Do make sure that you are getting yourselves ready for the shootout. We'll want to get this shootout done nice and promptly and give everyone as big a lunch break as possible before sprints. So that top 6 on the scores at the moment, get your cars ready because it's nearly race time.
Absolutely, yeah, those cars need to all be lining up in the pit lane in the next 5 minutes or so, fully fueled and ready to go. We won't wait for you. We are just going to get going. And if you're not ready, you're going to lose those points. Well, a team that doesn't want to lose points is car 97A. It's the University of Leeds. They are looking to improve on their current 11th position. Only did manage to do a 8-second run last time out. That clearly wasn't quite right for the car, and they struggled to get their pace. But I think this time the revs are seeming higher on, much higher actually. It sounds quite different, the Leeds car now.
Yeah, it sounds like they've had a play around with maybe the trying to find a calibrated spot again. Play around with the throttles and the engine mapping. 11.1 was their first run, 8.2 their second run.
It seems Andrew's calibration seems a little bit inconsistent.
Need to change the power mode perhaps on the micro. There we go, we're back in spot. So to improve a position further, 5.2 is 8, which was Sheffield Hallam's second run time. We get them in the top 10 as well.
Could they get into the top 6 though? Could Leeds? We don't really know what the Leeds cars got under it because those first runs were a little bit abortive. The team are still fettling the car quite a lot. It doesn't look like there's anyone else waiting, so no one else is going to worry. Those top 6 runoff cars, though, they all seem to be absent. The Leeds car seems to have shut down. And we're waiting for those top 6 runoff teams. So while we wait for Leeds to get its car going, Cardiff, UCLan, Glasgow, Coventry, Swansea and Staffordshire are all expected to be in the holding area, well, pretty much now, or they're going to lose points.
Yeah, that is cars number 16, 46, 52, 87, 26 and 136.
Come down to the holding area, or you're not going to qualify. Well, Leeds has gone rather quiet. I can see a car being rolled down pit road. That's Swansea. So they're coming down for the top 6 runoff. They're good and ready. I wonder if the other Welsh team will be quite as prepared as Swansea, because this could cause an upset, you see. If Cardiff aren't ready and miss out on this, Swansea could come and nick it from them. Or the Cardiff driver makes an error. Swansea could nick it from them and grab those extra points. So that's really what the University of West England Bristol is going to be hoping dearly for, is for them to be able to take points off Cardiff by Swansea turning up. It's a bit like AlphaTauri coming up and beating a McLaren or Ferrari and taking points off them in the battle for third in the Formula One Constructors' Championship.
Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Thank you for joining us here today for Formula Student 2021. We will have the sprint event later on today. Plenty of other pieces that have been filmed over the last couple of days. The media team have been very, very busy, keeping an eye on the teams, talking to the teams to go through all the static events. So plenty to look forward to here on the YouTube stream. Do make sure that you've pressed that like button, given the channel a subscribe, and shared the stream out as well on the social media platform of your choice. Let people know that we've got action here today at Silverstone.
Well, the 2 Welsh teams are in position for the top 6 runoff. I can see that large red dragon, which means Cardiff is there. We've already seen Swansea in position. Are the Scottish teams here, though? Have we got Glasgow and... oh, yeah, just Glasgow, isn't it, from the Scottish contingent in the top 6 runoff? They, as far as I can see, some Scottish flags on the pit wall, but I don't know if their car is there. Southampton are on the pit wall, but we haven't seen their car at all so far. And And with barely 5 or 6 minutes to go in the main session, I think Southampton probably are not going to be joining us. And yeah, the heads are shaking. So Southampton, unfortunately, not going to be keeping up the honours of the South Coast, making this a rather northern competition at the moment. Kingston University in 7th position just missed out on this top 6 runoff, meaning Staffordshire we expect to see somewhere on the pit road at the moment, as well as Coventry and University of Central Lancashire. I can see cars beginning to position out. I don't know if we've got the full set. Doesn't quite look like we have, because I haven't seen any of those Glaswegian shirts on the pit wall, which we'd expect to see at about this time. And Strathclyde I can see, but they didn't qualify. Well, still a few minutes left for the last 2 cars to come and make a qualifying run. And then it's into the top 6 runoff.
I think I just heard, Sam, the 97 car of Leeds has refired, so they're going to have another go. In fact, no, it is the Swansea car now.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah, now Swansea have got runs remaining here. They've still got 2 more.
Yeah, Swansea have got, yes, that's right. Now, this is interesting for Swansea, because they now need to do 3 runs in about 5 minutes. They've got 2 runs now, then the top 6 runoff. They're pretty much locked into the top 6 runoff.
Is this slightly tactical? This might be a great play from Swansea, because they're going to get a couple of runs on those tyres, maybe have a bit more heat in them than the
And they can use the same driver, of course.
And they can use the same driver. This could be a great tactical play from Swansea. Now, 4.763 is currently their fastest run. That was their very first run. It's got them there in 5th position. 4.075 is your lead time at the moment from car. Very good. Swansea slight pause as they shifted up to second. 4.88. Solid. The second fastest time that Swansea have done today.
Now, the Swansea driver is coming back to the start line for that final run. It'll be interesting to see what he does at the end of this run, though. Will he come back and then just go and park under the bridge, as the Swansea driver is entitled to do? Or will he go back to the holding area? Now, if I was the Swansea team, I'd take the car straight under and park it under the bridge and get going. Well, here we go. Car 26A rolls up to the start line, ready for his final run. Now, they are pretty much locked into the top 6 runoff at the moment. Leeds are unlikely to knock out Swansea, because Swansea are not. They're going to see more cars than that, because Swansea is currently in 5th position. And another great start there from Swansea, launching quite nicely down the strip and crossing the line in a 4.797. Which is still not their fastest time. Now Swansea's going back behind the wall, and I guess he'll just roll straight through to the holding area, because they have qualified for the top 6 runoff, and at the moment there is no chance of them being knocked out.
Couple of public service announcements from Mr. KU. 12 o'clock noon, the opportunity for drivers to walk around the sprint track will open, so that's from noon. Drivers who are going to be taking part in the sprint, do make sure that you've had your chance to walk around the circuit, check it out, see where all those cones are. And also for those watching on the stream, 1 p.m, we've got the business presentation finals, which you will be able to watch live in full on the YouTube stream, so stick about for that.
Isn't that the same time as the sprint?
Now we're at 2.
Oh, longer lunch break. Excellent. I hadn't realised. Oh, yes, do tune in for the business presentation finals, because if you ever watch the Dragon's Den, it's that, but motorsport. I will be watching that. That's going to be really cool. They've never shown that before. Oh, well done, Formula Student. That is going to be great to watch.
So Leeds getting ready then for their next run.
She's stand that way. Try that.
So 8.2 currently their fastest.
Oh,
just trying to get the car refired.
Oh, it's trying to get it fired, but the battery's still attached. Well, it worked. I'm not sure that was the neatest way to get your car fired up. Not entirely sure it was within the regulations either, but they'll get away with it. Now, Leeds, a lot of welly could get them up the leaderboards, and they're going to need a lot of welly to get up the leaderboard. They've still got 2 runs.
3 seconds is what they need to improve on a position.
I think they just need all. it sounds like this engine struggles to rev high and then struggles to transmit the power to the wheels. They need to get those revs high and then just go for it. I think he did actually. I don't think he crossed the beam before the power went down, so that could be better. It is better. He had a little bit of a directional moment there at the end, 6.741. Improvement for Leeds, but doesn't improve their position. They remain in 11th position. Now, they've still got one run left, and they are taking advantage of that. Yeah, that's the right thing to do. That car looks like it's a little bit of a handful once it gets over a certain speed.
Yeah, I'm slightly concerned that that car is, when it comes up to the optional slaloms, it's, do you know what it reminds me of? It reminds me of a classic Defender, so the old Defender, which went out of production a few years ago, where you don't drive Defender, Defender drives you. It decides where to go.
I've never driven one of those.
For dear life.
Well, Leeds is gingerly making its way back to the start line. It's got to be a bit swift about it because I think there's about 30 seconds left of the event and Huddersfield wants to have a go.
Yeah, and Huddersfield, if they can improve by, what would you say, around a quarter of a second on their 5.017, they could sneak into the top 6. Staffordshire on the bubble at the moment on a 4.763, so they'll be very keen to get this run done.
Yeah, so Huddersfield do need to get that run in, but I can see the officials looking at the time, and Leeds are holding up their Yorkshire stablemates.
Yeah, this is a frustrating moment for Huddersfield. I know this personally. Back in 2012, had this frustration in the Birmingham car. Monash had gone for a fly or die last run and taken out about 20 billion cones, and we missed out as a result. So hopefully, Huddersfield will have the number of seconds to get this run done. Marshall's working very hard.
I don't know if Huddersfield are going to get their run in. I can see the engine stopped on the Huddersfield car. I can see one of the officials on the radio. They're talking amongst themselves. Are Huddersfield going to be able to get the run? They haven't pushed the car back yet, and the head's being shaken. Huddersfield are not going to be able to have their run. So, yeah, that is Leeds has there just cost Huddersfield its chance of getting into the top 6. But as you say that, though, Huddersfield had that run left and didn't take advantage of it earlier. I think that was a little bit of a strategic error there.
Yeah, we've had plenty of opportunities for drivers and teams to get their runs in as the Marshall swiftly move the number 97 out the way, because we are going to now start to get ready for the top 6 run out.
Andrew, you stay there, don't move and look towards the building. I'm going to keep talking over here because these are the cars that we're going to see in the top 6 runoff. It's Cardiff, it's Central Lancashire, it's Glasgow, it's Coventry, it's Swansea, and it is Staffordshire. And there was a bit of a cheer there. I'm not sure why. Let's have a look and see. So, unfortunately, the stricken Leeds car has been pushed under the bridge. I'm not sure if they're going to leave that there, because that will ruin the top 6 runoff photo. Let's have a look at who's down on pit road, ready to go. I can see the UCLan car there. They are ready. I can see Coventry. I can see Cardiff. I can see... I can't quite see. That's Glasgow hiding there behind Cardiff. And I think that is Staffordshire sitting there, and Swansea's back there as well. So it looks like we've got the full set of top 6 runoff cars, and they're all going to be waved through to the start line now. I think that's what's next. We need to, they're just waiting for the Leeds car to be removed, and then it will be time to get the top 6 in position. The cars are being waved through. The Welsh flag is flying. Will it be a Welsh victory? A lot of pressure. The format of the top 6 runoff is very simple. The fastest 6 cars from this morning will line up under the start gantry right here. And then, one by one, they will get to have a single run up this 75-metre acceleration course. Once they've done that, that time will only count towards the top 6 runoff. There's no reruns. There's no second chances. Any fluffed starts, any mistakes, that'll pay. And the winner gets 5 points.
It could be a very crucial 5 points in the context of this year's competition. Joining us here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021. And the Staffordshire cheer that went up there when they heard that they got that second place, what a story for them. You know, if I think back a few years ago, they were just about squeezing through scrutineering. We saw them in the later stages of endurance, I want to say, in 2018. They had a bit of a big moment. I remember them going up on two wheels and nearly went over. It was a car that had come together but clearly needed a little bit of work to get it to be more drivable and a bit more performance out of it. And that seems to be what they've done here this year.
Well, it seems to be working for Staffordshire. They've got into that top 6 runoff, sitting in 6th position. We're going to get to see them again. And you never know. I remember a few years ago, all the electric cars, all the big budget teams were lined up under the bridge there, and they all set off one by one. But the conditions were just so that underfunded Greek team, and it was just at the height of the financial crisis in Greece, that underfunded Greek team had only just made it to the competition. They didn't have any wings on their car. They had a combustion engine. It was the only combustion engine out of all the electrics. They won the top 6 runoff.
Yeah, they did indeed. And as you say, run to decide this competition for each of the teams. And if we see, you know, if Cardiff or someone like that stalls and breaks the beam, we've seen it happen to a number of teams already so far today. That's it. They will not take that trophy for this event home with them.
Yeah, and I think there's teams like University of West England, Bristol, with that great result on the skid pad earlier, ahead of Cardiff, leading that competition. Now, if some other teams manage to go faster since we looked at those scores, Cardiff are going to be losing a few points out, you know, and I don't think they're going to lose too many to University of West England there, but University of West England didn't perform well on this test just because of that funny little glitch in changing gear. They need to make up some points to Cardiff. So what they don't want is Cardiff to gain more points over them. So they will be desperate for 5 cars. They don't really mind which of the 5 it is to take points out of Cardiff's lead at the moment. And right now, on the dynamic events, at least, we know Cardiff is leading the competition. They were second on the skid pad last time we looked, and not far off the leader. And of course, ahead by a little bit of a margin here in the acceleration. So that battle between the University of West England, Bristol and Cardiff University, well, it's all looking very much Bristol Channel and the estuary there, all along the same bit of countryside really, Bristol in England. Cardiff obviously, and proudly, in Wales. They will be battling. Well, the cars are firing up for the top 6 runoff. They'll be lined up in front of us momentarily. I think the first car is about to roll through. Not quite sure who it will be. Whether they're going to line them up as they normally do under the start gantry, I'm not sure. Yes, they are. And it's the University of Central Lancashire. Nearly said Lancaster. I swear it is, but University of Central Lancashire. Car 46A, the first to take its position under the bridge. It's a great photo opportunity, this, but it's also a great opportunity for the teams to grab some extra points. And there it is, UCLan there, looking very good with that all-black car. Weighing in at 259.5 kilos. It's the University of Central Lancashire, car 46A from England. Joining them under the bridge, it's Staffordshire University, weighing in at 312 kilos from the central part of the United Kingdom. With their combustion engine, they will be ready to take on their northern rivals. Next to join them, coming up to the start line, it's the former British champions. No, it's not. Jumping the position. It's from Scotland, weighing in at 214.5 kilos. It is the University of Glasgow. Then the next car round to join us will be, I think, the former British champions, the multiple Celtic Cup winner, weighing in at 202.5 kilos. It's Cardiff, the Dragons, fastest this morning. Will they be able to repeat that? Joining them from the West Midlands, weighing in at 271 kilos, Coventry University, Phoenix Racing. Then 211 kilos. Somebody's handwriting isn't very good. Then, last of the top 6 to join us. The driver still bolting in. The last car we saw doing its run from the South Welsh coast, weighing in at 234.5 kilos. The scrutineer couldn't decide. It's Swansea. It's going to be a great runoff. Now, the question we face, will Swansea or Coventry or one of these other teams be able to take 5 points away from Cardiff University? Back in the paddock, there's a number of teams who will be desperate for one of these cars to take points away from the Welsh champions. This is going to be an absolutely thrilling session. The 6 cars are almost lined up on the grid. All 6 cars will be lined up and they'll be sent one by one off the line. I think they're going to run in reverse speed order. Not quite sure about the order of running. We'll see as it comes. But this is a big showdown. This is one of my favourite parts of Formula Student every single year. It took us years to put this into the competition, and now it's a fixture. This is one of the most exciting parts. One shot, high pressure. Andrew, you've driven these cars. How much is on these drivers' shoulders right now?
A lot. Your heart rate will be, well, off the scale, I imagine, at the moment, especially for some of these newer teams who haven't been in this position before, haven't been in a shootout. Cardiff, I'm pretty sure they have been here back a few years ago when they won this competition overall. But Coventry, we've not seen them in this position. Swansea, we've definitely not seen them in this position. Staffordshire, as we say, what a rise they've had. This has got to be the highlight of their Formula Student, the history of their team so far. Glasgow, they've had glimpses of these bits of success in the past, but this is a really, really good opportunity for all of them to get some strong points.
Absolutely, and as I was saying, there's 5 points for this. Doesn't sound like a lot, but looking at the way things have panned out in the competition so far, 5 points is going to be a lot. Now, with 2 Welsh teams in the top 6 runoff, there's nothing more to do than to have Dowie, I call him Dewey, tell us in Welsh who's going to win.
Cardydd.
He says Cardiff. Now, explain to us in Welsh why.
Wel, mae'r car yn lot gyflymach.
Because he says they're the quickest, probably.
Actually.
Well, I speak fluent Welsh, obviously, like my Japanese. Now, of this top 6 runoff, you've driven enough of these cars over there. How much pressure in Welsh is on these drivers' shoulders?
Nid lot, mae'r car yn gyflym iawn, so bydd i Robin yn neud job arbennig o dda.
What? Says, there he says. So that is our contribution to S4C's coverage of Formula Student this year. And back to English, he said quite simply that the pressure is huge on the driver's shoulders. There's so much difficult to do, and particularly when a commentator comes up and asks you to speak in Welsh. But we do that every year, and we'll hopefully have some commentary in Welsh later on in the day as well.
He does it absolutely brilliantly, does Dowie.
Dewey?
Well, I got massively told off for saying Dewey last year on the virtual stream, so I'm going to.
I got told off his by his mum. Genuinely did for mispronouncing his name. Anyway, 2 Welsh universities, 1 Scottish, and some Englishes. Mostly from, well, entirely northern bits of English in England, if you count Staffordshire as the north, which I do.
Oh, we're not going to get into one of those debates, are we, today? But so this should, if I'm correct in saying, be run in reverse order.
In theory, yes.
Staffordshire going first. Obviously, they got their time in very, very early. About the rain, but at the moment,
it's dry.
It seems to be holding off.
It's dry. There's a there's a cross tailwind now. It's changed slightly. It's rotated around a little bit. The wind's blowing from just by the UTC. There's a bit of a gust to remind us. You can see the flags on the finish line giving you a rough indication of the wind, at least one of them anyway. The other one's given up. But all 6 cars are now in line for the top 6 runoff. The teams are lined up behind them. Andrew Deakin's ready with some notifications and official-looking things, so that means we must be almost ready to go. Looks like it's the receipts from the bar last night. It's the skid pad results. And, right, we're just about to get a notification that we are ready to go. Yes, so what the Dynamics team said we're ready to go. The officials look ready to go. The green flag is going to be unfurled imminently. And the first cars are going to run through. Now, we're going to see the cars run through. This is going to be, I'm excited about this. So, the first car being called to the line is car 136. That is the University of Staffordshire. The engine fires up, and he rolls up to the staging area. Remember, this is one attempt to get those 5 points. Fastest time wins. There are no second chances. This is where the pressure builds up on every single driver. A stall, a mistake, a fluffed gear change, you're out.
The shark on the front of the nose cone reminds me of a 2001 Jordan when they were going through that phase of having animals on the front of the nose cone.
I always preferred the snake.
The snake was good in '97, so what could Staffordshire do here? This is the biggest moment in the history of Staffordshire's time in Formula Students. They are the first runner in the 2021 Acceleration Top 6 shootout.
We're just waiting for the thumbs up from the timekeepers. And looking across, there's a short delay here. That's Staffordshire are not sure. This isn't going to help them. The timekeeper's working. The thumbs up to the timekeepers. Staffordshire's ready. The green flag is lifted. Slight creep, but that got away with it. Accelerates well down the strip. Crosses the line in 4.953. Now, that time is in the bank. That was a clean run. Everybody else has to beat that time.
It's definitely put the pressure on. It's not as quick as they went earlier, but it's in that realm where if you have a stall or a missed gear change, you're not going to beat that. That could get Staffordshire some more points here.
Yeah, that's a nice little banker time, and Staffordshire not quite sure to go. They're getting 2 runs at this. That's a change to the format. That's news to us. Okay, so 2 runs in the top 6 runoff, then each driver gets 2 runs. I think that's probably because we've got more time in the event than we're used to. So, 2 chances at this then for each driver. That is a change to the format. And that's not going to help. So that's the first run count. So doesn't matter, that counts. And well, doesn't matter. He might as well just drive off now. It's done. Yeah, he's given up on it. He might as well drive off and back to the paddock. Well done, though. Great effort on that first run. This second run doesn't matter. Still giving it some, though. Excellent. Good on the driver. And having a bit of fun trying to stop it at the end. So that's nice. But that's also put a bit of pressure on the drivers down there, because I don't think they realised they had 2 runs. We certainly didn't. So that's new formatting.
What we just saw there was the classic example of, we've seen a lot of cars stalled. These are really, really tricky cars to get off the line. Good for Staffordshire, they got the banker in. But that'll have played on the minds of all of these drivers who've gone, oh no, I hope I don't do that when it comes to my crucial run.
Yeah, absolutely. That's certainly going to be on the minds of the driver of this car 26A, Swansea University. The green flag is lifted. First of his 2 runs. Great getaway there from Swansea, but terrible fluff in the middle sector. That is not a good run. 6.4, and it sounded like a bit of a misfire.
Yeah, something is awry with the Swansea car. We saw it out not that long ago for their 3rd and 4th runs to consolidate their position in the top 6. I wonder if there's a bit of clutch slip involved there as well.
Yeah, it just didn't look quite right. So second chance for the Swansea driver. He will be very thankful of this unexpected second chance, because that run would have put them out. But now, here comes the Swansea team. It looks like he's lined it up quite nicely for the start line. Marshall's will be pleased with that. Yeah, they feel he's a bit too close to the cones on the right-hand side, though, so they are going to push him back and pull him back and put him onto the line again. Now, was that an engine problem? It sounds like it's running fine now, or as you say, was it a bit of clutch slip? Certainly didn't sound quite right. 4.9 is the time to beat. Doesn't matter. If you go slower, you're out. You've got to be beat 4.9 to stay in.
Last chance then for Swansea to get more points.
No, he's blown it. Yeah, that's it. That's the end of the day for, well, the end of the morning for Swansea. And that battery's going to need charging.
Yeah. So I think they're stuck in gear. So at the moment, what you're seeing, I have seen a team finish endurance in this manner.
Yes,
They're
I have as well.
Moving on the starter motor, they've become heavy.
It is legal to do that. You are allowed to cross the line on the starter motor only. But yes, you're right. It's stuck in gear, and Swansea will be pushed. Yeah, they'll be pushed away. The car's completely stuck in gear, and well, disaster for Swansea. They're out of this, and this is going to really now be playing on the minds of the other teams and drivers in there. Seeing 2 runs though probably put a huge relief on the Cardiff driver. That is in their favour to have 2 runs, because 1 run makes it more likely to get an unexpected result. 2 runs means you can survive a poor run, but 2 poor runs and getting stuck in the gear. Well, for Swansea, oh, they got it out again now, have they? Yeah. Oh well, doesn't matter.
We'll give him a big round of applause. A great run from Swansea this morning. They've got a lot of points on the board. And we'll see them again in the sprint event this afternoon. The great news though, Sam, that's 1 point guaranteed.
Yeah, they've looked at
one step on this roster and could go even further.
They've locked in a point. That's good for them. Now, is anybody else going to have troubles? For Swansea, that's a loss of points, clearly. And Cardiff just looking there, just probably counting their points. And UWE Bristol probably sitting there going, oh, this isn't looking great, guys. So a little bit worried. They're going to have to zero the time screen again, because unless they just like number 43. Don't think there is a 43 in the competition this year.
I'm racking my brains now.
Yeah, I don't think there is.
So Coventry coming to the line next.
Coventry is coming to the line next. Your calibration means you have to look at the old commentary box. Car 87A, Phoenix Racing from Coventry. Let's see what they've got. 2 runs at this. Can they go any quicker? They've got to beat that 4.9 seconds, and they're going to pick up some big points. Even if they have a poor run, they should be able to beat that Swansea time. Unfortunate run for the Swansea team, some issue with the car there. Here comes Coventry though, the revs are going to rise, and the wheels should spin. Very ginger off the line. Probably a safe approach, goes slightly quicker than Swansea, as they do, 5.2. Now they need to come back and go quicker, or it's not Strathclyde, Staffordshire will be picking up more points.
That 4.9 really has thrown the gauntlet down and put the pressure on these other teams. Coventry rolling back down towards the start line. Driver taking a breather at this stage as well, keeping themselves nice and calm. They've got 1 more opportunity to try and beat that 4.9 from Staffordshire a few moments ago. We've seen Swansea already not able to do so.
Yeah, and if Coventry are in... If the Coventry driver gets this right, instantly pick up points. And in points, I think there's going to be extraordinarily close competition come the close of play tomorrow. These points today could make the difference between being on the podium for Coventry or being 5th or 6th.
Absolutely. So let's see, can Coventry get this run in? 5.293 on the board already for them. They've already beaten Swansea's effort. Just getting the car repositioned. And they'll be ready for this final run.
Well, car 87A on start line, the green flag's given. The revs are going to rise, there they go. Much higher, oh, fluff start though. Did he break the beam? Oh, the beam, no, the timing system didn't initialise. Well, I think there was a timing glitch there. And I'm looking to the timekeepers to try and find out what that was. So that result was not a result. I'm going to, this is like going to VAR in a football match, and find out what the situation there is. Well, Coventry have gone behind the wall, but may actually get recalled. I'm not sure what's going to happen here. We're waiting to see if we get confirmation of the time. The timekeepers, I think, have got a time. Yeah, the timekeepers have got the time for Coventry, but Glasgow is getting off the line. So let's find out what's going on with Glasgow. We'll get back to Coventry's time in a moment. They did register a time. Everything's ready for Glasgow. The time, Glasgow being held, actually, just while the timekeepers sort out Coventry. So I'm going to go back to that one. And the time for Coventry was 5.030. So Coventry was a 5.030, so slightly slower than Staffordshire. Now it's all on Glasgow in car 52 from the University of Glasgow. Good effort, though, from for that 5.020. Now the revs are rising. Staffordshire are looking good. Here comes Glasgow, though. First 2 runs, a little bit of a slow start. What's he going to produce? 4.929. I think that's slightly quicker than Staffordshire. I have to go and check. Yes, that is quicker than Staffordshire. Good points already for the Scottish team. Now, can they go any better and pick up points and put the pressure on the only cars remaining, University of Central Lancashire and Cardiff? They're the only 2 cars that can beat this one. That is some solid points already locked in, though, for Glasgow.
I think they've got to inspire the spirit of some of the great Scottish motorsport heroes in the past. I'm thinking Colin McRae, if in doubt, flat out. They can afford to really give it some on this one, because it could give them a round victory.
Yeah, again, like we say, these points are all going to matter. Glasgow's got a good dynamic car. Haven't seen how it's been going in the statics, but this is clearly a good dynamic car, and these points could really, really matter. Well, second and final run for the University of Glasgow in the 2021 Formula Student Acceleration Run. The revs are up, the flag is up, and off up the track goes the car, in theory, but it doesn't. And he cut the beam there, so that run is gone. So that time from Glasgow, he'll finish this run, but it won't matter. This is now just a fun and experience. Crosses the line, 11.3, doesn't really matter. That is Glasgow done for the day, but looking pretty good. Third at very worst, and currently first. Now we're waiting for UCLan. I heard a rev of power, and the car stalled. Now, UCLan have got it fired up again. Car 46A coming to the start line. Can he best Glasgow? Well, he's going to need to keep that engine running if he's going to.
Yeah, and the UCLan car's been having problems with running at low revs so far today. Another car that we saw in 2019, modified, hence the letter A on the number board there.
As I understand it, there's going to be 2 classifications at the end of the competition, those for the A's, those for the not A's, and then the overall classification. But University of Central Lancashire, they've got the engine firing, but it doesn't sound like it's running particularly smoothly. And he's being pushed back from the line. That's just for positioning purposes. This car sounds like it doesn't really want to go far, does it?
No, it does seem to be struggling, and I hope they can get that fixed for the afternoon. He has moved slightly forward. It's not broken the beam yet. There's the green flag. Brilliant sound. Over the line. What's the time?
4.788. That's the fastest time we've seen so far from UCLan. So UCLan go into a confirmed top 2 position in the top 6 runoff. Only one car can beat them. It's the Welsh, but we're not done with the Scots yet.
Yeah, this has really put the pressure on the teams to follow UCLan here, and they've still got one more run to go. That is pretty much what they did in the regular part of the acceleration event as well. So to do that on your first run, that's very impressive from them.
Yeah, it really is. And of course, right now, this could all really matter, because if Cardiff have a shocker, and we've seen it happen to their Welsh countrymen, Swansea, if Cardiff have a bit of a shocker, they will lose all of these points, and those points will go to UCLan.
They will indeed. So one more run for University of Central Lancashire here. Can they improve on that 4.7? Is a 4.6 or maybe a 4.5 achievable? Now, they've got to get it started first. There it is. No, it's gone again. Thumbs up from the driver. He is ready. Last run for the University of Central Lancashire. Oh no, it's not going to be better, Sam.
No, there's no way that's going to be better. That was a poor start. Sounds great, that car, but 7.1 seconds. So now it is all on one car. The former British champions, the former Welsh champions and Celtic Cup winner, multiple Celtic Cup winner, to be honest. It's the team with the Dragons on the car. It's Cardiff. Fastest this morning. Can they go quicker and get those 5 points? This is a lot of pressure. This is not about winning points for Cardiff now. This is about protecting points. If they can go quicker, they've got those 5 points in the board. And there they go. Great start. Off the line very neatly. Accelerated well. That's going to be it. That's 4.051. Cardiff have already won the top 6 runoff. That is 5 points to Cardiff.
And that there, for me, Sam, that's why we talk about it a lot in Formula Student, why power to weight is so important. They've got one of the lightest cars in this runoff. They've got that Triumph engine in the back, powering down the National Pit Straight. As you say, they've already won this event, and this is a bit of a glory run for them now.
Yeah, this is a glory run. Let's see just how fast Cardiff can go. They've already won. They've got the 5 points in the bag. There's nothing more to prove. There's nothing they can lose. Cardiff, see if they can go sub 4 seconds. They're so close to it. 500th of a second off. A good start. That is a good start. And off down the straight pretty well. What have they got? It is a 4.011. So close. Well done, Cardiff. Congratulations in Welsh. And a fantastic result for Cardiff University. And that leaves me with one thing to do with a victory for Cardiff. Allow the man, Dewi Griffiths, to sign off this morning's broadcast with a message of congratulations to the teams from Wales.
Da iawn Caerdydd, da iawn Robin, peli massive arno ti.
Well done. Well, thanks everybody for joining us here on Formula Student 2021. Don't forget to tune in to the live coverage of the business presentation finals. This is going to be absolutely fantastic to watch. It's the first time it's ever been broadcast, and I tell you what, it is absolutely fascinating. I'm going to be tuning into that on YouTube. I'll see you in the chat.
After that disappointing run for the University of Bristol, they've changed drivers. The car bogging down, of course, during the gear changes, stalling and then getting going, but it was quick when it was running. You guys had a bit of a disappointing first run. Yeah. Any problem with the cars or just the seat time?
A little bit of a spike of lean. It's running a bit lean as getting into really high-end revs. Hopefully we're just about to sort it. Should be all right for the next run.
So you're pretty happy? It looked fast once it was running.
Yeah, once it gets going, it seems to be fine. It's just actually getting off the line. I'm a bit bothered with it at the moment. But
where's your driver who went for the first time? Is he around?
No, I think he's gone for a bit of just a cool down. All got a little bit tense.
The pressure's on then on you now for this one, because the car looked fast, but of course, a bit of a disappointing first run. What can you do?
Yeah, no pressure. I think we've had a relatively new driver in there, so not too experienced in the car. We didn't get time to go in the test area last night. We were arranged to go in there, but they didn't let us in because it was too late. I've got a bit more experience in the car, so hopefully be a bit better with the clutch, and we'll see how we go. Hopefully it's not a problem with the car or the ECU jobby, anything like that, and yeah, hopefully we'll be good.
What's the key to this event? What's the key to getting a good run?
Not wheel spinning off the line, not getting bogged down, maximum revs, launch control if you got it. Unfortunately this year we haven't, next year we probably will. Yeah, just luck as well.
So you've really got to balance your throttle work when you get it off the line.
Yeah, pretty good clutch control, and yeah, this good. We'll be fine.
So if you think about this in terms of a road car, where's the camera? There's the camera. If you drop your clutch, which of course you shouldn't do, that's hooliganism, the wheels will spin and you'll feel like you're going quickly because there'll be a sudden jolt, but actually you're losing a lot of time by not having the traction down because the wheels are spinning. So these guys have got to get maximum traction. The less wheel spin, the more revs, and the faster they can get through the gears, the faster they're going to complete that 75-metre sprint. Cardiff University 4.07 is the current time to beat, and University of Bristol showing their intent. So it's a show of strength. The car was running a bit lean on the first run. I don't know if you can just have a look down here at intricate detail at the back of this car. You see the Öhlins remote reservoir dampers. This is advanced engineering. These cars are really well set up. It's a nice bit of kit, isn't it? Bristol University ready to head out onto the start line after a disappointing first run with an inexperienced driver who's gone to cool down, collect himself, ready for the further dynamic events this weekend at Formula Student. We'll try and catch up with a few more drivers as this 75-metre acceleration event continues. You're joining us here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021. It's back in real life and we're live throughout the weekend. How good does that feel?
Welcome. Welcome to the 2021 Business Presentation Final here at Formula Student UK. My name is Rob Wild, I'm the Deputy Head Business Judge, and we have 3 fantastic teams going to be presented to you today. We have 2 live and 1 virtually, coming all the way from Cyprus. So the running order today will be the University of Sussex. Have we no cheer? Cheer! The University of Nottingham. And the University of Cyprus, so everybody's got to cheer for them. So those are the 3 teams. They're going to be judged by 4 really experienced judges, and at the end, we will have the ultimate winner. We will find out on Sunday at the live event exactly who won. Up first, we have the University of Sussex. So I'd like you to welcome them all to the stage. Thank you.
Hi, and welcome to our presentation. I am Lucy Offendale-Saunderson, the COO of Sussex Racing, and with me presenting I have Joshua Flack, the Chief Financial Officer. Today we will be running through with you how our partnership could benefit both of our businesses. Without further ado, I'd like to show you a brief history of Sussex Racing. Our inception began based at the Falmouth site in Brighton. We started off with the production of 10 NA cars per year, employing 5 employees at our Falmouth site, with the focus on improving reliability and production techniques. In 2019, we focused on our development phase. This included in producing 20 cars per year and employing 1 extra employee. Also, this year we focused on research and development and also implementing E85 and supercharged vehicles at our Falmouth facility. This led to our expansion with the aim of expanding into the EU markets in 2020. So we produced 40 cars per year, and this is where we implemented our supercharged and NA vehicles. Leading on to 2021, we increased the amount of employees and also moved on to a new facility in Oxfordshire. This led to an increase in our facility size, which doubled in size. We achieved this by employing more people. We also increased facility size, and we also bought new machinery. So the Sussex Racing Technology Centre was designed to manufacture 2 vehicles per week. As you can see by the layout, we have a production area, manufacturing area, and assembly area. This was to ensure that all manufacturing processes could be done in-house. Employee motivation was a key factor when considering the production and also the production of our vehicles. This included an inclusive workplace, staff autonomy, giving them the right to make their own decisions, increasing training courses, leading to personal development and increasing skills, and also offering our employees benefits such as single-seat racetrack experiences, and also the chance to build further into our business and company and grow with us. Without further ado, I'd like to introduce you to the SR600. So the SR600 was fully designed and manufactured and developed at our Sussex Racing Technology Centre. We offer a wide range of packages, including many aero packages. It features a steel tubular chassis, 10-inch alloy wheels, and a double actuated wishbone suspension system. So in order to make sure that our vehicle was compatible with your market and within your business, we compared our vehicles to the Sodi R28 270cc go-kart, as can be seen with the blue line. The criteria for this was weight, power, driver experience, acceleration, and top speed. Moving on to our least powerful vehicle that we offer, the SR600, which is naturally aspirated and restricted. As can be seen, although we are 100 kilograms heavier, we do offer 9 times more power, and we offer the top acceleration and top speed in comparison to the Sodi 270cc go-karts that you currently use at your tracks. Moving on to our most powerful version of the SR600, which is E85 and supercharged, we offer an impressive 165 brake horsepower, leading to, we believe, increased driver experience. Moving on to perceived value. At the moment, the average cost of a single-seat racetrack experience is £8 per minute. We believe our vehicles will bridge the gap between Formula-style vehicles and also the go-kart experience. Looking at our customer testimonies, customers are always excited to drive our vehicles and describe it as a breathtaking and thrilling experience. I will now pass you over to Joshua Flack, our Chief Financial Officer, to run through marketing and our partnership with you.
Through our partnership, we aim to build and expand together and grow our companies. We aim to supply your 20 tracks with 240 cars over a 4-year period, with 12 cars per track, 10 for racing and 2 as spares. I'm going to present a scenario where the cars will run at your tracks 1 day per week instead of your current go-karts. You have 2 options for acquiring our vehicles, the first being a buy option, where we offer you the vehicles at a reduced cost of £25,000 compared to our £30,000 sticker price. The second is a 3-year lease deal option, which includes a £5,000 down payment, followed by a monthly cost of £212. Both these offers can be bought along with our servicing package. So through our after-sales support servicing package, we offer a comprehensive amount of parts and also training for your current vehicle technicians to ensure that our cars are maintained properly and are in tip-top shape. We also have a large stock of parts which are offered on next day delivery to ensure there is minimal downtime of all cars. After the 3-year lease deal ends, there are 2 options. You can either buy the cars outright at £12,000, or you can renew the lease deal at reduced cost due to the fact that the cars are older and have more mileage on them. We are also looking to expand into Europe and hope that as businesses we can grow and expand together. We have identified some key countries with key success factors which we believe will be ideal for both of our expansion. We aim to build a new manufacturing site in Europe as we as a partnership grow into Europe. I will now set the scene for the usage of our cars and how you as a company can make profit. I will go through the 3 different scenarios, being exceptional, great and good, where a maximum of 10 cars can be used at your tracks per day over a 4-hour period and are charged at 2 hours per minute. And even with a 50% usage, there is still a large amount of profit to be made. Here is a breakdown of the average monthly cost per car, which includes the servicing plan as part of our lease deal, and the average monthly income per car for each of the given scenarios. And then finally, the average monthly gross profit per car as a result of this. In year 1, we're going to be supplying 5 of your tracks with cars. This equates to a total potential gross profit of £80,000 in the first year for the exceptional scenario. As more tracks are supplied, your monthly gross profit will increase per car, per track. And by year 2, where we've now supplied 17 of your tracks, there is a huge increase in monthly gross profit. And finally, by year 4, where all 20 of your tracks are supplied, there is potential to make £300,000 gross profit per month, and for the exceptional scenario, and £130,000 for the good scenario. Here is now a breakdown of the potential yearly profits. As you can see, there is a huge amount of money, potential money to be made here in the scenario presented, with £9 million being the potential at the end of year 4 for the exceptional scenario of usage on your tracks. This is all up to your discretion of how you offer the cars, and this is just an example, so there may even be a potential for more money and more profit to be made. We've also considered how you can make a profit from the SR600 and how you can offer this to your customers. We have here 4 different packages that you could potentially offer, which include track membership, race series, driver tutorial courses, and track hire. Each of them offers the customer rewards, and also with the broad range of packages, you can appeal to a large range of customers, from the casual motorist to the hardcore racer. Finally, I'm going to talk about how we get noticed as a business. We promote our brand through online sources such as Facebook, Instagram, and TikTok. We also attend shows such as the Goodwood Festival of Speed and the British GP. We also have a viral TikTok video which I'd like to show you now. Thank you very much for listening. Do you have any questions?
Okay, the expansion into Europe. What do you see as your competition in Europe?
So we identified some key countries where the competition is fairly minimal. These countries have the most disposable income and the potentially least established motorsport industry. So we see that as a gap in the market given the countries we chose.
Hello. Can you tell me a bit about your manufacturing? How much is made in-house and how much are you relying on external suppliers?
So we aim to manufacture as many parts as possible in-house in our Sussex Technology Racing Centre, which was designed for efficiency of production. We have stock of all raw materials as required, so parts can be made to order. And I think about 80% of our car is made in-house, with only 20% relied upon of external manufacturing.
And so you've listed quite a lot of marketing opportunities on this slide. Which of those marketing opportunities do you see yourself taking advantage of in year one, and which ones might you delay to consecutive years?
So social media is a powerful tool, and I think that's definitely the first thing in year one that we'll be aiming to use to help grow our brand awareness of our business and our partnership together. And then further on, down the line, we'll be attending more and more live events to, again, help promote brand awareness.
So I might have two questions for you, actually. So the first one is, through your presentation, you talked about sort of the manufacturing and production process of the cars, didn't you? And talked about 2 vehicles a week, was it?
Yes.
That was going to get made. We are talking about going from a supply of 40 cars a year up to 90 cars, was it?
Yes.
A year?
Yep.
Is there anything that's going to be different sort of in the production, or anything you've had to consider? Because if you're making 2 cars a week, how are you going to meet that with that facility, basically?
Yeah, so we have a thoroughly thought out Gantt chart, which was played into our design of our building. This is available in our handout on page 7 and 8, and this schedules the exact timescale per week to build those cars and how everything is processed throughout that.
Okay, thank you for that. So sort of just a quick question from me then, the second one. You talked about expansion into Europe as well, and creating facilities out there to make the vehicles. You also talked about success factors which you are considering whilst making that expansion. Could you just highlight some of those success factors?
Yeah, so kind of similar to the last question, we identified the countries with the most disposable income and the least developed motorsport kind of industry, thinking where you guys can set up new tracks and expand your business, and where we can also offer our cars where there isn't anything potentially like that. Single-seater experiences and go-karting is very minimal in the countries we've selected. So these are the key success factors we've chosen, and the reasons why we've chosen these countries in Europe to expand into.
All right, thank you.
Cool.
One last round of applause. Come on, that was brilliant. Thank you. Up next, we have the University of Nottingham.
Okay. Good afternoon, I'm George Sturdy.
I'm Brenton Loganathan.
And I'm Mateus Cruz. We form the senior management team here at electric motorsport manufacturing company, Dynamis Racing. We're seeking a £200,000 investment, in return for which you'll receive prioritisation at our production facility to service your 20 tracks, along with a return on investment of 79.6% by the end of 2024. I'd like to start by telling you a bit more about our company, who was founded in 2019 as an all-electric entry-level race car manufacturer, creating our Concept 1 car. This was a limited production run of 100, generating £4 million in sales revenue, and we utilised the retained profits from Concept 1 alongside your investment to transition our motorsport expertise and technologies into the more scalable and profitable karting industry, launching a tiered leasing sales model. Using this 3-year leasing model, we've got a potential UK market of £9.1 million that we've identified, and we plan to have generated sufficient demand within the EU 5 countries, so France, Germany, Italy, Spain and the Netherlands, to warrant opening a second facility in Lyon in 2025, opening us up to a £36.8 million a year market. And this is explained further on page 4 of your handout. We've identified 2 types of customers for our business model. The first is direct sales to track owners, so they'll have karting fleets between 15 and 28 karts, seeking to drive repeat custom through embracing technology and giving the end user the best possible experience. They're also looking to drive profitability, both again through technology, but also through minimising unnecessary costs. We also understand our indirect customer, the end user, who's an amateur or semi-professional racer seeking affordable prices and loves the new technology and wanting to use that straight away. They're also really keen to track their progress and improve as drivers. Our karts deliver the cost efficiency desired by the track owners, as well as the performance craved by the end user. You can see here the significant reduction in maintenance and fuel costs versus petrol karts, and you can see more information regarding the sustainability of our company and electric karts in general on page 8 of your handout. We offer 2 models of our karts for indoor and outdoor circuits with up to 45 minutes of battery life, acceleration of 3.8 seconds 0 to 60 kilometers an hour, and a top speed of 140. This performance is twinned with functionality through our Dynamis Racing app and our smart device, which is in development, and we'll tell you a little bit more about those soon. Prices for our karts start from £77.45 retail price, with 3-year leasing models starting from £107 a month with initial payments of £15.49. One of the key USPs of our karts is the formula styling of it, but we appreciate the additional protection and safety offered by bumper bodywork kits, and so it's a free option that any track owner can select upon order. To support sales demand, we're utilising 2 marketing strategies. The first is an annual track day event at Paul Fletcher International Karting Circuit in Lincolnshire, for which the costings are broken down in page 6 of your handout. Here we'll invite 10 track owners and 10 influencers, aiming to generate direct sales to track owners, and the influencers to generate video content which will reach 7.5+ million people. We'll also support this with additional advertising spend to reach 400,000 people a month, and we estimate that this is going to generate £1.7 million of direct and indirect sales benefit for our company, 1.4 million of which is going to come from direct sales to track owners across the 3-year lease of their karts. We're also going to be sponsoring the University of Nottingham Formula student team, where we'll benefit from brand awareness and advertising on their karts and at the events that they attend, as well as room for knowledge transfer so that we can improve our future karting models as well.
As for the income streams present, we've classed them separately into 2 separate categories. So through the primary stream, this incorporates our outright RRP sales, our income through our tiered leasing model, as well as our used kart sales. And through the secondary stream, this includes our merchandise sales, our income through a proprietary smart device technology, our servicing fees, and optional extras on our karts sold. Moving forward, we plan to invest heavily into our research and development branch, and this will go about developing the new smart device which we'll be selling with our karts, along with investing in PhD students to research battery technology and sustainable materials for the future, along with future kart models for our company. Diving deeper into our tiered leasing model, we have 3 separate tiers, classing from silver to gold to platinum, and in the silver tier, this comes with a battery and a charger along with the kart, and moving forward to the gold tier, you get free servicing throughout the leasing period and a customer app that comes for free. Finally, in the platinum tier, this comes with an extra battery, along with discounts on our smart device technology until their full release in Q1 of 2022. And on the right, you can see the significant benefits towards our platinum lease model as compared to the income we'd expect to receive through our outright RRP sales.
Here you can see the Dynamis Racing website, where you can see the features of our cart, compare the leasing tiers, see more information about our smart device and our app, shop our merchandise, click on our social media links, or email our sales team directly. And here's the Dynamis Racing app. This is where the end user can track all their races and locations, including their stats from their lap times through to their top speeds, as well as being able to set up a league table with their racing friends and compete that way as well. But we've not just thought about the end user. We want to make the track owner's experience the best possible too. And that's made possible by the development of the smart device.
This is the Dynamis Racing smart device. It monitors the car's performance, condition, and controls its speed. Due to the embedded radio receiver, the Dynamis service team and track owner have real-time feedback and can limit the car's speed instantly due to track conditions or if there are penalties applied. This is done by fitting a control unit and a series of sensors that will be developed by our R&D team. The finalized product will be available as a beta version to our Platinum customers later in 2021 and for general sale for both electric and petrol carts in 2022.
Back onto the financials, this is the quarterly revenue we forecast to achieve by Q4 of 2024. And as you can see, the steady increase here can be put down towards an increase in manufacturing ability that we aim to achieve as time passes, along with the cumulative nature of employing a leasing model as our primary source of revenue. And similarly on the right, the steady increase in our secondary revenue can be seen to come from our increase in servicing fees and optional extras as time passes as we sell more carts. Here on our annual profit forecast, you see a slight dip into the negative region, but this can be expected with the initial costs incurred through employing a leasing model as our primary source of revenue. However, with this, the cumulative nature of this leasing model will provide us with an exponential gain in these profits. And moving forward for the years past 2024, we're going to be expanding into the European market by opening up a new factory in Lyon. And so with this, we hope to eventually grow to obtain about a 20% market share in the EU5 market through advances in technology within the industry. This will benefit greatly from sharing resources and research and development with our British sector, and thus we reduce costs greatly. From you, we're asking for a £200,000 investment, which we will repay back duly through 2023 and 2024. And this is also combined with our own personal reinvestment of £536,000, generated through our retained profits from our Concept 1 sales. So this investment will go towards our smart device research and development, an ERP system at the factory, a contingency fund, a marketing event we plan to host annually at racetracks to promote our carts, developing our in-house capability so that we rely less on outsourcing our carts components, and finally investing in 2 PhD students to research battery technology and sustainable materials for the future. The return on investment that you can expect to receive will be worth an additional 79.6%, totaling to around a £359,000 return. And this is generated in part of being 12.5% of the total profits retained through a 42-month period, and will be repaid back in parts through 2023 and 2024. Cart-wise, you can expect to receive about 80% of our dedicated cart production, along with our aim to service your 20 tracks by Q1 of 2023.
Our manufacturing capability for Concept 1 consists of a batch production process in which 4 cars are produced per batch, and all cars undergo the same process before following to the next one. With a small-scale production, the 4 workers hired are highly skilled and perform all tasks. All the parts used are designed by us, made to print by our suppliers, and assembled in-house. The current factory floor space includes the production area and a storage space, which can keep about a month of produced cars. Given our current capability, our cars are made to order and are produced at a rate of 1 batch or 4 cars every 3 weeks. With the investment, we will be able to improve our manufacturing capability in our new facility to make it an assembly line process and transition to car production. Thus, our assembly will be divided into stations, and each would have its tasks, workers, and equipment. Furthermore, the investment would enable us to bring the production of the chassis and bodywork in-house and a rework area. Also, our storage space will be upgraded so that it can keep 28 carts, which is equivalent to the number of carts an outdoor track would buy. The benefit of developing the manufacturing capability is the increase in production. Our carts would be produced at a rate of 8 cars a week and would also be made to order. For more information on the development of our manufacturing capability, see pages 7 and 8 of the handout. Here's a chart that shows the change in our production from 2020 to 2026. In blue shows our low volume production of Concept 1, followed by the ramp up of our car production in our new facility. And in green It shows the doubling of production volumes achievable through the opening of our European facility through 2025 and 2026. Thank you very much for listening. We would now like to take any questions you may have for us.
Why Lyon?
So with the markets that we've identified in Europe, the EU5, so France, Germany, Italy, Spain and the Netherlands, we saw that Lyon was essentially the central point of that. It's the minimum amount of transport to reach all of those 5 markets that we've identified. We're a sustainable company. We want to minimize those sort of wastages as much as possible. So Lyon was found as essentially the perfect location to service those 5 countries in the best possible way sustainably.
Can you explain how the development program will work? Have you got any plans to improve the model or investment put aside for that?
Okay, so we have got investment aside. So as well as your investment, we've got, so part of your investment, sorry, we are bringing in-house bodywork and chassis. So that's a part of scaling it. We have our current supply chain from Concept 1 that we've involved in transferring over to cart production. And they've stated to us that they can ramp up to those volumes. The ones that haven't been able to do that, so bodywork and chassis, we're bringing in-house. And so we're doing trials. We're currently doing trials now with Concept 1 in parallel so that we know that we can ramp up to those. In terms of developing more capability, it's going to be a case of we have a contingency fund of our retained profits that goes alongside the 2 investments. So we can use that to do trials. And then if there's any faults in the supply chain, etc., we can bring those in-house if we need to.
You've identified a really wide demographic. What customization options are there available in the car to make it more ergonomic for that wide demographic?
So, yes, we have targeted a wide market. We want our carts to be as accessible as possible, to go to every karting circuit in the UK to start with, but then in Europe. So we don't want to discriminate against any sort of target markets. We want to get electric carts instead of petrol carts as far and wide as possible. In terms of the customization, we're going to keep our carts very simple to begin with. We've got those 2 models, and they're going to be relatively fixed in terms of the options. We've got batteries and chargers that are going to be extras. But in terms of us ramping up production in economies of scale, early in our cart production, that's the best way to go. In terms of the customization that you talk about, we're going to make sure the seats and the positions of the ergonomics inside the cockpit are going to be adjustable. So whether that be the seats, the position of the pedals, the steering wheel, they're all going to be customizable. And then if track owners would like to swap out a seat, if they want to have more cushions or etc., want to change that, we'll make sure that the seat's able to be changed, etc. as well. Thank you.
So you talked about obviously having your initial design or initial production process, having 4 people, was it that could do everything and sort of build the vehicle from ground up? Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct, yeah.
So are you able, do you have a view or an understanding of what you might need to do differently or the kind of skills or people you need to bring in when you do expand and you want to sort of create the assembly line?
Yeah, so I can pass it on to you in a second if you want to add, but the 4 people that we had that have essentially been jacks of all trades with Concept 1, they're going to become the area managers in the different fields for our cart production. So those 4 move into supervisor roles, whether that be on engineering and manufacturing, or whether that be looking at program management and planning as well. So spreading over that, and we're going to expand the team. I believe it's 18 new team members we're going to be hiring on. It's further about the business structure on page 2 of the handout. But we're going to be expanding into more critical areas, so they're not going to be far and wide reaching roles. They're going to be quite specific, so whether it be planning, whether it be manufacturing, whether it be assembling, they're going to be broken down like that, but with those key 4 people as managers that can oversee things and train people in the appropriate way. Do you want to add anything? Okay.
Yeah. Thank you. That's fine.
Brilliant. So that is the end of our sort of live presentations. We now have a virtual presentation for the very first time. So it's the University of Cyprus. Obviously there's nobody here from the University of Cyprus, so you are all University of Cyprus students for the purpose of this event. So we'd like you to give them a loud round of applause at the end of their presentation if you don't mind. So, technologically wise, we all should all be set up and they should be coming through live on the screen. So I'd like you to welcome the University of Cyprus.
Sorry, we don't hear what you said.
You're okay to...
The Innovative Cyprus Engineering Company. I'm Konstantina Kyriakou, the CEO of the company.
Problem with the...
Sorry, give us a minute because we have a problem, technical problem. Slides are not
changing.
Mhm. Welcome to the Innovative Cyprus Engineering Company. I'm Konstantina Kyriakou, the CEO of the company.
And I'm Andreas Farmagas, the CFO of ICE Company.
Today, we're going to present our startup and the business plan of how we're going to develop and promote Formula Card 600. Τώρα. Before taking a look at what we're going to present to you, we'll give you a taste of our business idea. Firstly, we developed our industry in order to manufacture our own design formula type of cars and eventually export them. Let's start with our agenda. First of all, we'd like to analyze the market, then introduce you in our product, and then show you how it's different from the competitor's product. Also, we'll explain the manufacturing part as well as our sales and after-sales service support. Lastly, we'll end our presentation with a financial analysis. Clearly, our target market is the racetrack owners, and for that reason, we're giving emphasis on racetracks. The first group of our target market is the UK, and there are many reasons why. After conducting thorough research, we found that it is a great idea to consider. We found that there are 125 karting tracks, and out of all of the motorsport events that take place every year, 10% is devoted to karting. In other words, if we achieve to make the connection with the UK, advertising is going to benefit, while our formula type of cars will gain exposure within the karting community. If you need more information about the topic, you can see page 2 of the supporting material. As you can see on the map, our facilities will be based in Cyprus. So we found out that it is a great idea to consider countries that are near Cyprus, such as Greece and some countries of the Middle East, as our target market. It's sad that the motorsport activity is not that developed in the Middle East compared to Europe. However, the tourism industry has been developing, especially in the United Arab Emirates, and it is something you can verify from the supporting material on page 2. To sum up with this section, the racetrack specifications need to be suitable to our formula karting type of car, which have to be paved at a minimum 7 meters width. Also, they can be both outdoors and indoors. Racetrack owners need to provide to their customers the highest quality and safety at a lower cost, so we can ensure the safety due to the supervised manufacturing as well as the chiefs and easy maintenance of our product. Also, we'll offer 2 years after-sales guarantee. Lastly, the extraordinary appearance of our car will attract more Formula fans.
Our Formula type of car with a steel space frame chassis ensures top handling and safety. The driver compartment offers the Formula experience alongside the 600cc engine that provides more than enough power to accelerate to extremely high speeds. Lastly, the racing suspension and the direct steering ensures one of the best handling compared to the competitor's vehicle. Let's turn now to how FK600 stands by the competitor. Compared to the Prague RTK Evo, our car is heavier and it costs more. But the unique selling point of our product is the Formula experience that many people seek to feel. And it's something you can't find in any other car.
Before suggesting the offer, we'd like to show you a scenario we created for you, for which you can find more information on page 3 of the supporting material. We have created 3 events: the Sprint A, the Sprint B, and the Endurance ones, with a total of 3 days in a month. We have included the best and the worst scenario, and we found out that you can earn approximately between 700,000 to 1,100,000 euros yearly from the that English people show for motorsports, especially for F1. FK600 events perfectly fit in the market. Let's move now to the manufacturing part, starting with the reasons why to invest in Cyprus. Actually, there are several reasons, and the most important is that Cyprus has one of the lowest corporate tax rates in the EU at 12.5%. To continue, here is how the production line is working, from the raw materials and spare parts that are imported from China and Japan to the shipping of the product to our customers. The middle stages comprise of what is happening in the industry in order to manufacture our car with high standards of quality and responsibility. To get more into the industry structure and efficiency, we'll provide night shift processes to achieve faster manufacturing. Secondly, the team production will work at the lean assembly line because it is the best for the employees and the product as well. If you need more information about manufacturing, you can see page 4 of the supporting document. Last but not least, due to the automation of machining, a reduction of raw materials will be achieved. To move on, this is the hierarchy of the human resources in the company, starting from CEO and CFO, and then divided in production, designing, and networking team. With a total of 18 employees, our business is considered to be a small enterprise. The employee salaries are provided in detail on page 5 of the supporting material.
The key for every business success is the promotion of the brand, obtaining more customers and having guaranteed income. For the promotion of our business, we have decided to give emphasis to the Middle East. First of all, via influencers and car shows, we can attract more customers and spread the uniqueness of our car. We're aiming at participating in car shows in the UK, Abu Dhabi, and Dubai, because they are some of the biggest car shows worldwide. Moreover, through our website, we're going to use business-to-business marketing and advertise our product on social media. As we said before, our customers will advertise our product by using it on their trucks. Moving on, we want to provide to our customers security and reliability by selling parts by order. For more information about the parts we are selling, you can see page 5 of supporting documents. Regarding maintenance, we are going to change the existing engine at low cost every 10 years. Also, every 20 years, we will update most of the components of the car with newer technology at a discounted price. When our product reaches the last stage of its life cycle, we are going to buy it back at low cost, disassemble and recondition all the non-permanently damaged parts and sell them. Let's look now to our future goals. We're aiming at researching and developing an electric drivetrain for our vehicle. Also, we would like to expand our market, mainly in Europe, because there are a lot of go-kart tracks and beneficial European regulations. Last but not least, our desire is to manufacture and sell motorsport equipment to increase the income of our company. Our initial capital of 900,000 euros comes from 2 other investors, European and Cyprus funding, a loan, and the IS company funds. 520,000 from our initial capital will be used for the machinery and the office equipment for our factory. For more information, you can see page 5 and 6 of supporting documents. This is the for the break-even point of our company. As we have calculated, the break-even point of our company is in the year 2022, 8 months after the beginning of production. In the worst-case scenario, the break-even point is in the year 2025. The next topic that we would like to focus on is the net profit margin. There are three main scenarios. The worst-case scenario corresponds to uncontrolled situations, like a global pandemic. The expected scenario correlates to events that could be controlled somehow, such as providers not bringing enough supply or not delivering it on time. In the best case scenario, no problems are shown and there are more customers than expected. It's worth being mentioned here that the expected and the best scenarios are very similar. Lastly, our offer for you is to buy some cars in order to provide them to your 5 most popular racetracks, test them and decide if you want to buy some for every track you own. The transaction that we would like to suggest is that we will supply you with 20 FK600 per month. You are going to give us 20% in advance payment for every order, and the rest will be fully settled upon delivery each month. After we supply all your circuits by 2023, you will have a very clear perception of our company, and then you can invest in it in order to help us research and develop. For more information about the transaction, you can see page 6 of supporting documents. So we have reached the end of our presentation. Today we present the business plan of our company and the development of FK600 Formula Car. We focus on describing the target market of our product, the manufacturing process, the promotional strategies, along with a financial analysis of our company and finally our future goals. Thank you for your attention. If you have any questions, we'll be happy to answer them.
Hello guys, can you hear me? Hello?
Hello, can you hear us?
Yep. Just testing out the communication. Okay, so I'll probably just make this quick. So the question I had for you, you had as part of your business strategy, you intend to offer sort of new technologies and new additions to your product, i.e. the vehicle, after, I think you said 10 years or thereabouts. You said you were going to offer it at a discounted rate. So this is new technology at a discounted rate. So I was just wondering, how is that going to affect your profit margins going forward? Has that been considered?
We said after 20 years, we will update most of the components of the car at a discounted price. Like the newer technology, the only newer technology it's gonna go on the car. It's what you are going to buy. It's not the new technology car. It's only the technology that's gonna be on the car.
So what?
Yeah. Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Hi.
Okay. In the Middle East, especially in the United States of Emirates, a new track it's built for the Formula cars. Our karting kart, our Formula type of car, it's we want to give the feeling of a Formula car. So the people there that they watch the Formula One want to feel this feeling, like they're driving a Formula car. And the extreme acceleration of our car, many people they will fascinated about in the appearance of the car.
Okay, thank you.
Can you please repeat?
If you can go in the page 6 of supporting documents, we have a graph that illustrates that very clearly. And it's 20% advance payment before every order. So it's a table, sorry. We will manufacture the chassis of the car and the bodywork and some components of the suspension and the wheels, engine, braking system, and some components of the suspension again. We will buy it from China and Japan.
Okay, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. We'd like to thank Cyprus for their presentation. I'm sure you can all appreciate that was quite difficult for those guys, so we really appreciate them coming live from Cyprus. That was great. So that brings to an end the business presentation final. I'd like to thank all of the teams for taking part, not just the teams that are here at the final, the teams, everybody who presented, probably about a month ago now live. It was a fantastic event and worked really well. So we'll have one last round of applause for everybody here, including the guys at Cyprus, and then we will hear about who wins at the award ceremony tomorrow. So make sure you're all there because it'd be great to find out who is going to win this competition. Okay, thank you guys. Thank you very much.
Welcome back to our Formula Student live stream. Formula Student 2021 is here in real life at Silverstone. Isn't that good? Doesn't it feel good to say? And we're live with you throughout the weekend. Now we're going to have live commentary from the next dynamic event, which is the sprint event, the 1 kilometre sprint. Out here at Copse, the scene, of course, of that formidable accident in the British Grand Prix last weekend. This weekend, it's the scene of the gruelling 22 kilometre endurance race. But first up, it's the 1 kilometre race. It's a bit of a chance for the teams to get a feel for the course ahead of that endurance, but with 100 points on the table for this event alone, this is no test. This is for real. So Coventry University are lined up, ready to go out into the sprint. They're 4th overall as things stand. Just ahead of them is Glasgow. Then it's the University of Central Lancashire and Cardiff. And there's probably a cheer arising from somewhere in the paddock as I say the word Cardiff, because they are a loud bunch. They are in the lead as things stand. Alex, you're ready to go. You've driven the car in the dynamic skid pan, the figure of 8.
Had a feel for it, yep. Feels quite good. I've got some power oversteer going, so yeah, feeling quite, well,
it's
confident. We're going to do one run now just to check that our gear shift system's working correctly, and then we'll come back and have a look at some data, I think.
Okay, you're going to have a look at some data. So the skid pan thing was all about accuracy and speed, and you're going to need both of those things for this sprint because you're going to lose points if you take any cones out.
And brakes as well.
And brakes as well, yeah, you need good brakes, yeah. So happy with the car?
I think so, yeah. I haven't had much seat time, but getting in the car for the first time, it felt quite natural straight away, so we should be pretty good.
I think we talk about engineering and we talk about the development of the cars and the build of the cars so much on the lead up to this competition that sometimes it's easy to forget that there's a driver in there, or in most of them anyway, and the driver has a big job to do when it gets to these dynamic events because the cars are difficult to drive. These are racing cars for all intents and purposes. They are built specifically to be fast and to be driven accurately. And we saw earlier on in the acceleration dynamic event that, drivers with less seat time, drivers who were more inexperienced, were not necessarily getting on as well in those cars. So experience counts, accuracy counts, and of course, as we go through this competition, speed counts as well. University of Huddersfield lining up in second. We need some cheers in here. Woo! One-man cheer from University of Huddersfield. We're bound to get a few cheers from this university because these guys have been vocal all weekend. Are you ready, Cardiff? Yeah! Cardiff are ready. Cardiff are in the lead. So the pressure is on your shoulders, my friend. What's your name?
Jason.
Jason is in the car, ready to go. You've got a lead to hold up. You've got the hopes and dreams of your university on your shoulders inside this car. Are you excited?
I am very excited.
Have you had plenty of seat time today? What have you been doing up until now?
I haven't been in the car this weekend yet, but this is the first time, so we'll see how it goes.
Good. So the first time Jason gets to drive the car, it's a very skinny course with lots of cones to hit, and he's got to be really fast. That's how to load the pressure up, isn't it? No pressure, but Cardiff are in the lead. So that's our first few cars waiting to go out here. So it's a 1 kilometre sprint course, and to give you an idea of the points tally, 75 points were up for grabs for the skid pan and the acceleration event that we saw earlier. 100 points on the board up for grabs for the fastest time, which sets a benchmark, and then people score percentages of those points as they go down that leaderboard, depending on how close to that benchmark time they are. Thanks to Sam Collins for giving me that little rundown earlier. Sam will be bringing you, along with Andrew Marr, the full commentary of this dynamic event here, the 1 kilometre sprint, once we get up and running. And we had full commentary from the acceleration, which we hope you enjoyed earlier. Some good action out there already, and already we're starting to get a feel for which universities are coming out on top, and we're heading, of course, towards that gruelling 22-kilometre endurance race, the pivotal moment, I suppose. You could really win or lose the event on any of these dynamic events, but that, of course, is the big one. We'll be bringing you features throughout the pit lane as well here. Coventry University are fired up in all senses of the phrase. The car is on its way to start this 1 kilometre sprint. This is Formula Student 2021. And we're going to head over to Sam and Andrew in the commentary box for all the coverage from this dynamic event. It's the 1 kilometre sprint coming up.
Oh, yes, sorry. Yeah, we're going that way, isn't it?
Nick, I know you know this, you're an old hat.
Yeah.
You don't leave this compound unless we've made eye contact with a marshal.
Right, yeah, yeah.
Yeah, happens. You're aware of that? This compound, entrance over there now. Eye contact with a marshal before you enter the racetrack. Got that? Cool.
As you can see then down here in the pit lane, the cars are getting ready to get out on the sprint and follow Coventry and Huddersfield out onto that 1 kilometre course. Jason, we were chatting a minute ago. I've left you a little bit of time to see if you've got any more nerves, any more pressure going on in here. Any more?
No, I feel fine.
You feel fine. Have you seen the course?
Yeah, we went on a walk earlier. Yeah, it's going to be fun. I'm excited.
So are you hoping to hang on to that lead for Cardiff?
Yeah, of course we are. Yeah.
And so you'll be taking one of the stints in the 22 kilometre race as well?
Yes, I will. I'm not sure if I'm going first or second. We're going to decide that later.
Give us a feel for the strategy and the approach then to these two races, because it's the same course, but they're two very different challenges, aren't they?
It's a tricky question. I think this time round, we just want to get through. We're obviously pushing for a quick time, but if we get through to tomorrow, that's when the real thing starts. So.
You say that, but there's 100 points on the board. That's just as much as the fuel economy point weighting for tomorrow in the endurance race. So the pressure's still on, isn't it?
Of course it is. Yeah, but we can do it. I'm sure.
These guys at Cardiff University are cool cookies. I'm doing my best to load the pressure on here for Jason, who's sat here on the start line, staring at that red and white Armco as he heads out onto this 1 kilometre sprint course, and just can't get him to feel the pressure. Any of you lot feeling the pressure? No, look at them. They're cool as cucumbers out here at Silverstone. And talking of which, the rain hasn't hit us yet. Does that change things for you if the rain comes?
Yeah, probably. Yeah. But just got to play by ear, really.
How much of a setup change are we looking for you guys doing if it starts raining? Is it just a case of changing the tyres, or have you got new damper settings?
Yeah, you have to change camber and everything because
why is the tyre wider and taller, so you've got to change all the camber and then ride height, so it's quite a big job.
So I've never done a wet Formula Student. The ones I've been to have always been dry, so they've only had to use their dry weather setup. So I'm looking forward, I know you're not, but I'm looking forward to some changeable weather, especially if we get it in the middle of the 22-kilometre race, because you're going to have to bring the cars back in and change setup, aren't you?
Yeah, it's probably not going to be best idea to change setups, but we'll just do what we can.
They're just so cool, and as I talk, you can see Jason in that Cardiff University car, the leading car here at Formula Student 2021 so far. They've done the acceleration test, they've done the skid pan, and they're heading out for this, the third dynamic event, the 1-kilometre sprint event. 100 points up for grabs here. Cardiff University, the car to watch at the moment here at Formula Student 2021.
Well, thanks for
Last minute preparations here before they get the car fired up and get it out on this 1-kilometre course.
Thank you,
The
Paul.
cut-off switch is switched on, the fuel pump is pumping, and the start button is pressed. The car has fired up. Cardiff are ready to roll here at Formula Student for the 1-kilometre sprint dynamic event.
Thank you, Paul. So Cardiff University getting ready then for their first run in sprint. Good shot there of the Motec Dash, Sam. It's a really nice little unit that they put in there. I was having a look at it yesterday in scrutineering. What do you think of it?
Well, I wasn't looking at the dash there, Paul. Andrew, I was looking at the steering wheel. Nicely rapid prototype steering wheel on there. I think that's it's a lovely little design that they've got onto that. Those Motec Dashes, they're quite adaptable now. I mean, I remember they were sort of first coming into the market. They were sort of the wild new world. We used to call them the fairy light dashes. Now it's more a case of these are fairly standard parts. Everyone has digital dashes, even NASCAR using digital dashes these days. So it's good to see the students embracing that. Cardiff, though, as we were saying earlier, they had a really good run early on with this car. Now, they've always been a strong team, and three-quarter monocoque, quarter space frame. It looks like an aluminium monocoque to me on that car. Powered by a Triumph 675 Street Triple. There it is. But that is not in the standard trim, is it?
No, it's been modified. 102 brake horsepower is what's being quoted in the event guide is coming out of the powertrain this year. You see the Drexler diff. Now, you'll see those a lot on these cars at the bottom of your shot there. That's pretty much the staple now of Formula Student internal combustion. Well, actually, no, there's some EVs that run them as well. So the limited slip differential, very reliable unit. And it's one of those classic built versus bought questions, Sam. You know, and it's one that I experienced a bit when at the time at Birmingham. Do you go with something that you've built yourself, you've designed yourself, could be maybe a little bit more capable than the LSD, but risk reliability, or do you go with the standard or the bought Drexler diff, which has still got some calibratable parameters? You can take it apart, change some of the setups of that. It's something that I think some teams don't do. They kind of just buy it, bolt it on, away we go. But you can still play around with those little limited slip diffs to your car's choosing.
We've also seen spools used. We've seen Hertfordshire developing its own diff. There's the Quaife differential that some teams have used over the years. So it's not, it's not the only part out there, but it is by far the most popular choice in engineering. Cardiff University have finished 13th in the cost event. However, Sheffield, Bath Electric, Bath Combustion, UWE, crucially, and University of Strathclyde have all got into the cost final. And that's actually going to be a really important factor because UWE have also performed well on the skid pad. They lost loads of points in the acceleration, but they got those skid pad points. They're clearly going to take points out of Cardiff in the cost event. I think we're beginning to see the first signs of a bit of a battle forming, not just between Cardiff and UWE. I think Strathclyde could get in on that. They were respectable in acceleration. They were much of a muchness. Had the similar amount of points dropped to everybody else. And just while we're waiting for Cardiff to get underway, it's worth pointing out in the concept class, we've actually had a full result from that event. That was won by the Egyptian team, the Higher Technological Institute 10th of Ramadan. Iran, Apex Racing Team. So they took the victory in the concept class. And actually, that was quite dominated by Egyptian teams who finished first, second and fourth in that competition. In fact, the first non-Egyptian team was University of Bath down in third. And then the University of Malta rounded out the top 5. So that was really impressive from them. As you can see, the Silverstone Marshals team waiting patiently for the Cardiff University entry to take to the track. Now, we've seen it go down the straight lines. We've seen it. I can't see if Paul is with it, but I'm wondering if Paul can get down to Cardiff and find out what the delay is. I'm not sure if Paul can tune in to hear us, but just trying to see what the delay is. The fire tender seems to be in position as standard at the hairpin. And, well, I'm unsure of the delay to Cardiff. The back of the car is still jacked up. The engine isn't fired up as far as we can tell. And so we're seeing some nice scenic shots of the Copse Bank. They got a spectacular view there just 6 days ago during the British Grand Prix. And Lewis Hamilton and Max Verstappen had that rather controversial moments, and some of the students here have found some remnants of that.
Yes, they have. I was anticipating this last night, and clearly didn't do a very good job.
Now I can see Paul is down there with the Cardiff University car. Paul, what's the hold up on that car?
Okay, so as you can see, we have our leaders of the event, Cardiff, sat here waiting to start the sprint course. The car's been on and off a couple of times. They've warmed it up. I don't think we've got any problems, have we? No problems with the car?
No problems with the car, I don't think, no.
They've just been going through a bit of a start ritual just to get the car going. It's now heading to the start of the course.
So
the car's now heading to the start of this 1 kilometre sprint course. Cardiff giving us a couple of worries there as it sat there on the start line. We're going to hand over to Sam and to Andrew as the car takes in this 1 kilometre course. Our leaders are on track.
Well, there you go. Yeah, thanks, Paul. And, yeah, a little bit of an unexpected delay there for the Cardiff team. And, well, they're coming to the start line. They're just getting the final checks from the officials. You can see that on your screen just about in the middle. It's quite a long shot for the start line. There are alternative angles, but that shot from the start line, you see the Cardiff driver getting the final instruction. You'll see him come out on track in a moment. You can actually just about see, you can't quite see our commentary box, but we are there, I promise.
16 seconds ago, we also just had a provisional FS class design result. Very intriguing result here. 3 finalists. Would you care to guess who they are, Sam?
Well, I would guess at Cardiff.
No.
Glasgow.
Correct.
Sheffield.
Correct.
And Sheffield Hallam.
Nope.
Oh, don't know.
So we've got Glasgow, we've got Sheffield. Strathclyde are in the design final as well.
That's massive news because these guys are not in it. Car 16, and he stalled the engine again. Are Cardiff beginning to show a weakness here?
Yeah, they're definitely not having everything their own way. And design very much not... It's not just about having the prettiest looking car, the most impressive looking car, Sam. It's about understanding the car.
A shake of the driver's head there in the Cardiff cockpit. Cardiff are having problems with their car at the start of the sprint event. This is the winners of the acceleration event. You can see on the dash, they're struggling to get that engine. The RPM is the third figure down on the left-hand side of the dash. Thank you. That Motec dash is very useful to seeing what's wrong with the car. So I hope the RF camera stays on this. You can hear the drivers failing to fire. Now, it sounds like it's just not getting enough fuel in the cylinder. And looking on is Dowie. Oh, they've got fire. He was, okay. He's got it running. First gear's engaged. He's going to launch and come up to the start line. Now, will he get off the line without stalling? Because if he does have a stall, that's going to be a problem for him. You can see the start light on the right-hand side. Once that goes green, the driver can start in his own time. He doesn't have to start when it turns green. It's not like a drag race. Oh, he's beckoning. The driver's beckoned back the race official. Now, that's unusual. Shut your visor, they said. And the light's gone green now. Start at your own time. The revs go up. And a very gentle... Oh, and he stalled it. Oh, there are problems on that car. And because he's crossed the beam, this is now counting towards that time. So the Cardiff car needs to get going to get any points. Now, it has got going, but that is going to cost Cardiff badly.
Yeah, that was probably about 10 seconds that they've lost there, the number 16. But through the first chicane they go. Just about got round there without any cones clipped. They're seemingly attacking the run a bit harder than Coventry did with their first run. That's a nice way through the slalom there, up to the top of the circuit. This almost like dog leg. It's a bit China Shanghai turn one way, the other way around through the next chicane.
It's very, it is very different, this course layout. Everybody taking it very gently at the
Yeah.
moment, I notice. I think there's a lot more pace to come from both cars we've seen so far. A Cardiff car really not going as fast as we're used to seeing it, but I don't think everything's quite right. It sounds a bit different, actually, as it's coming down there,
It does. They have been having electrical gremlins throughout the week so far of Cardiff. They were having some trouble getting through scrutineering in terms of the kill switch checks.
Yeah.
They had to pardon the pun, kill them halfway through because some of their parts broke whilst we were testing them.
That's not what you want to happen. Well, it's a clean run so far, no claims kicked. Each cone you clip, of course, is a penalty, so he passes the finish line, and Cardiff are second position with a 1:19.7. So that start line moment did cost them. Coventry ahead of Cardiff at the moment, and I think the Cardiff... Now, is he going to come back round for another go? Or are the Cardiff team going to take that car back and have a look at it?
I'm just going to pose something here. Was that beckoning to the marshal that we saw a call to, can I go backwards, please? Because they're worried about stalling the car. Now, of course, the answer's no. You
Yes.
start where everybody else starts their test from.
Well, let's see if he's coming back for another start, this time with a hotter car. Let's see if the driver can manage to get a cleaner start out of the Cardiff car this time. And launches the car, no stall this time. This will be a far more representative run then for Cardiff. Launches it in, no cones so far. That's what they've got to keep an eye on though. Each cone, 5-second penalty, it can drop you down. And it looks to be, so far, so good.
Does indeed. They head up towards the Beckett's complex. Here they are. Navigating their way through. This is a faster run so far, but to be expected. The driver knows all the pitfalls of this circuit now.
This is showing good signs of a driver who's had a go in this car before and knows what they're doing. King, you know, there's still a little bit of time left in that car. This is the first of two drivers. Each driver gets 2 runs and really pushing it down along the side of that gravel trap there and working his way through the second slalom now. That's working quite neatly for Cardiff. As far as I've seen, not a single cone clipped. So this is looking like a clean time, and this will probably be the time to beat for everybody else in the field.
Yeah, I have to agree. Very tricky with these winged cars, of course, to not clip those cones. Sight line's tricky with them, but across the line go Cardiff for the end of their second run. What is the time? It's a 1 minute, 1.054. That is a strong entry from Cardiff.
It is strong, but that's the sort of time we used to see from the cars on the longer course in previous years at Silverstone. Of course, this year, slightly shorter than normal. A couple of corners clipped off it. And yeah, I still think there's a bit more pace in that car. And let's not forget, there are still some cars in the garages that we haven't seen on track yet. Cars like Team Bath Electric, for example, Oxford Brooks, they could actually upset the apple cart by scoring a few more points. Now, I'm looking down at the back of the pitch to see where Paul is with the RF camera to see who is next, if anybody is next to come to the start line, because I don't see anybody on the start line as yet, but we are expecting to see the teams like Strathclyde. There is definitely some weather in the area, as there was this morning, and just wondering if Paul is down there to give us an update on who is coming through to take the start next. And if nobody, why nobody?
Whilst we're waiting on more cars to come out, let's have another look down the provisional design results. So this is for the teams, not just here at Silverstone this weekend, but also those who weren't able to make the trip across. So there will be some international teams in this entry. So Glasgow, Strathclyde and Sheffield, as we say, are in the final. Now, who gets first, second, third of those three remains to be seen. We'll find out in the design judging final, which I imagine is later this evening. It's normally on a Saturday evening. Just outside, we'll start with University of Bath. I'll say it properly for those down there. 130 points with their event score, but they did, I think, have a lateness penalty, so they end up with 129. But that's still a very good score from the 153. Southampton next up in 5th on 126. Sussex in 6th. Cardiff, as we mentioned, better than their cost judging position, but 7th place for Cardiff. 110 points for them, so they've dropped some points again there. Staffordshire were next up, in fact on the same score. Nottingham were also in the top 10. Liverpool, Bath Electric, Birmingham, and Wolverhampton, all scoring 100 points or more.
Crucially, University of Sheffield, they are a design finalist with car 114A. However, that is subject to them starting a dynamic event, which means they've got 2 dynamic events to start. Either do a run this afternoon, or do a run in the endurance tomorrow. If they don't do either, they lose that finalist spot.
Now, the problem, that is one of your teams that I believe have been having the issues with the BPSD. So for new viewers, in fact, not just new viewers, regular viewers, a former student will probably be asking, Andrew, what on earth is a BPSD? It stands for Brake Plausibility System Device. It's a safety device, similar in some ways to our kill switches. So there's several kill switches which are on each of the cars per the regulations to make sure that if there's a safety issue, that the car can be made safe, isolated for marshals and drivers alike. Now, this one in particular is new. It's its first time in anger, shall we say, for 2021. And it's for the scenario of a throttle sticking open. Now, the throttle can stick up for various reasons, and we don't want that to happen, but should it do, and the driver jumps on the brakes, which is a natural reaction, if the system detects, or needs to detect, a double pedaling or a throttle and brake being applied for more than 0.5 of a second, the car then shuts itself down. Formula 1 cars have this. Sam can go into much greater detail than I about in terms of what their systems are like, but it has been causing a lot of the team's issues to get it to work. Well, not just work, but also prove to the scrutineers that their system is compliant with the regulations. And Sheffield are one of those cars, I'm led to believe, so they'll be furiously working to try and get through tech. I saw their car had a chassis and a safety sticker this morning, but they need that tech sticker. They need to get all those systems, safety systems, technical-wise working before they even move on to tilt, and then noise, and then brake. And then, once they've completed all of those parts of the process, then they can go and score some points in dynamics. So that's not just important for that regard, but also now their place in the design final, which is pending that taking place. I can see car number 136 down in the pit lane, which is Staffordshire. Hopefully Paul is down there with them. There's some preparations going on for that. Yep, Paul is down, I can see, in the pit lane with Staffordshire. So let's go down to Paul in pit lane and see what the Staffs team have got to say for themselves.
Okay, as you can see, Staffordshire University here on the start line. It is Staffordshire, isn't it? Not Salford.
Yeah, got there in the end, didn't we?
We did get there in the end, we did. Carl's here, ready to fire their car into this 1 kilometre sprint. Are you excited?
Very, yeah.
What's your approach to this? Because it's interesting, you're going to have to do the same course for the 22 kilometre as well.
What is our approach? Well, treat it... We've never entered a sprint before as a university, so it's very new territory for us. Just give it your best shot. Don't be too hesitant. Carry the right amount of speed and trust in the car.
Yeah, I think from that I gather that you're just going to go as fast as you can.
Yeah, pretty much.
Staffordshire University ready to start this 1 kilometre sprint then. I think I saw on the timing board that Coventry at the moment are the team to beat out there, although Cardiff did just come out, and of course they are leading in our leaderboard at the minute. You guys have got Alton Towers sponsorship on your nose cone. I guess it is a bit like a roller coaster out here today.
Very much so, yeah. Even all the judging events are like a roller coaster in a way.
Yeah. You enjoyed that little link there, didn't you, Carl?
It was very good, yeah.
Slick. So there's a real difference. You can see here the difference in the cars that are taking part in this course. We've been looking at a lot of cars in the garages so far and having a look at the different, you saw the feature we did on the different aero, the different engine setups, the different suspension setups, but you know, this is a car without very much aero at all. It's the first time they've competed in the sprint event. It's a good example of a university who have put a lot of development into their car, and they're just looking forward to getting out there and getting on that track and seeing what it can do. Carl, again, they all seem really cool and collected. They should be nervous as hell. We want some raw emotions. So if you're listening in the paddock and you've got any raw emotion that you can spare us, then please save it for when you're on the start line of the sprint course, because Carl's just as cool as the last few drivers who've been heading into this course. Look at him. What's your approach? And he tapped the steering wheel hesitantly and said, what is our approach? So it's a 1 kilometre sprint. There's 100 points up for grabs. The fastest time sets the benchmark, and then the points are allocated according to how fast you are, how close you are to that benchmark time. Cardiff University currently in the lead, University of Central Lancashire in second, and Glasgow in third, coming into this event. And then Coventry, who posted a very good time, 77 seconds I think it was, in the 1 kilometre sprint. They were in fourth place coming into this. Car's looking around thinking he's going to ask me something else any minute. He's just sort of watching me hover around this car. I like the build-up down here in the pit lane. I'm just going to walk a bit further back because we've got another car being wheeled up to the start here of this 1 kilometre sprint, the third of our dynamic events today. We've had the acceleration event, we've had the skid pan. These guys have come from the skid pan. Kingston University, you guys had a fairly difficult start to this acceleration event earlier. You had to take the car, do a few alterations, and then you came back out, but you were fast.
Yeah, we were quite happy with it. I mean, we did it all in one gear for the first run just to get a lap in. And then for the second one, we tried to get so we can go from second to third, but it didn't quite work out. But we're happy with what we did. I think we came seventh, so it's a really good result for us, yeah.
Well, Carl up ahead of you in that Staffordshire University car. We asked him what his approach was to this 1 kilometre sprint. He wasn't quite sure, but it turns out he's just going to go fast. How about you?
I mean, I'll probably do the same. But yeah, I think just, at least for the first one, just kind of take it easy, see how it goes. And then for the second one, depending on how I feel, maybe push it a bit more. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. I'm excited to just try it out and see, because I've never really been on a sort of a Formula Student like conduct track before. So yeah, it'll be fun.
Now, size of steering wheel isn't something I necessarily expected to be comparing on these cars today, but you've got a really tiny steering wheel, sir, and please excuse the expression.
Yeah, I mean, to be honest though, I do have quite small hands, so my hands fit nicely in this. So, you know, I guess saving weight is what we were going for there, yeah.
Does that not limit you? You've got to move the steering wheel more in the cockpit?
It can, yeah, but I mean, it works, so that was sort of the main thing, yeah. I mean, it is a bit small, but yeah, it works. As long as it works, I think we're fine.
Yeah, I think we can go with that. You know, you could steer with the rear as well out there on this tight, twisty sprint course, couldn't you?
Yeah, I mean, I think even maybe on a tighter course, small steering wheel can help, because if you have a big one, you're turning, you know, you might get your elbows hitting. So a small steering wheel, it's nice to keep your arms really locked in, and it's a lot easier to sort of steer around the tight corners. So, yeah.
Okay. So Kingston University, we saw them on the acceleration course earlier. They've been on the skid pan as well. They're just going to go flat out, just like Staffordshire University, who just wheeled the car back onto the pit lane concourse here. Does that mean we've got problems? Have you broken it already, Carl?
I haven't done anything, I promise.
What's happening here?
Just need a little bit more on the ride height. We're not quite there.
Okay. How did you work that out, just sat there on the start line?
Sheer brain power.
Brilliant, sheer brain power. So they're just making a few last-minute alterations. That could mean that we see the Kingston University car rolled out first. I'm not quite sure what's going to go on out here so far. I'm not sure if you guys are seeing the leaderboard, but if I could get an update from the gallery as to who's leading. It looked like Coventry were fast with a 77-second time. I didn't see what Cardiff posted. They had those problems going into the sprint. They stalled the car, couldn't quite get it going. Took a lot of revs, so whether they've got to adjust the clutch on that car, I'm not sure.
Well, thank you.
So let's have a little wander down, see if we can see Coventry. They're over in the background on the pit concourse. You see all these cars being worked on at the side of the sprint start here. Oh, it looks like we've got University of Huddersfield getting suited and booted, climbing into the cockpit. Coventry, we're already tightening belts over here. That was a fast time from you guys.
Oh, thank you.
77 seconds. You looking to beat that?
Oh, definitely, yeah. That was my first lap, so plenty more in the tank.
What have you been doing in the pit lane here? Because you've been here quite a while since you came in.
We had some clutch slip issues under power, so we've just backed off the clutch spring there. So we should be okay now. Should get some more speed on the straight.
More speed, less clutch issues. Coventry University, who look like they're... Okay, we're going to go to Sam and Andrew now in the commentary box as the 1 kilometre sprint gets back underway here at Formula Student.
Well, thanks for that, Paul. Yeah, it's always the way, it seems to be the way of today, that teams are struggling to get their car to that final, you know, they get them ready, they're almost in the staging area, then sort of tease us by rolling up to the start line and just rolling back. Well, it's coming up to 3 o'clock. Now, this event, I think, can only run to 6 o'clock, and then that's it. Then that's the day done. Now, the problem is that with that is there's 3 hours left. There's still cars going through tech inspection. Some of those cars we will see for the first time in this session, hopefully, but there's still a bunch of cars that we're expecting to run. So we've only seen we've only seen 3 cars have run. No, 2 cars have 3 runs. Yeah. So there's a lot of time being used up here. Now, looking at the weather radar, I'm not sure that's the wisest thing. If the track is there and available, I'd be taking full advantage of it right now because there's nobody else using it. You've got a bunch of the cars there struggling to get going. I'd have my car staged and ready to go.
Yeah, and you've got to consider as well that this session acts as qualifying in a way for tomorrow's endurance. Now, the officials will be keeping a keen eye on the weather because obviously you don't just want to be as fast as possible to get the points in this sprint event, but to get the preferential starting point for endurance tomorrow. Now, how that will work is if we see a split day in terms of weather, and they say the morning is dry, the afternoon is wet, they will look to get through the faster cars from this sprint event in that earlier part of the day. If it's all wet, which could quite also be the case, then it kind of nullifies that situation. But you could have a scenario where the faster cars are running out fairly early in the morning. And I'm thinking, you always with an engineering project, you work from your end point backwards. Not just get these runs done to get them on the board, but give you more preparation time for tomorrow. At the end of the day, there is a curfew that all the teams have to leave the garage by 11 o'clock. You don't want to be leaving yourself with a load of work late into the night and then carrying on into the morning. So I'm with you, Sam. I think the teams want to be getting out there as soon as possible, getting the runs on the board. See a few teams sat up on Cops Bank. Do hope you're enjoying your Saturday afternoon. Do give us a wave if you can hear us. There is the Kingston car, number 20, which we saw this morning in acceleration. Looks like they will be attempting their first run on this sprint course shortly. So having a look at the weather radar,
it doesn't actually.
It's doing classic Silverstone things, Sam.
I was just about to say, it's sort of. I was about to say it looks terrible, but then you see a blob of rain appear somewhere north of London. You're like, oh, well, that could come here.
That could come here.
But it might not. So as you can see, just looking at the clouds, the rain is spotting up everywhere. So you could get rain. It's just really, really uncertain at the moment, these weather conditions. And I actually think that's going to be the defining factor, at least tomorrow, but today as well. Those two teams, Cardiff and Coventry, have got times on the board, particularly Cardiff with a 61-second run. Now, that is, you were looking at the times from last year, that is slightly down on last year's times.
It is. I would be anticipating something sub 60 seconds for the top times this year, probably more like around 55 seconds for a really hard attacking run. So it remains to be seen whether someone's going to do that. But Cardiff leading this event at the moment on a 61.054. Kingston should be out shortly in the number 20. There they are on your screens now for those at home watching the YouTube stream. Do make sure you've clicked that like button, shared the stream, and given a subscribe to the IMechE Formula Students YouTube channel for all future content. Of course, we're back here tomorrow for the endurance event, the big climax of Formula Student 2021.
Just having a look down there, you can see Kingston University on the in the staging area. The car should roll forward to the start line, though there doesn't seem to be great urgency to do it. Many cars have been struggling to get their cars up and going. Car 20, that is one of the new cars for this year. It's a 2021 specification car. Behind it, you can see car 87A from Coventry. They're obviously going to come round for another run, try and improve on what they've done. Just a little bit of detail about the Kingston University car. That car is powered by a Yamaha MT-07 motorcycle engine. In Formula Student, for those who don't follow it regularly, the maximum sort of capacity is about 660cc. A bit like a K car in Japan, to be honest. And well, some K cars would go quite quickly with these engines because they're very heavily tuned by the students.
They are indeed. Running on Avon tyres, this Kingston car. It tends to be that I'm finding this year it's either Avons or Hoosiers are the choices of the teams out there.
Well, it is, of course, 690cc is the capacity limit. I've got my numbers upside down. Yeah, and this car has a 689cc capacity. So
they've gone right to the limit then.
The students have to sometimes be careful of that, though I don't remember Formula Student ever having conducted a capacity check post endurance scrutineering. but I wouldn't put it past them either.
Looks like Coventry are being shuffled, perhaps, to the front of the queue if Kingston want them to go first, or maybe they're just being pulled to one side to have a bit more time working on the car. It's a really good year, this, for Kingston, but obviously we've talked at length about the issues for some of our more, what would you say, established teams. And reading through Kingston's bio, first established in 2013, this is a great opportunity for them to have their best results ever at a former student competition, and I really do hope that they take this opportunity. They definitely did this morning in the acceleration run when they put some strong times in, but it does look like Coventry are going to be our next car out on circuit, the 87A. We've seen it already. Remember, 1 minute 17.299 was their first lap time, but I'm guessing this is driver A, or driver number 1 in this event, going for their second run. So he's maybe had a run round, had to think about where they can improve, and they're going to go again for another tour of this Silverstone Sprint layout.
Well, persuasion required. There's that little hammer on the rear wing of the Coventry car. Phoenix Racing, after their best ever result in Formula Student, they finished 8th out of the British teams, I think, last time in 2018 or 2019, and that was their best ever result. Well, the way things are going, they're well on target to a result that's slightly better than that. The official Motorsport Association, Motorsport UK, we have to call them now.
Yes.
Scrutineers looking on. These chaps have been doing it for quite a long time, but that 87A car coming now to the start line under its own power. They don't seem to have any trouble getting that car fired up, unlike some of the others. That light will go green, and then it's open season on a 1 kilometre open track. And let's not forget, cheekily, the driver of this car managed to get an extra lap of practice in. So this could be quite a quick lap from Coventry to try and track down. And it looks a bit more aggressive than first time out, to try and get down to that 61-second lap set by the Welsh team from Cardiff. And this looks a little bit more aggressive.
Yeah, very good start for Coventry as they head up towards Beckett's complex. They were quite tentative on that first run. It's looking tidy as well as they go into the high-speed section of this course. Not seen any cone clips so far, Sam.
Not from anybody, actually, which is unusual. Right.
Oh, massive oversteer moment for Coventry, well held by the driver.
Well, we know he's pushing, that's for sure. Big sideways moment. That won't help his time, but it does show us that there isn't much left in the jar for this car.
Yeah, he seems a bit more tentative now after having had that moment. I think that's scared the driver a little bit, but it's still looking clean, still looking quicker than they've done before. Coming back towards us here at start. Finish over the line. What is the time going to be? 1:014. Good time.
Well, that's a great time there for Coventry University. Only 3.5 tenths of a second slower than the Welsh team from Cardiff. The team from Coventry there, well, if that was the end result of this sprint section, they'd be losing almost no points whatsoever to Cardiff. So fantastic run there for Coventry University, and that car has got some pace in it.
It has, and it's clearly drivable as well. I mean, yes, there was the big oversteer moments for Coventry's driver, but the fact that he was able to hold it and get it back in, that's a good sign for tomorrow for me in the endurance event.
Oh, I think that moment actually cost him the difference to going ahead of Cardiff in that, so that would have been the fastest time had the driver not just lost it for that moment. But going for the driver's head just as he got that tank slapper on, the car slipping slightly sideways, he must have thought he'd blown it and then got it back and carried on the run. That's some good driving to save that. So big respect for the driver from Coventry. Now, we are expecting 2 more cars on track. So I saw that UCLan was down in the staging area as well, and we were, of course, waiting for another car to come to the line, but it didn't. So it was sitting there looking rather passive. Just see if somebody comes up to the line. I can see down there that you've got, I think it's Staffordshire there, waiting to go. No, it's Kingston rather, waiting to go. But the team around the Kingston car seem very, the Kingston car has just stalled coming to the line. So the team are trying to get that car to fire up. They've been struggling with it. Oh, and the push bar's going back on. So I think that's them going back to the garage to fettle some more. So no running there from Kingston. I can see the RF camera has gone, so we've lost Paul for the moment. So we won't be able to find out exactly what that issue is for the moment. That should mean that UCLan will come and take that position on the start line. No sign of them doing that. UCLan, of course, were very quick in the acceleration, so they could also be very quick on this sprint course. Though we haven't really seen how well it goes around corners, other than when it's only going around corners in the skid pad event earlier in the day. It's interesting to see the struggle so many teams are having to get their cars to fire. And we were debating this earlier on, whether that was down to just simply a lack of practice for these teams because they haven't been getting on. Just a shout out to those following us on YouTube. Don't forget to do likes and your subscribes. And Christian Dam, big fan of Oxford Brooks Racing, OBR, 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 he says. Where are OBR? They're in the garage. I'd like to see OBR on track because I haven't seen that car at all yet. DW Media points out that Staffordshire were the first to pass scrutineering. Well, good on them. It'd be nice for them to come out on track and join us. And it's a lot of these teams have improved. Ken Woods asks, where is Liverpool? It's on the coast in the northwest of England.
It is indeed. I'm not actually sure whether Liverpool are here. I've not seen them all week. So it may be one of the teams that have unfortunately had to pull out late on.
I think I saw their car in the garage in pieces.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Well, I've definitely not seen them in the scrutineering pen on the first 2 days of the competition.
Well, as you can see on your screen, helpful. I like these graphics. Big step forwards in the production this year. Kingston University, the driver's getting a briefing from one of his team members, and you can see from the hand movement, he's saying, go very slowly on this pedal and then it'll drive. Look, there you go. Gentle on the left foot and then drive away. It's almost like a learner driver. So he's now going to try and put that into practice. The visor is shut. The team are around him. Now he's going to be trying to very gently drive it forwards on the clutch as he slips it and gives it some throttle and tries to avoid stalling it. And he does it. Good advice there from his crew. So we're going to get Kingston University for their first run in this sprint event.
It always makes me chuckle when the car sets off that sometimes it's just sort of there, the students run after it. It's like, no, where are you going? It's like, you're not going to catch it, boys. It's gone.
He's faster than you. So the safety scrutineers give their car its first check. Check the driver's got his arm restraints on. That's something that only really happens in Formula Student. You've got these arm restraints. I've driven with them. I don't really like it. I took them off when I tested a Formula Student car when nobody was looking and just carried on driving. It's always, don't do that.
No.
It's very much you will be disqualified if you do that.
It's always quite amusing doing egress with the students and the drivers because I always get them to show me that they've got them on, and we always call that party time. It's like hands in the air for a bit of a party time for egress. But
I don't know what your parties are like in the Midlands.
They're not that exciting, got to be honest. But Kingston here, as we say, they've been racing since 2013, and originally I think they've tried doing some electric cars over the years, but here they are with the Yamaha MT-07 engine for 2021.
And just waiting to see that Yamaha MT-07 come to life and propel the car forwards, but it doesn't seem to be doing that.
No.
It seems to have people prodding the back of the car, which is never quite a good sign for, well, any race car, let alone a Formula Student car. But we saw it drive forward under its own power. So again, I wonder if this is down to just a bit of a lack of preparation. The team pointing vaguely at the Cops Bank and looking a little bit unconvinced. Not sure the MSA Motorsport UK scrutineer is particularly convinced by either by it, and the Dynamics officials are now crowding around the back of the car. Have they spotted something they don't like? Oh, I do hope not.
I've not spotted anything from our angle here.
I think
I mean, one that can quite often happen is some form of fluid leak. I mean, we did see this vehicle running earlier on in the day.
What's that just coming?
Brake line's on. Brake line works. You can see that just through the middle of shot.
Yeah, something came in from the team.
Brake line going on and off. In fact, is that what they're playing with? Is that what the team members just fiddling with there? Is this a brake light issue?
That's gaffer tape going in. Fixes everything. Space shuttles to racing cars.
Good use of the engineering flowchart there.
It seems to have done whatever it is was supposed to do. They seem happy with it. The driver's put his hand in the air to ask a question to Dowie Griffiths. Dowie Griffiths having a conversation with the driver, but I think that usually means it's time to fire your car up and go for a run. And we await. Driver's still pointing. Oh, the team hadn't. No, the team must have switched the car on because the brake light's on.
Yep.
I'm not sure what they're fiddling with now. This is not going to go well in the endurance for them if they have to continually fiddle with the car.
Yeah, they're gonna run out of. There isn't an allowable time for them to make checks, but that's normally during the driver change, and it is just for doing the driver change. They're not allowed to do setup changes.
Well, whatever this is on the left front corner behind the tyre, the dynamics officials are now getting involved with. They're spraying something on it. There was a bit of hand. They sprayed some hand sanitizer on it. Now they're all inspecting something. Well, this is quite. This is an interesting procedure going on here.
We do have a carryover as well of a number of the scrutineers from Thursday, Friday, then become the purple shirts, the Dynamics volunteers for Saturday, Sunday. So they're all very well read up on their rules and regulations. There's a chat going on there between the team members from Kingston.
Now this is just, this is the chap who came in, gave me a little bit of driving instruction about how to work the clutch, and it worked last time.
Thank you, Ben. Out there in one of our Dynamics volunteers, brake light connection. That is what the team were fiddling with.
Well, it seems to be jammed on unless the driver's foot is on the pedal.
Now he's turned it off.
And the push bar has gone on the back of the car. So I think that is Kingston having to go back. Yes, where are they? Yeah.
They're going right. They're going back out of the hot area.
Oh,
no,
are they?
Now they're going left.
Oh, no, they're being pushed to the start line. Well, okay. So they seem to have got that issue sorted. The light did go out, which I thought was the sign of a stuck light being extinguished by the car being extinguished. But no, it seems to be the driver sticks his foot to the pedal.
So hopefully we can get this Kingston car up and running. As my goodness me,
it's
the sun comes out
yes.
here at Silverstone for the first time properly today. There was a glimpse of it during acceleration earlier.
And Paul's back. I've just seen Paul walk across the back of shot. So we might find out for him after this run what that issue is if UCLan aren't immediately ready to come and take to the track. The light has gone green and the Kingston car has fired up. The revs go up and offsets Kingston. Nice start and works through the first set of corners gently. I think it's fair to. Oh, the front end of that car hops about quite a bit, doesn't it? When it's turning.
It's a car that we saw earlier. I think they've got the suspension quite soft. I noted it on acceleration earlier, but now they've got some corners to deal with. How is this car going to handle? See, initially it turns in quite well. If anything, it turns in too well.
And then it understeers in the middle of the corner.
Yeah.
It's an odd handling car, that's fair to say. But it seems to be negotiating the course. Some cones were got there. That was the first cone violation I think we've seen, though none of the marshals seem to be to rectify it. They are pointing, though. I think that was a cone penalty for Kingston. And they're working their way through that second slalom very gently. Oh, as the car moves through the corners, I'm looking out of the window now at the car. As it turns, it almost like the inside rear wheel really is picking up through the corners as he accelerates through those slaloms. So perhaps some kind of setup work needs to be done on that Kingston car as they cross the line to do a 106.9 though, so not a terrible run. That's a 66-second run. That is pretty competitive, actually. Didn't look like it, I have to say.
It looks like they're going to go around again. It does look very hoppy on the front, doesn't it? That it's not quite predictable in its steering nature.
Now the team going to pull it back. I think to put it back to get onto the right angle to get around that corner to get back to the start line again, but there's lots of pointing going on from this team. This team seem very relaxed, don't they?
Yep.
For a cut, which is good to see. But you know, oh, should we go over there? No, I think we'll go over there and start a run. Yeah, very relaxed team here. And well, push bar is off. The lights should go green. Oh, the thumbs are down from Dynamics.
We're just waiting for timing to be reset.
And the thumbs are up, yep. Now let's see if they can go quicker than a 66.9 at this time by. I think they probably can. The driver will have more confidence. The light's still red though. So this isn't a delay for Kingston. The light's now green. The car can start at its leisure. Revs are going up. We should see the drive engage. There it is, and off it goes. Bit of a hop again off the line. But look as it turns in here. You can see the front end really just moving around in a slightly unusual way. Yeah,
oh, many cones, many ruinings of the cones. The Collins won't like that.
No, that's going to be at least 15 seconds of penalties right there, I think. Or is it 2 per cone?
I think, normally it's 2 seconds per cone, but the crucial one isn't any kind of off course, and there go a few more cones as we come out of Beckett's. If a driver leaves the circuit and doesn't re-enter at the same points that they left, it's 20 seconds for an off course.
So
that's the one you really don't want to get.
Well, it's going to be about 15 seconds now after that next lot of cones. You often see that in Formula Student. A driver goes out and does his first run quite gently, gets confident, pushes too hard. And I think that's what you're seeing from Kingston with those cone penalties. It'll be interesting to see what this time was, though, because that will be representative of what the car's capable of. If the driver is a little bit more capable of keeping it on the track that the officials laid out, rather than the track that the driver believed would be better. And he crosses the line with a 1:05 dead. So that's a good time, but with all those cone penalties, it won't be a good time. And that shows that there's a bit more pace in that car. So the second driver, a bit more to come from them. Now, the question we've got is, will UClan be ready to come up? We saw them in the staging area. Are they ready to come up and take to the line? I can see that they are, because I can hear the car coming. So we'll stick on the commentary for now and come back to Paul once this next batch of runs are done. And we get a thumbs up from Paul down in the pit lane. Well done, Paul. And so that's fantastic. So we will stick with the UClan car. I believe it's the UClan car that you can just see the front of there down in the staging area, car 116. And well, I think this is going to be a run to watch, because we saw them really quite quick in the earlier sessions this morning. And as you said, Andrew, this does serve as qualifying for later tomorrow.
Just reading up here on the UClan Motorsport team. Thank you for their entry into the event guide. Good name for the team leader, Jonathan Chapman. He knew a thing or two about building a race car back in the day. They would like to thank their sponsors, Loctite, Ravenol, Schroth and Drexler, as well as faculty advisors Graham Calderbank and Simon Hindle, and the whole of the University of Central Lancashire for their continued support of the Formula Student programme. They are now on the line.
That's not UClan on the line there.
Is it not UClan?
No.
Is it Staffordshire?
No, it looks like Staffordshire or Huddersfield. I can't quite make it out from here. And they've stalled whoever it was. That is car 136. So I think that is...
it's going to be Staffordshire.
That is Staffordshire. They are a team to keep an eye on. And that car just comes around to the line with its 675 Triumph Daytona in the back of it. And working around. Willwood brakes on that. You don't hear that too much anymore. But the old Willwood's still going on. You see the dark skies.
We've got some hopping, and we've got a cone collected.
Yeah, that is, if he carries that round the lap, he's got the first contention for that special award on Sunday night, because that is quite a distance that cone is being carried now. And I don't think he'll be able to deny a penalty for that one. It's a shame we don't have the Formula 1 style graphic pop up on the screen. Cone penalty.
Cone under investigation.
Yeah, penalty under investigation. I don't think there's an investigation needed here. The car from... It's still there, isn't it? Oh, he might have deposited...
Oh, there's another one. Oh, he's nearly wearing it as a hat. My goodness me.
Well, that is one for the replays, I think. Well, he's not going to be allowed to forget that by the rest of the team.
Well, a few years ago, we had a Staffordshire endurance run, which I mean,
oh, he's got two there.
Two. Excuse me, we'd like our cones back.
It's not two. It's the same cone, I believe, as he's juggled it from one side of the car to the other.
I've been here for 10 years, Sam, and you've been here decidedly longer. I've seen some cone collections. I've never seen one like that.
I have never seen that. That's quite spectacular. Well done to the driver of Staffordshire University. That as he's having a conversation and getting quite animated with his team about it, but nobody's. Yeah, I think it's pretty well wedged in that.
Yeah, I mean this. I mean, Chris is going to get in there, thank you. Yeah, but that's ours. We'll have to, oh, that's ruined. That is absolutely ruined. That is an X-Colin the Cone.
Oh,
First time I've said that this weekend.
That is going to go in the collection for sure. The university's best position in 2019 was 62nd in this competition. I can say with absolute certainty they've beaten that already. So Staffordshire University not only putting in their best ever performance, but putting in a really good performance. We didn't talk about the time they did. It was a 69.6, but plus some penalties. So don't worry about it. The driver's still getting a bit animated in the cockpit there. Nice brushed aluminium cockpit, a bit like an old fighter plane, quite like that.
That's very nice indeed.
Now we'll just see if Staffordshire are going to have another run at it, and then I might task Paul down in the pit lane to go and seek out UCLan and find out what's going on there. And also, yeah, it looks like well, we'll just see where Staffordshire's pushed, because it would also be quite nice to hear from the Staffordshire driver who tried to wear a cone as a hat. And it wasn't Saturday night after a few too many beers either. Thumbs up though from the Staffordshire driver. He's still gesticulating at his team. I do like their dashboard. Look how traditional that is. It's got circular rotary clocks on it and toggle switches. That's wonderful.
That's a proper dash. None of this, you know, LCD screen touch button nonsense. Just proper switches.
That is a beautifully made little dashboard on that car. And also look at the steering wheel. Very traditional. No buttons or
functional.
Exactly. I wonder if it's got a handbrake on the side of the cockpit as well. Now, where are they going to push the car to? Well, they're going to fiddle and fettle around. Car 136 from Staffordshire. Now, they rebranded from Formula Staffs for last time in Formula Student, 2019, and won the Breakthrough Award in 2018 with impressing the judges with their work ethic. Well, I think you can't win it twice, can you? Because it looks like they're having a breakthrough this year, so I'd almost argue they are having a breakthrough year, and they've been pushed back out towards the paddock, so they're not going to go again straight away. And I don't see another car in the staging area. Now, I can see Paul's not quite ready to talk to us, because I can see our director staring down the RF camera, so that's not the Paul we wanted to see. He's waving back at us, and so he's listening in. Well, we were going to get Paul to find out what was going on with UCLan, but we'll stay with us up here and leave the guys down on the RF. Well, I think I can see where they're sitting, actually. I think they're just having they're just having a bit of a break. And yeah, I can see the RF camera now. He's sitting down with the marshals and having a little bit of a break because there's nothing on the start line. That's very convenient. The marshals down there, of course, enjoying their lunches and a little snack on the way. And now we've called out the RF cameraman because we've got a car coming to the start line, and that car is, of course, the car we've been looking for. He says with great confidence, but can't actually see it because it's hidden from our view currently and all of our cameras. It is Coventry again. Gone back for another run, and this will be the first run for the second driver. Now, this car, Coventry, was only 3.5 tenths of a second slower than the fastest time of the day, Cardiff. So this second driver, if it's their quicker driver, or indeed if it's their lighter driver, that does make a big difference in these cars, that could produce a decent result. I know some teams would send their drivers to go and stay in a hotel the night before the sprint and the night before the endurance, so those drivers were away from all the flunkyball and silliness in the campsites. However, I'm not sure Coventry have done that, but also they'd monitor what the driver ate the night before, so they weren't heavy, because body weight fluctuates by a few kilos each day, which is natural. But for the driver to have his body weight a couple of kilos high at this point, that's going to affect your time when weight is so dependent on the car performance. But you don't want them to be too light, because their blood sugar will be too low, and they won't be able to focus on the job at hand. And that job at hand for Phoenix Racing, car 87A from Coventry, is to get round this 1 kilometre track as quickly as possible.
They do indeed. Away they go for run number 3 then. What can Coventry University, Phoenix Racing do here? Nice steady start round the first chicane. into the first elective slalom in a moment. Oh, what's
Ooh,
happened here? That is a loss of drive.
Yeah,
Now,
he didn't hit anything. It just came to a stop of its own accord. And that's what you may refer to in some motorsport events as ceased forward motion. The driver's trying to get it going. He's pressing the button to the get-go button, and it doesn't seem to be doing anything. Oh,
it's got going
and
again
it's got
now.
going again. Yeah, okay.
Control-Alt-Delete maybe, and they're going again. Now going through. No, is it happy? Is it having Leclerc issues? Is it cutting out as they're going around the circuit?
Well, it seems slow, but no, it seems to be working now. So what the driver should be doing at this point is not abandoning the run. He should be attacking these corners to learn what you can get away with for his second run. And if it was a driver error or the car is just working, he should take the pace, push as hard as you can, come round for the second run with those thoughts fresh in your minds.
Absolutely. I'd wonder, is this in a high gear? And can the driver not shift back down the box?
Let's have a listen as he comes past our position. I'm not hearing any gear changes.
Yeah, that doesn't sound like the optimum rev range to me that the driver wants to be in. Coming out to finish the lap, it won't change Coventry's position. That 61.401 still their best time. And indeed it was 1 minute 35.070. Now, do they elect to go straight out again, or will they go and have a little think and a tinker?
It looks like a think and a tinker is the way the driver wants to go with that. He's going to feed back to the team, I can't change gear. Well, is that down to the driver, or is that down to the car? Could be either.
Could be either indeed. Keep your comments coming in on the YouTube stream. And is everyone through scrutineering, asks Marcus Sterling. I think the answer is unfortunately no at the moment. I think we've still got quite a few drivers trying to get through the tech parts of scrutineering, and a lot more teams trying to get through tilt, noise and brake.
Have you got the magic on that tells us who's through scrutineering?
I can have a look. I can have a look if we can get the magic information.
It would be nice to let people know who is through scrutineering. Otherwise, we may have to send our roving cameraman, who is standing down by Coventry University. In fact, that would be nice, actually, if we could get our roving cameraman to go and have a look at the back of the Coventry University car to see what he's doing, because he's standing right there. The roving camera is now an onboard camera, but it's not actually onboard because it's, I can see that it's not onboard because it's with our TV director. But we are going to hopefully be able to bring you an onboard run from a car coming up quite soon. That will be quite exciting. That's new for Formula Student, live onboard coverage, something that even professional racing series, including Super GT, sometimes struggle to do. But we're going to be bringing you live onboard coverage from, I don't know which team, but the camera is currently being fitted to the car. And I think that is, I can see the rear end of the car in question, but I can't see who it is. It must be UCLan. That's the car we haven't seen running, but I can see wings on it. And I'm not sure UCLan have. I think that's Glasgow for the first time. I think we're about to see Glasgow take to the track here at Formula Student in the afternoon session. The sprint, don't forget, this serves as qualifying for tomorrow's endurance. It's a bit like Formula One, really, with a sprint and an endurance. Wonder if it'll end the same way on Sunday.
Well, hopefully nobody ends up in the barrier, if that's what we mean by that point.
It has happened.
It has happened before.
Yes.
We're working on the scrutineering statuses, everybody. We'll try and get you that information as soon as possible. There are still quite a few cars that we didn't see, or that we did see, I should say, in acceleration this morning, who haven't appeared out on circuit yet here for sprint.
Yeah, there's a lot of cars actually that we haven't seen that I would expect to see. But I mean, bear in mind we have 12 cars do the acceleration this morning. We've only had 4 cars on track here. It is 3:30, and I'm surprised we haven't seen more cars, because is it going to be one of those situations where we're going to get a flurry of cars on the track towards the end? Well, hopefully to bring us live onboard cameras, live onboard footage for their first run. I believe that car, it's car 5A actually, so that is
Huddersfield.
That's Huddersfield, and now we're sitting on board with the Huddersfield car. This should be pretty spectacular to watch on a run. There you see Dowie Griffiths on the left. He's giving the drivers their final instruction while holding some sun lotion. He's from Wales. He's not used to even the slightest sunshine, and it is very slight sunshine at the moment. On the right, you can see the starter in orange holding his start buttons. Team Hare. They've had that name for ages. Car 5A. This is the same car we saw. The lights go green. The revs go up. You can see that on the Cosworth dashboard. He's holding the revs to about mid-level, and then here we go, launching down the track. This is fantastic footage. Coming into that first left-hander, then round to the right. The car's going great guns, then left and right again. Oh, I want more of that onboard footage, please. That was fantastic. Here we are, back on board through the first slalom. Going through, the driver has complete freedom as to how he enters that slalom. Now coming up to the hairpin. This is a great run by the Huddersfield car. No cone split so far, and this looks pretty competitive. Let's go back on board to see how he comes into this fast sweeping section on what is normally the runoff around Silverstone's Cops Corner. You can see those skid marks left there by Max Verstappen, or you will see them in a minute. There he goes, right across them into this final sequence, then through this final slalom, the second one on the course, and that car looks to be handling very, very nicely indeed. Through these last corners down to the hairpin. Andrew, this has been a great run.
I think this is a bit of history as well. Is this the first time we've ever had live on-board footage streamed to the world of a former student sprint run across the line? What was the time for Huddersfield? Oh, it was a 61.003. They go P1.
Yeah, that's the fastest time of the day, and you got to ride on board as they did it. Fantastic coverage here from High Vis Media and Formula students at Silverstone. That is a first for this competition, and what a first it was for Huddersfield to go top of the table.
Yeah, fair credit to Huddersfield's driver. Not only a fast run, but an entertaining run, and I think that was clean as well. I didn't see any cones
being
clean to misplaced by the 5A there. That is just what you want to kick things off for your sprint event.
Well, it looks like Huddersfield are going to go again, so more of that onboard footage, please. That was not only exciting, that was wonderful. Hopefully, post-event, we'll be able to stitch together that fast lap as well for the full event. Now, I hope we can get that during the endurance as well.
Yeah.
When some of the cars are running close together, that will be exciting. No more onboard because the camera's just been removed. But that was brilliant work there from our team. Our film and video team. I found that very exciting. You probably could tell.
I tell you what else was impressive, Sam. I've commentated on quite a lot of karting over the years, and in the karting world, there is a bit of a curse of the live camera. We've done it in the BUKT a few times, where we've stuck a live GoPro onto a kart, and it always ends badly. I was really worried for Huddersfield there, so don't curse them with the camera, but they did an absolutely brilliant job, and they've put themselves at the top of the timesheets.
Well, just reading the comments on YouTube, James Ganderton asks, where the UK's top team today? Well, right now, the UK's top team, Huddersfield, are first. But then Cardiff, probably in second on points, are the UK's top team at the moment as well. I don't know which team he's referring to, but I think it's probably Oxford Brookes. Well, I haven't seen the helicopter today, so I fear that Oxford Brookes are still struggling to get through the full tech inspection. Neil Barker asks, have any of the electric cars been out? The answer is no. And which cars are still to go through Scroot? Lots of them, but not this one, the Eucalan car from Central Lancaster. This is, for me, the best sounding car, and we have the onboard camera on this car as well, so we're going to go to live onboard pictures when this car comes to the start line. Just getting some final advice from the officials and from the team, and we're going to ride full on board for this lap, which is going to be absolutely fantastic to see. So that's not Huddersfield, that's Eucalan's car, and if you're here at the circuit, have a listen to this car as it accelerates. If you're listening at home, well, hopefully it sounds as good in the car as it does when it's
time to turn the speakers up, especially if you've got like a surround sound system at home. Use it to the full here.
Oh yes, and we're going to crank it up, and I reckon we should just stay quiet and listen to this car around the full lap. Actually, I think that's going to be something that we haven't done before. So yeah, if you're sitting at home when this Eucalan Motorsport, University of Central Lancashire car 46A comes to the line and the lights go green, we're going to stay quiet and we are going to enjoy this lap of the Silverstone Formula Student 2021 circuit from the driver's perspective, something that's never been seen before, and I'm really looking forward to seeing this live. Let's hope it goes well for the team from Lancaster.
that was absolutely fantastic there from University of Central Lancaster. A 69.2 second run, but what you could really appreciate watching that was the vibration that the driver experienced through the car. I like the fact that this onboard camera isn't so mounted that it deletes like a lot of the visceral impact of driving a car so fast. That was a really nice representation of what it feels to drive a Formula Student car at the limit. And it looks like the UCLan team are going to go again. We might be able to get some more of that onboard footage shortly as well. As it looks like our TV director is going to leave it on there. The team are getting ready to stage and go again. You can hear the oh, this is nice. We can hear the communication from the drivers and the team through that onboard camera.
Just hope they don't do it. Didn't say anything naughty at the moment. They are live broadcasting to the world. But yeah, Central Lancashire, that was a good run as well. 69.287 on the boards.
Yeah.
So they're faster than Staffordshire at the moment, sitting in 5th place. The driver has no idea. I think they lost the gear shift again. They stuck in 1st gear. The team's trying to get it back into neutral.
You can see him fettling on the linkage there.
Has been a problem for the guys from Preston so far this weekend. We saw a little bit of this earlier in the day. Now, hopefully they can get it fixed, because if this happens in endurance tomorrow, that's a bit of a disaster for them.
Yeah, you wouldn't be allowed to make... You see the number 46 mechanic on the left-hand side, you wouldn't be allowed to do that.
It comes down to the moment, that'll just be whilst timing squad get things sorted. Receive the word from timing and we're ready to go. Meanwhile, Marshall will just get the drivers car into position.
Coming to the line. I'm not sure if we've got the onboard camera. I'm not sure if this lap's going to be on board or not. No update from the TV director, but we'll see what happens. We are on board, so that's excellent. I think we'll talk through this one this time.
We will do indeed, and hopefully it'll be a quicker lap as well. So if they can find 4.5 seconds, they can get ahead of Kingston. Of course, these are all provisional times, not taking into account cone penalties. Spirited starts from UCLan Motorsports as they go away for their second run here in sprint into the first chicane. Nice and steady through there. Heading up to the first set of S's. This is where Coventry's problems on their last run started. That is a good run, Sam, through the slaloms. The first third of the lap's been pretty good.
Yeah, the car seems the front end seems quite good on this car. It seems to change direction quite neatly. But the rear end doesn't seem to kick out at all, which suggests to me maybe there's a bit more to come from the driver chucking it about, but it does seem to go quite nicely. The camera's being chucked about, that's for sure. He's enjoying this. And, well, the camera is really being chucked about. As you can see, the G-forces on these cars are quite significant. What people don't really appreciate, because these cars are such a short wheelbase, the way they change directions and the G they generate is really substantial. And as you can see, the onboard camera now is having quite a ride. Hopefully it holds on to the end of the run, because it's clinging on for dear life. And the car crosses the line to finish with a 1:04.6, and that puts UCLan into 4th position with the 64.6. And they still get 2 more runs after this, so the onboard camera managed to survive right to the end.
And producer Nick has just taken the biggest sigh of relief he's had the whole week.
Well, I know how much that unit cost, and yes, I think he has realised.
But good driving there from the University of Central Lancashire. Their driver did find those seconds to get them into 4th place. And I think they'll be very happy with their efforts so far today. And as you say, Sam, we've still got another 2 runs from the 46A to come later in this session.
Yeah, we've got Christian Dam is asking for an update. Would be nice on the UK teams. That's quite easy.
It is very easy.
Huddersfield are leading this afternoon's session. Cardiff 2nd, Coventry 3rd, University of Central Lancashire 4th, Kingston 5th and Staffordshire 6th. That still leaves us with 6 running cars that we haven't seen this afternoon.
Indeed, we've got another one on the line, ready to go. I think this might be Kingston again, the number 20, if I'm recognising the red roll hoop correctly.
Yeah, I think that is Kingston as well. You can see the red number panel as well on car number 20. Coming to the line there, you see it on your screen. And the Kingston car, their best result so far is a 65 dead. We think the car can go a bit quicker, because that 65 dead was set with quite a lot of cone penalties.
It was indeed. We just need a nice steady run from Kingston here. Get them firmly on the scoreboard. More teams congregating on the inside of Copse Corner, enjoying the weather once again this week. I'm very jealous of them. The weather was never this good when I did Former Students as a competitor.
I remember it being hotter than this, to the point where our commentary box caught fire a few years ago. But no danger of that today. It's nice and cool in the box. And the thumbs are down from the Dynamics team. They're just waiting for the various buttons to be pressed by the timekeeping department.
Hello to John, who asks, how are the University of Sheffield doing? My brother is on the team and we're sat rooting for the whole team. The last intel I received is that they were still trying to get through tech scrutineering. They're one of the teams that have struggled with the brake plausibility system detection.
Speaking of
devices.
Sheffield and the refractories,
yes.
Did we find out a list of cars that have passed tech?
We're still working on that, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm sure Mr. Staten's working on that one for us. He has asked for an update, so we'll get that to us as soon as possible.
Well,
just waiting on timing to give us the all clear that the circuit is ready to commence this run for Kingston.
It's going to be a little bit frustrating for the driver having to be held on the line. But he's off now. The lights have gone green and he's away quite neatly. The Kingston University number 20 car. Very enthusiastic getaway, and that seemed to work. Again, though, the front end of this car just doesn't look like it's handling quite the way. Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Just as it turns in there, it's almost... It's a bit like one of those Mercedes road cars. It just sort of feels like it gets up and over itself on the front end, on the steering, and you can see that it's causing a little bit of understeer in the hairpin, but the car's driving reasonably well, but very gentle for this second drive. But probably doing the right thing, trying to get a clean run, get a time on the board, and then go for it on the second run. And that's what I'd advise all my drivers to do. Make sure you get some points on the board, and then have at it.
Still been a clean run so far from Kingston into the second half of this lap now.
Now remember, they don't have a fast, clean run. I think their best clean run is about a 106 or a 107. So anything better than that will be an improvement for Kingston. Their time on the board, we know, has accumulated significant penalties. Getting that little bit of understeer in the hairpin, but they know how to deal with it. Looks like a little bit of a lift and a little bit of dab of brake will do the job. Kingston crosses the line to do a 69 dead. And, well, now we'll see the driver what they can really do now they light it up and go and have a proper run. Quite a few cars struggling with that hairpin to get back to the start line. Oh, Kingston managing it, though. Not quite lined up. Oh, no, that'll do. Yeah, that'll do them. Probably not giving you the best line into the first corner, but it's a bit of a run down to the first proper corner, isn't there? So you get a bit of a chance, so it doesn't matter who's not the best lined up. Oh, we're going to get onboard footage from this car, hopefully, as well.
He's very brave, isn't he?
Yeah, I know.
I wouldn't have been surprised if that was the last onboard footage that we saw of the day, but no, they're going to give it another go.
No, he's getting this, he's getting stuck in, and the MSA, this is quite nice, the MSA scrutineers are actually helping put the cameras on. Now, the MSA scrutineers have to check that the camera is fully and properly attached, but if the MSA scrutineer is now the one putting the camera on, they don't have a problem with that.
So Kingston ready to go again, and indeed away they do go. And oh, look at this, beautiful shot through the roll hoop. The main roll hoop of the number 20. We're on our way towards the first electoral slalom. This really would be a good shot. Another good shot for the team as well, to see how their car is handling. And oh, big understeer, huge understeer. Of course, that's going to be 20 seconds worth of penalties straight away. And unfortunately for Kingston, that means they aren't going to go any further. That 65.097 will be their best lap time, unless they do something supersonic through the second half of this course.
Well, that's a great onboard angle, isn't it? Real driver's side stuff here. Well, top of driver's head stuff at least. Roll loop camera though, that's a win for me. You can really see the car being chucked around. But yeah, this run is not going to help Kingston's time, and I think they're going to be a little bit sad actually that they haven't quite delivered the performance that perhaps, well, they've got a cone stuck in their radiator duct as well there.
Yeah, that won't be helping them.
Yeah, so the telltale there, that you've exceeded track limits, shall we say. And crossing the line, that was a 68.2, but with a bunch of penalties, it won't matter. Just a little bit of housekeeping for those who are at the track. Quite a few cars, including this Huddersfield car, you can see the tyres are getting a little bit warm. Well, there is an important point to make. The Hoosier tyre van that's in the paddock is open for about 2 more hours, but it will not be present at the track tomorrow. So if you need any of your tyres done, balancing or fitting or buying some new tyres or any of the other stuff that you normally buy from Hoosier, well,
do it now.
Go and do it now, because you've got about 2 hours left to do that. Otherwise, you're going to be in a tyre dilemma.
Indeed.
So, yeah, that is good. So the onboard camera is removed from the Kingston car. The Kingston car will return to the pits. There we get a replay of that. Replays as well. This is good. Yeah, that redesign of the hairpin. So that will definitely cost Kingston a fair amount of penalties. And Christian Dam is calling for more onboards. Okay, Christian, you can have them. And Jonathan Hunt has asked, he's just joined the stream, how are Swansea doing? Well, they're not doing this afternoon. We have seen them this morning in both skid pad and acceleration. They got into the top 6 runoff. They had a few problems in the top 6 runoff, it's fair to say. And we haven't seen them since.
We haven't indeed, but hopefully they'll be back out later. Kaiser Twist asks, why are none of these cars running any aero? It's like, well, some of them have. We've seen Cardiff running aero earlier on today.
Yeah, we've seen some aero. We'll see some more aero, I suspect. I think Cardiff have got a couple more runs to come as well, actually. So that was just one of the course officials saying, look at your WhatsApp, we're sending you results. I should switch on my WhatsApp, but I'm not going to, because I deny that I actually have it, because I don't use a smartphone. True story. We've got... I thought we were about to get Paul, but I was just watching a VT replay, but we can go to VTs if we need to. But at the moment, we've got Sheffield Hallam in the staging area, and it's the first time we've seen them on the track well, this afternoon. We've seen them today. And Sheffield Hallam, that's a car that both you and I, Andrew, thought maybe slightly underperformed this morning, but does look like a good dynamic car.
It does. It looks like it's a car that could put in some strong pace. We've got double camera action here. So the team have got their own, looks like a GoPro on top of there. Other action cameras are available. And Nick from the High-Vis team attaching our live.
He's going to be knackered tonight.
Yes.
I think I'm going to have to buy him a pint.
Whilst this is all going on, skid pad results are in from this morning. So 75 points go to the University of West of England, Bristol. They won with a 5.420. Second place for Cardiff, 68.49 points. There's a big complicated formula that calculates all of this, trust me. Staffordshire were third on 51.27. Glasgow fourth on 48.47. Coventry wrap out the top 5. Leeds, Huddersfield, Central Lancashire, Kingston, Strathclyde, Swansea and Sheffield Hallam all scored as well. So well done to all of them for getting out for skid pad.
Well, Matt Thomas has asked, any updates on SHU Racing?
Here we go.
Here you are, on board with SHU Racing, and we're going to take a run around the track with Sheffield Hallam. And this is a team that have improved so much over recent seasons. We're going up a few years ago to tours to the university. I actually had to have a word with the university officials to say, give this team more support. They're a great group of people. They're doing a great job, but you as the university need to do more for them. And Sheffield steps up. And sure enough, we're seeing a really nice car this year. As to answer the question, why are we seeing no aero? There's your aero.
The aero is definitely working at the moment. That was very nice through the middle part of the course. Well, still in the middle part of the course. It's a good run from Sheffield Hallam so far. Up to speed now. They did have some foibles this morning on the slower tests, but this is a good run so far from SHU Racing.
Now, it's interesting when you get to those slalom sections, those red cones, drivers have free choice of which way to enter them. I haven't seen that there is a quicker way yet, but there usually is a quicker way into a slalom. Sheffield chosen to go what I thought was a long way around, locking a break into the final corner to cross the line with a 62.123, and that puts Sheffield Hallam up to 4th position in this section, and that looked to me to be a clean run as well. Sheffield Hallam looks like they're going to go again. Yes, they are. And that was the Sheffield Hallam driver got that right. First driver we've seen not to have to do push me, pull me to get back to the start line. So really good driving there from Sheffield Hallam. And we'll keep the onboard camera on there and go again. The vibration from these cars really working their way through the onboard cameras though. And I like that actually. It shows you how visceral these cars are to drive.
And that as a first go, as a first run, is pretty quick. I mean, compare that to, say, Cardiff's and Coventry's, they were both in the 65s. You can see that same rate of improvement from Sheffield Hallam here. They could very much threaten the leading time at the moment of Huddersfield of a 61.003.
Yeah, this is it. And this is a quick car, I think, that's going to surprise a few people. Some great comments coming in. Elijah Santos saying, yes, Hallam. BS Griffith saying, how's the Romford doing? They're not doing at the moment. Hopefully they can get out later on. Oxford Brooks Racing, well, we've gone in search of the helicopter, but the cloud base is low, and that means the car is not yet running. Tune the Team, who normally sponsors OBR, and unfortunately, he normally supplies the helicopter, and he's sad not to be there as a spectator. Thanks for enjoying the coverage. Let's see what Sheffield Hallam can do out on track. Sideways out at the starting gate, that's what we want to see. This is going to be a push lap.
This indeed, they've really got to go for it now. Can they find those 2 seconds to go to the top of the times? Through the slalom they go. Very nice indeed. Boots to pass the circuit, which Kingston had troubles with a few moments ago. That's a lot better. Really good. But Sheffield Hallam will lose a little bit of drive there, coming off the complex.
I think that wasn't drive, that was a driver fumbling for the right gear, actually. That was just a small driver error out of the head, and that cost him a little bit of time, but that looks really good. The car is working well around this lap. I think they lost a few tenths of a second just there at the exit of the hairpin, and again then into the slalom, the driver just struggling to get the right gear, but when it changes direction, this car looks really nicely parted. The way it's moving around, the suspension just seems to look, it just seems to sit nicely, doesn't it?
Yeah, this is a good dress rehearsal for endurance tomorrow. This car can run like this tomorrow, it'll score well. Across the line they go top, 59.945.
Yeah, that's a brilliant result for Sheffield Hallam University, topping the timesheets and the first sub-1 minute time around this course. We said there were going to be sub-1 minute times, and Sheffield Hallam have done it. They are top of the timesheets right now, and that is a fantastic performance from car 39A.
Very good indeed. Saw the indication from the teammate there to say you are P1. And at the rate we're going, I think that'll be a top time for the rest of this afternoon. So well done to Sheffield Hallam.
Well, I don't think that's the end of the story. There's still some more cars to come. And I'm just leaning forward to see if the car I'm looking at on one screen is the car I'm looking at on another screen, because if it's not, I'm hoping that we're going to take a deeper look into behind the scenes, because I know Paul's been down in the garage taking a look at some of the cars in the garage and taking a look at what actually makes a Formula Student car. Well, just before we go to that, I just want to check that that car isn't about to launch off the start line. Just looking down, our TV director, hopefully he can hear us, because he can see and I can't, and he might turn the RF onboard camera so we can see if there is actually a car on the start line. I'm looking down to see who we are waiting for. There's a few cars that I'm thinking are going to come around again, but as we wait, Andrew.
Very quickly before we go to that VT acceleration event result is now out, and it looked a little bit like this. Cardiff University, 75 points from a possible 75. They took the bonus 5 as well from the runoff that we saw at the end of acceleration. University of Central Lancashire second on a 51.07 points. That's quite a big gap there for Cardiff that they've done over the rest of the field.
I'm going to stop you there, Andrew, because we're not going to go to that VT. We're not going to take a look. Sorry to Paul, who's down in the pits waiting for us, because what I've seen down on one of our cameras, camera number 8, is a car we haven't seen on track so far today. But this car coming into the competition, there you see it on your screen now. This team were the favourites coming into the competition. Team Bath Racing Car 153. Now, this is a car we expect an awful lot from. Didn't manage to make it out in the skid pad, didn't manage to make it out in the acceleration. Right now, though, in the staging area for the sprint event, but the driver doesn't look too happy, and well, maybe it's going to be a short cameo appearance for Team Bath Racing. Yeah, sadly it is. They're going to be pushed back from the line, and I think that gives us an opportunity before Huddersfield come out on track to visit with Paul down in the pit lane. Good to go on that VT. Let's find out what Paul was looking at earlier today.
A Formula Student single-seater racing car resembles a real racing car. In fact, it looks like the sort of car you might see on a sprint or a hill climb. But it's a very specific set of regulations that make up the competition here at Formula Student. Let's have a look at how these cars are built. Traditionally, Formula Student cars ran with internal combustion engines. They can be up to 710cc, but generally you'll see something like a CBR 600cc engine in the back of one of these racing cars. But of course, the EV revolution is here. So now the teams can choose between internal combustion and electric power. And you can see on the University of Nottingham car here, they've got two 36 kilowatt engines driving the rear wheels, and then you can take, for example, the University of Hertfordshire car, which is here this weekend. It isn't running, but is here. They've got 4 electric motors. They've got 4 35 kilowatt motors powering each of the wheels. So the innovation, depending on whether you go internal combustion or EV, is vast, and the rules allow people to do a vast amount of different things with those powertrains as well. Formula Student cars use full slick racing tyres, crucially though when the weather's dry. When it's wet, as it might be this weekend, they also have to have wet weather tyres with them, and with wet weather tyres comes wet weather setup on the suspension, and that challenges the crews and indeed their strategy. It's the billion-dollar question: how fast does a Formula Student car go? Speak to any university up and down this pit lane, they want their car to go as fast as possible. Realistically, expect to see these cars averaging between 30 and 50 miles per hour out on the track in the sprint and endurance events. Formula Student car chassis can be developed around a steel tubular frame like this University of Salford car, or depending on the facilities at your university, they can be built using a carbon fibre monocoque, much like a Formula One car. They feature independent suspension and a rear-mounted engine. Just like any racing car, aerodynamics on a Formula Student car are critical to performance. You'll see a wide variety of aero used on the cars. Some of the front-leading cars, though, will be using very developed, highly technical and complex designs, developed in wind tunnels and using computational fluid dynamics, just like a Formula One car. Weight is obviously a critical part of the design of any car, particularly though a racing car. You can see the carbon fibre on the University of Birmingham car behind me. Most of these Formula Student cars will weigh around 200 kilograms without a driver, or a little bit less, but of course it depends on what you build your car out of. This car is going to weigh a little bit less than perhaps this one here, with the University of Salford's car having a steel tubular frame chassis. That's a really simplified version of how to build and what goes into the design and build of a Formula Student car. But if you're interested and perhaps you want to get involved, the full regulations and some more information is available on the IMECI Formula Student website, and I thoroughly recommend you check it out. But make sure you've got time to sit down and have a good read, because there's loads of info on there.
Well, that was fascinating stuff. Really good little video there from Paul down in the pit lane. Hopefully we'll hear from more from Paul a little bit later on. But for now, you see University of Strathclyde getting ready. You can see Huddersfield down there. Team Bath Racing, well, they struggled to get their car fired up and running. There's another car down there with big wings on it. Can't quite work out who that is. Do you recognise that car there, Andrew? Just do you see the wing sticking out? I can't quite make out who that is.
Yeah, that might be a new team that we've not seen before.
Can't quite identify that team that's sitting behind Huddersfield there, but I think the next car we're going to get to the start line is A115. That's from Strathclyde. We haven't seen them on the timing screen as yet this afternoon, but we did see them this morning, looking quite good. The Scottish team have put in some good results in some of the static events as well. And not only is Strathclyde on course for their best ever Formula Student result, they may be on for a podium at the current performance. There are going to be 2 podiums in Formula Student this year. It's going to be a podium for these Class A cars, who are the modified 2019 cars that are allowed to compete as an emergency measure for this season. Those are the teams that were unable to prepare their 2021 car due to the lockdowns and the pandemic. And there will also be a podium for the 2021 cars, but there will be combined results for the overall win. So, and that's the one that is the most prestigious. So University of Strathclyde also looking for the overall win, which would clearly be their best ever result. Powered by a Suzuki LT R450 engine, a very different configuration to some of the cars we've seen so far. Team of 25 involved in this team. And, well, one thing that I would say as a slight demerit to the University of Strathclyde is they don't use the tartan wheel covers anymore.
They don't indeed.
I think that's a
They've
shame.
ditched them for this year.
Yeah. Well, behind them is another team that may be tempted to use the tartan wheel covers. It's Glasgow. But, now that was the bewinged car we couldn't identify.
That's Cardiff
It's
again.
Cardiff coming for their second runs. They've eyed the weather, and I can see why. There is rain coming up the A5, Watling Street, from the Roman Road running up from Milton Keynes. There is very definitely rain heading this direction. Strathclyde, though, is that car fired up? Yes, it has. They're coming to the start line. Strathclyde will be followed by Cardiff, trying to recapture the top step of the timing screen. And then Team Bath looking like they're going to come and join the party finally.
You mentioned the A5. I love the A5 because it's got such rich motorsport heritage. So whenever I go out to Wales, say for Wales Rally GB, so I tend to do the stages around Sweet Lamb and Penmachno and places like that. It's always the A5 that I take out there eventually to get into the hills.
Well, particularly I prefer the A1, but that's because I can see it out of my bedroom window. Blended learning, says University of Strathclyde. Not sure what that refers to, but it's maybe not the nice paint job. That is nice though, and quite blended.
It is indeed. So let's see if it helps them here to put a good lap time in for the sprint.
Now, Dowie Griffiths, the former Cardiff student, is instructing the driver from Strathclyde how to get around. And we can see some Strathclyde fans out in the grandstand looking up. Give us a wave up there in the grandstand. They're looking a bit cold and unhappy. Oh, there's a man with a crash. There's a racing driver on Cop Spanking with his Union Jack on his helmet standing there. Is that to keep his head warm, or what's he doing? Anyway, Strathclyde, thumbs up from the Motorsport UK scrutineers. Got to get that one right. They like their new name.
They do indeed.
And they're about to move their headquarters to Bicester Heritage, just down the road from here. I was talking to some of the senior MSA Motorsport UK officials. Here at Silverstone last week, just on the other side of the track.
There's a lot going down at Bicester Heritage. You've got the whole brand new Bicester Motion site being set up there. It's going to be a bit of a centre for automotive technology and small companies going forward. Very exciting
Very
project
good
to see.
Yeah, and the FSAI the FSAI cars with their shakedown there earlier in the week. But forgetting that for now, because Strathclyde is taken to the track in car 115. Again, a gentle start. This looks like it's going to be a banker run actually already.
Does indeed.
From the Scottish team.
Away they go into the slalom. That's looking pretty good to me, Sam. A very steady car, handling-wise. Looking like it's giving the driver a lot of confidence.
Yeah, it's got very good pickup, hasn't it? That car seems to have very nice torque. Once the driver comes out of the corners, puts his foot down, it really gets up and goes. I think maybe it's the power band or torque just kicks in at just a particular point. You can see the car really leaping forwards as he comes out of the corner, and then it changes direction quite neatly. That aero is seeming to work quite nicely. And as a Celtic Cup competitor, they've got their eyes squarely set on Cardiff University, who are currently third overall. I don't think this run is going to challenge that time at the moment. But as I said, the driver's getting in a clean run first, and they get points on the board. Comes across the line. I think he lifted a little bit early, actually. The Strathclyde driver does a 62.1, and that's good enough to put them fifth, but not quite enough to go top on the Celtic Cup. Need to find another second and a bit for that, but I think this driver can find a second and a bit from that car. He's going to go again with a set of hot tyres on the car. He stalled it, but That's not surprising. Pretty much everybody's stalling at that section.
Very good afternoon to Uncle Carl Hingley, now retired, but for many, many years the faculty advisor at the University of Birmingham. He's enjoying the commentary and saying it's great as always. So thank you very much, Carl. Great to hear from you. And hopefully we'll see Birmingham out later on.
Well, that answers El Luminati's question. Has UBR Racing run today? No, they haven't.
They haven't, no. I was talking to them earlier on in the day. They've had some challenges getting through tech. It's a shame because the car is a runner, but unfortunately it's illegal at the moment. It's not complying with the rules. And it's something, I know I'm biased because I spent 2 of the days of the competition in that pen, but it is sometimes, I think, not thought of as part of the competition, but it very much is. You know, to score points in these dynamic events, you've got to be legal first. You've got to pass all those scrutineering checks to get in the race.
Now, there was a shake of the head from the driver from Strathclyde. Now, the cameras pan back. You can see car 153 Team Bath Racing. That's their combustion engine car. No sign of the electric car yet, but that combustion engine car is believed to be incredibly fast. So, well worth tuning in to watch this car 153 Team Bath Racing take to the track. Still trying to work out what's going on with Strathclyde. So the car stalled and he couldn't get it going again, and that's going to be pushed off. But that's not the worst thing in the world. They've got points on the board.
Yep.
Go and put some fire back into that Scottish car and get back out on track. And Alexandra Scifio asks, are these rear wings respect the FIA regulations, or do we have to call Toto? Actually, if you developed a flexible rear wing in Formula Student, good on you.
Yeah, I mean, it's one of the things that has developed through the scrutineering checks in the last few years. They do undergo load tests. They're probably not as, how shall I put it, as high-tech as the Formula 1 ones, because this year we've been using a vat of water to pop it on the wing, but they've still got to, you know, deflect by a certain amount, or not deflect over a certain amount, so they're not flexi wings. But anyway, away go TBR. First time this weekend, Sam, we've seen this number 153 running.
And this could be crucial because that rain shower is moving in behind the trees. You'll see it as the camera pans around momentarily, but you will see that rainstorm coming in. That car looks to be moving quite quickly around the circuit. I wish we had some intermediates, actually. Asking for too much this year. And really quick through that hairpin. One of the neatest cars I've seen so far. Aero package, nice diffuser on the floor, lots of turning vanes all around it as well, sticky outy bits if you will, and that car is going quite neatly through the back section of the circuit. But look how dark the sky is behind the Team Bath Racing car. It'll provide spectacular photographs, but soon, I suspect...
Oh, there's problems for TBR. They're coming to a halt. This is not looking good for the University of Bath there, and they have come to a stop. This may be a DNF for Team Bath Racing.
Yeah.
Such a shame, because it was a good-looking run. It's often one of my criticisms in recent years of cars from this uni, that they've looked very, very difficult to drive. That was looking smooth and composed, but unfortunately, they have lost drive with about half of the lap to go.
That was interesting because the engine was running before the car came to a halt, but it was sort of petering out rather than stopped. I didn't hear anything mechanical, I didn't see anything obvious, but the car has just, it almost looks like the car's just shut itself down electronically and the car's just gone, no. And I think that we saw the car struggling to get going as well.
Yeah.
Now, this little delay to recover car 153, Team Bath Racing, could be pretty significant because there's a number of cars that I believe are getting ready to run, including Cardiff's second run. Now, with that rain coming in, and it is, I can see it coming, but whether it skirts this bit of the circuit or just passes over Whittlebury beyond the woods, that's going to be crucial. Meanwhile, on the YouTube chat, University of Portsmouth Electric Racing have send congratulations to all of the teams running at the event and to the event organisers for keeping the event possible this year. We agree, University of Portsmouth Electric Racing. Good to see you watching, and hopefully we'll see your car on track next year. And Scott Wordley from Monash University in Melbourne, Australia. Hello, welcome to the stream, and hopefully we'll see you back next year with your large wings, and then we can talk really about aero on the cars. And Jolly Green Asian says, TBR car looking beautiful. Yes, it is. Madhav Prakash agrees. And so hopefully we will see some more of that team, rather beautiful looking Team Bath Racing car shortly once the team have been at it and fettled. But first, more wings from Wales.
Absolutely, Cardiff coming to the line. The unfortunate thing for the 153 as well, that is one of their runs. They won't get that back again, ladies and gentlemen. That will be a did not finish for TBR there. But here we go, Cardiff, arguably the front runners in this competition, but looking to take that slot at the top of the timesheets back. They had it earlier on in this phase of the competition. They need to find, Sam, 1.2 seconds to overhaul Sheffield Hallam's 59.945.
Well, that's quite a lot, but as we see that titanium exhaust, a number of people pointed out as being one of the lovely details on this car. There are a lot of lovely details on a lot of these cars, including the ones we haven't seen on the track. Marcus Sterling, though, before we see Cardiff start this run, Marcus Sterling has asked for a UWE Bristol update. Actually, we saw them this morning. They had troubles in a straight line. They were very good in corners, and we haven't seen them this afternoon, so hopefully we will. Well, Cardiff going off to seek one. Well, that's not going to help. Got a cone immediately and has damaged the front wing of the car. The driver will be seeing that, so that will have affected his concentration. Now, the team will be facing a question. No, he's got a really seriously broken front wing on that Cardiff car. You can see it. He's destroyed the front wing on the first cone he hit. That is going to really affect the handling of the car. The driver can clearly feel it, and he's abandoning the run because he knows he's got damage. He doesn't know what the damage is, but he smashed that front wing. That's really bad news for Cardiff because they're going to have to try and fix that before the endurance tomorrow.
They are, but that was sensible from the driver. That could have been a lot worse if
he's
that
lost the engine
wing,
as well. So look at those yellow flashing lights. That wasn't the driver stopping for the front wing damage. That was the car stopping because it wanted to. Yeah, the driver's lost line from the car. He's squeezing it going again. Maybe the driver doesn't know he smashed his front wing to pieces.
Well, hopefully they just drive this nice and calmly back to the pit lane, because the last thing Cardiff wants is for that front wing to go underneath the front wheels of the car. It's often said something about single-seater winged cars.
I think the driver realises how bad the damage is to that front wing. He's dragging it around the circuit, and all the damage he's causing to that front wing is going to carry through to the endurance tomorrow. That car will have to go back to scrutiny to have that part checked as well before they're allowed back on track. And that damage, you can hear it dragging around. He's clipping more cones as well. Unfortunate, he did that on the very first cone out of the start gate as well. That is really, really unfortunate for the Welsh team, and yeah, I can see the damage here. The car's come to a halt again as they cross the finish line with, well, it's 1 minute 37, which is a little bit irrelevant when you've already got a 61-second lap on the board. But that car struggling to keep going as well. That's a different problem.
So the legislative problem here now for Cardiff is, as you say, Sam, they will have to have the wings re-scrutinized. They will lose, or most likely lose, their chassis sticker as a result now. They'll have to repair it, go back into scrutineering, and then you've got to consider there's still other teams in those bays trying to get their own cars into the competition. That is a bit of a setback for Cardiff.
Well, they've only got one run left in the sprint. The quick and dirty option for them would be just to take the front wing off.
True, yes, they could do that.
And retech it for tomorrow.
They could retech it for tomorrow. Now, although, now, I'm gonna pose something here. If they take it off and run with it off and go and set a faster time, do they then have to keep it off? Because effectively, you know, if they've declared it, and we had this with Glasgow, they elected, which like the front wing's causing us problems, we're taking it off, we're scrutineering it with it off, therefore it stays off. If Cardiff go, re-scrutineer the car in effect saying the front wing's off, I'm not sure they've then got the option of putting it back on again later in the competition.
Ooh, well, a team that doesn't have that problem to worry about is Huddersfield, taking to the track in car 5A. They don't have any wings at all, and setting off rather gingerly around this run. Huddersfield, the second quickest car on track so far. This is the second driver in the car, and I don't think this is going to be a quicker lap. But possibly doing the sensible thing, getting a time on the board. Well, actually, it doesn't really matter when you've got a quick time on the board. This driver can just go for it.
And it's something as well to say. I mean, it's something I never actually was able to do. To say that you've raced your student-built race car around the home of British motor racing. That's something not everyone can say.
I still know the front of that Huddersfield car. It looks like it's had a mighty biff somewhere along the way, but seems to be working just fine. So good job from the Yorkshire team to get out on track. rather steady run from the second driver. Each car, of course, has 2 drivers. Each driver gets 2 runs in this sprint/time attack session. This is the second driver, his first run. He'll get to go again at the end of this run. And I think with that lap time, which was a 1:08.3, full 6 and a bit seconds slower than their best, he probably does need to go again if he wants to improve their time. Or perhaps go away and think about it a bit. Can't go away and think about it too long. It's 4:15. The event finishes at 6 o'clock, but the team are chasing around with the push bar, so they clearly think he needs to go away and think about it as well. Coming in, though, questions on the chat. We've got some questions. Shizard asks, have we seen any electric cars yet? No, we haven't.
No.
They've all been struggling, haven't they?
No, all struggling to get through technical checks. We have seen them in the static events, of course. Some of them are doing quite well in those events, but dynamically, we've not seen any of them so far. Same with UB Racing. I see Eric asking about them. Edinburgh, we've seen them in scrutineering. We haven't seen them get all of their stickers, though, so we've yet to see them out on circuits to score some dynamics points.
Well, I know that Paul is down in the pits at the moment, and he's catching up on some of the teams that we haven't seen so far. So hopefully we'll be hearing from him in a little while, because we're getting lots of questions in. University of Edinburgh, any update on them? Well, we haven't seen them on track yet. Team Bath Racing Electric, haven't seen them on track either. University of Birmingham, we haven't seen them on track. And this afternoon, we have seen the next car on track, which is Strathclyde, who have very much had a program on track. They're sitting 5th with a 1:02.1. We think they can go faster. Huddersfield there as well, looking like they want to go again. And there's a car there I don't recognise just at the first glance. I think it's Huddersfield and Strathclyde just looking fairly similar to one another on this long shot. Now the gate to the start area appears to be closed at the moment, but we've got a car just taken to the track out of our shot, launched off. I didn't actually notice who that was because the TV camera is not showing it, but it's up there on, there it is, it's Huddersfield taking that second run, so they came back pretty quickly and missed the launch, but they got away pretty cleanly. No harm done. The driver pushing a little bit harder this time. This car going around the hairpin quite nicely. This is the second quickest car we've seen on track so far. And now this driver seems to have found the pace, locking a wheel slightly there, but managed to avoid the cones. Running it pretty close though. He's throwing this car around on its run. Will he be able to challenge Sheffield Hallam for, I don't know what you'd have to call it, the White Rose Trophy?
The Yorkshire Pudding.
The Yorkshire Pudding.
This will be the last run, by the way, for those at home before a 10-minute break, so don't go anywhere. Keep it locked here on the Formula Student YouTube channel. This is continuing to be a very strong run for Huddersfield, coming into the last couple of corners. Past us in the commentary box. What is the time going to be? Screeching the brakes. It's always quickest, 59.493. Great run from Team Hare.
What a fantastic run there from Huddersfield to go top of the timesheets. Massively impressive run. It looked good when they looked so quickly that we didn't even notice them. We were looking down at some of the other cars in the holding area, and sure enough, fastest overall for Huddersfield. This is not something we're used to seeing from Huddersfield. We know they've always built quick cars, but to build quick cars in the sprint and to top the timesheets, that's a massive step forward for this team, and they are looking now like a threat for the overall victory. This is going to be one of the closest contested Formula Students in history, I feel.
Yeah, I fully agree. It's wide open now. We've seen some of our expected favourites have problems. Hertfordshire is mentioned, Oxford Brookes still not running, Team Bath still having their issues, Cardiff, they're looking fallible at the moment to me, and it's the likes of Huddersfield and Sheffield Hallam who are really, really sticking it to those normal top UK teams. So let's have a little look down the order. So Huddersfield with that last run, currently your fastest team on a 59.493. Sheffield Hallam University second on a 59.945. Third, Cardiff on a 61.051. Closely followed by Coventry in fourth on a 61.401. Strathclyde are in fifth place on a 62.148. The University of Central Lancashire, based up in Preston, 64.657 for them, currently in sixth place. Kingston have had some good running so far today. They're in seventh place on a 65.097. And then the last car to complete a full circuit is the 136 from Staffordshire with a 69.069, but a number of cone penalties along the way. 9th place on your timing screen at the moment, but retired at about the halfway point of that first lap, number 153 from the University of Bath. So that's where we stand at the mid-session break. We'll be back in about 10 minutes for more action here at Silverstone.
Yeah, hopefully we will see some more VTs in the break, and we'll be back with you with all of the action in 10 to 15 minutes time. Stay tuned.
It was a bit of a messy first 1 kilometre sprint for Staffordshire University. Carl, you not only collected a cone on the side pod of the car, you actually nutted one halfway around.
I did duck for that, yeah.
You're throwing debris up at yourself. You had an issue with the sensor on that run.
Yeah, so just as I was pulling off, the management light came on.
Yeah.
And I just decided that you can't stop now. I've started my run, so I might as well see if it will make it around. It was fine at first, and then you just started getting hesitations, and then it would jump back to normal, which, I mean, I think that's where the cones come from, trying to avoid them, and then suddenly...
note racing driver excuses.
Racing driver, yeah. And then a lot of hesitations further round.
Was that why you were shaking your head in frustration as you came around to the finish?
Yeah, I knew something was up because the light was still there. So hopefully...
The team don't look unduly worried, though. I think they described it as a dicky sensor.
Yeah.
Or were they talking about you?
Probably a bit of both, to be honest. I'm known for being a bit grumpy sometimes, so...
Okay. 2 dicky sensors here at Staffordshire University, but the 1 kilometre sprint is there for the taking for the second run. You've got a second run to go, right?
I do have a second run, and then we have 2 more with another driver, so...
Just leave the cones in place, will you? It's a lot of work to put them back. Thanks.
And they're just so bright orange in the middle of the track. It's so inviting.
We're going to head back to live commentary with Sam and Andrew now.
Wow, that was fascinating to hear from Paul down in the pits. And we'll have Paul running around the pits for us quite a lot more through the session. But for now, grab yourself a cup of coffee. I know that's what I'm going to do.
Welcome back, everybody, to Silverstone. And we're into the latter stages now, day one of the dynamic events for Formula Students 2021. Andrew Mather and Sam Collins on commentary duties for you here. Position just on the inside of Copse Corner. We are ready to commence this second part of the sprint event with Strathclyde, the number A115, going back out on circuit. Currently sitting in 5th place with a 62.148. Can this lap be any quicker? And it still looks to me, Sam, as if the rain is just holding off for now.
Well, the sun's come out, hasn't it? So, oh, look at this massive understeer from Strathclyde, lifting a wheel into their hairpin. If that wasn't a textbook definition of understeer, I don't know what is. That would be a wonderful replay. Hopefully we can get that. And yeah, that's going to cost Strathclyde a chunk of points, and lots of straw built up inside the cone, so no worries whether that will be a cone penalty. It was pretty clear. Well, the Strathclyde car, A115, working its way back down in at the afternoon light here at Silverstone. Light-coloured car working quite nicely. With their light-coloured wing, should I say, on a dark-coloured car. That's working quite nicely in these conditions. As the car crosses the line to set a go third with a 60.7, a 1 minute dead 7:09. However, there were some cones.
Yeah, many a cone penalty for Strathclyde there, so they will stay in 5th place at least once everything is completed.
Was that the 3rd or 4th run for Strathclyde?
I think, yes, it was the 3rd run, so at least they've got
okay,
another
so that's
one
good.
to go.
We know then that there is a significant chunk of pace in that Strathclyde car. And when I say significant, it's just over a second from being inside. So let's have a look at this replay. Strathclyde just, yeah, I mean, that is pure understeer. Driver doing everything he can to get the car around the corner, and the car doing everything it can to head off down to Maggots and Beckett's.
And in a way, that incident started on the preceding corner. It was taking too much speed into the complex, that slight right and then into the left. Just clearly loaded up the tyres too much, and adhesion was no longer there for the driver.
I think enthusiasm overcame adhesion in that sense, and well, it was rather spectacular, and I think that's going to go in the highlights reel post-event. Gavin, quite a few sort of cone penalties, that hairpin, hasn't it? That's the corner that people are going to be struggling with this year. Fast entry, and they're trying to get into it as quick as possible, and then the drivers realise, oh, this is tighter than I thought it was.
Yep.
And go herring straight on. Speaking of hair, nobody has got ahead of Huddersfield so far.
Nope.
Team Bath, though, I think they might come back sooner rather than later, and have solved whatever gremlin it was. But look at those dark clouds over the track. Now, that's the dark clouds I was talking about. Those ones you can see on your screen right now. Those are not hanging over the track. They've actually passed beyond the track, and they're heading off towards, well, whatever's up the A5. So that is behind those grandstand. That's not where the weather's coming from. The direction the weather's coming from is either extremely heavy rain or the sky's lightened a bit. It's got that look to it, you know, when you've just got the edge of a storm coming at you. That's either very wet or we'll be fine for the rest of the day.
We'll see in due course. So the time just coming up to 4:45 here at Silverstone. Track is open till 6 p.m. local time. And still a lot of cars that I think would be hoping to get a run in before 6 o'clock. So we saw this a little bit with scrutineering at the end of Friday. It lulled a bit in the middle, and then there was a frantic push for teams to try and get through before the gates closed. And I think I'm hoping as well, because we want to keep seeing that action out on circuit, that's going to come to us in the next 75 minutes or so. And we'll be back tomorrow, of course, for full coverage of the endurance event. So who have we got down there? I can see Sheffield Hallam are there, Staffordshire are back again.
That's Coventry there, I can see.
Coventry, yeah, the number 87, and who's that just behind?
I think
4.
It's
46A,
so that's UClan. Yeah, it's UClan again. And so, yeah, so, oh, UWE Bristol I've just spotted. The big white wings, so they'll return. Team Bath, yes, I can see Team Bath coming back down the pit lane as well. So we might see what that spectacular green car can actually deliver in pace. I'm going to make a prediction. Team Bath, 54 seconds.
Ooh, so if they can get it round, I mean, it did look very quick in the first part of that lap before they had the technical gremlin that brought them to a stop.
Yeah, that is going to be... Well, yeah, it's going to be quite exciting to see what they can do, but there are cars out there that want to get to the top of the timesheets quicker than Team Bath can, and Team Bath hasn't managed to get on the timesheets at all, really. This is one of those cars, though. Sheffield Hallam University, SHU Racing, Shoe Racing, if you might want to call them that. 69A. This is the car that's currently in second position overall, just 0.4 of a second slower than the best time of the day so far. Last few instructions and checks from the Motorsport UK, got it right that time. Yep. Safety inspector, who's just looking over the car, he seems happy. More telling about the fish he caught last week, it was this big, so it was gesturing. And Dowie Griffiths, the Welsh wizard, he's telling the driver what to do on track, but he's doing it all in fluent Welsh, so the driver really just hasn't got a clue what he is saying. The car will roll forwards to the start line, and will we see something special from this Yorkshire team?
We definitely hope so. 21st overall in 2019, the last time we ran a full Formula Student competition. Their aim, which I think they've got a very decent chance of doing is going one better and getting a top 20. Well, I think just having a running car will mean that will occur for 2021.
Yeah. And I think when that green light goes on, the thumbs are up, the lights go green. Let's see what Sheffield Hallam have got out on track. Cutting that corner, you could see where the Cardiff car struggled. This looks like a far steadier start to the run from this driver than we've seen from that very first turn. I don't think this time is going to be good enough to top the timesheets. It could just be a learning run.
Taking the right-hand side entry into the slalom for the first time. I don't think I've seen many drivers do that so far. It seemed to work for Sheffield Hallam. It's a good run so far, all clean, no cones out of position.
The entry into the red cone slalom sections, as I say before, that is optional for the driver, but there almost always is a quicker route round, and I'm not sure the drivers have actually worked out which one is the quicker route. A couple of times I've seen drivers take what I didn't think was the quickest route. Definitely on that second slalom section, the driver of the Sheffield Hallam car took the quicker route. So it feels a little bit like he's struggling with that car at the moment.
Yeah, it seems like they have some driving issues. Front slip in there as well. Across the line, where do Sheffield Hallam rank? They don't improve, so they stay on a 59.945.
That's a full 6 seconds slower than the previous driver. He's going to have another go, though. And thumbs up to the team. And I wonder if that was thumbs up, like, right, I know which way the course goes. Let's have at it.
Hello to Isaac Baldry, who's watching from Brisbane in Australia. Have any electric vehicles running autocross sprint yet? No. And are IC and EV separate categories this year or combined? No, they are combined. And all problems for Sheffield Hallam on their fourth and final run.
As I thought, there were some issues with the drivability of that car. The driver is struggling to shift, or that is definitely a transmission issue there. Yeah. You're the expert on transmission issues.
Yeah, I do wonder, are they having clutch issues here? On that last run, you could hear the driver going out of one of the corners, trying to shift up through the gears, and it's simply not doing what he wanted to do. So either clutch for me or gear shift. A lot of these cars have either hydraulic or pneumatically powered gear shift systems, and they rely on that pressure to operate. Otherwise, they simply cannot get the solenoids and the mechanisms to do their intended functions. But that, sadly, for Sheffield Hallam, I think is their day done. They've got a grace period, a number of seconds before they get pushed off the circuit, but I think those number of seconds are about to end, and this will be a DNF.
Well, the seconds are a little bit irrelevant, because this would have been a slower run than Sheffield Hallam's 59.9. So that's a solid second position already for Sheffield Hallam, so unless they were going to go quicker, it's pointless finishing the run anyway.
So a shame for Sheffield Hallam that is how their day ends, but I've seen teams in a far worse position. They have a running vehicle. They just need to sort out those gremlins, and we'll see them in endurance tomorrow.
Well, Andrew Gollage points out that it was an unbelievably good run by Sheffield Hallam. But in 2017, they were running 83-second sprint time, struggling to even finish the course. Well, they have just failed to finish the course, but they've broken the 1-minute barrier. So that is a really impressive run from that team. And it doesn't really matter that they failed to finish this final sprint run. They can now go away, fix whatever the problem was, and know that as things stand, they're going to be running with the fast cars. Well, they are the fast cars for tomorrow. There are some cars that could move them down the order slightly, but they're going to be on track with some much fancied runners. And some of those much fancied runners, if they're on track at all, won't be on track with the quickest teams. Oxford Brooks Racing being a good example. And, well, Team Bath, they need to get a time on the board. They've made one attempt and failed. The car's back in the queue. And I do think we're due a little bit more Cardiff running. I think we've got one more run from them.
Yeah, if they can get the car repaired after the front wing issue that they had on run number 3.
Yeah. It'd be interesting to see if they've called it a day on that as well. But will they be happy with 4th position? Just over a second off the fastest pace.
Just to go back on Cardiff, I know we were discussing re-scrutineering the car and whether they would run without the front wing. Here's another thought. If they ran without the front wing, surely that's significantly going to change the weight of the car. So again, if they've certified themselves as having that wing and having that weight, they wouldn't be able to go and compete in the event and be significantly under what's been recorded in the chassis bay.
Well, starting on track as the driver is pointing, well, one of the drivers on the bank is pointing out, there it is, car 136. You've seen him on track already. It's Staffordshire coming out with their second drive. Best time so far, it puts them 8 for 109.6. This lap looks significantly faster than that. The brake light's on. The driver looks a lot more confident in the car this time round. I think we're going to get a much faster time from Staffordshire. It also looks a lot cleaner. I don't think we've seen any cones bouncing around this time out either. So this driver having a much better run of it than the first driver.
Staffordshire very active on social media this weekend. They've had a very good competition so far. With taking in good grace my reminder that someone has to pay for the cones when they all get ruined. A little trip with one on the last run.
It's usually the driver who hits the most. Unless they're the most entertaining, then we send the invoice to the league.
Or the faculty advisor.
Usually the faculty advisor.
Should say faculty advisors are responsible for all behaviour of team members during the event. Let's see what that time from Staffordshire was. Not bad, 68.202.
Yeah, that seems to be about the pace of this car then, a 68. Coming to the line now for the first time and launching onto the track is the University of West England Bristol. Now, this is a car that struggled badly in the acceleration event, but won the skid pad event. So very inconsistent forms in this car. Now, the driver seems a little bit ginger around the first slaloms, but it's the first time this car has been on track this afternoon. There's 2 more runs to go. It's very slow down the straight, though. Has it? I think it's got its conking out problem.
It has got the conk out problem. So the car that won the skid pad event earlier has had a Control-Alt-Delete and is running again.
This is exactly what we saw this morning. The car seems to run fine and then just stops for no apparent reason. And it seems to be something to do with the gear shifts, and it did it just there. The car accelerates. It seems to be one gear in particular as well. I'm not sure what that is, but every time they select the gear, the car just stops. Costs them a bunch of time. Driver gets it going again, and off it goes.
Well, it seems to be shifting very well now as they go into the second half of this lap through the second of the slaloms. UE Bristol just looking to get a time on the board at the moment.
Well, it's important to get a time on the board. It looks like a clean run other than that moment stoppage, but that already will put them ahead of Bath so far. So we expect more from Bath when they do get going. Crossing the line, the car from UE Bristol. Cross the line with a 1 minute 27.7. Some half a minute roughly slower than the fastest runners, but launching onto track is the car from Coventry. This will be their second driver, pushing to get a good time on the board. The car's currently sitting in 5th position with a 61.4, its best time. And this looks like a relatively quick run. The car is working quite nicely. Coventry in the West Midlands in England, famed for its burnt-out cathedral, its modern cathedral, and the automotive industry, and wagging its tail. This driver is pushing the Coventry car quite hard.
Well, we saw it with their second run earlier on, the 61.4, that driver number 1 had a bit of an oversteer moment, and once again, it goes, but at least the drivers are able to pull it back.
Yeah, that's a really important trait for a lot of cars. A bit like a Lotus Exige, actually. You know when it's going to snap on you, and it snaps on you, but you know how to deal with that. And each time it snaps, they haven't got any cones, which is quite important. And he crosses the line to go
faster.
Yes, that's a 1 minute dead 0.5. Coventry are in 3rd position. And I think that car's got a bit more pace in it, but do they have any more runs left? Oh well, we'll have to wait and find out, because UE Bristol, hashtag the real 1-to-1, is going to get another run. Now, will Bristol be able to show that cornering performance, UWE Bristol? Will they be able to show that cornering performance that we've seen on the skid pad, or will the gremlins of the straight line come back and haunt them?
I just wonder, do they change their strategy? Did they start this in second? This might be a bit of a ginger start. I think they might have done that. Start in second. It always seemed to be first to second that was the troublesome gear shift. Once they're up into 3rd and 4th, fine. So watch this car build a bit of speed up in the latter stages of this lap.
It's very gentle in the opening section. Car's working. It's one of those cars, though, for me that... oh, no, it's done it again. Exactly the same point as well.
Yeah.
So the car shifts at some point, the engine cuts, the driver's going to start it up again. Give it, there you go, and off he goes again. And he'll finish the run if it doesn't do it again. That is something the team are going to have to iron out before they do their final runs, but they've only got an hour and 5 minutes to get that run in. So they didn't manage to work it out since this morning.
Nope.
I do wonder.
The rake of that front wing still looking like it's leaning back a little bit. We wondered whether that was a set-up decision for acceleration this morning. It was either that or that is the full-time design of it.
It's done it again. It's gone again. We actually heard the driver complaining. He yelled so hard at the car. I actually heard him shout, and the car will restart. There it is, and keeps going. Now, if it does this every single lap in the endurance, the battery's going to go flat, isn't it?
It will. It will, unfortunately.
Yeah, that is not ideal. UWE Bristol. We saw this morning in skid pad, where the car's fixed in one gear and just has to go around in short circles. It worked well, but here, not so much. 1 minute 30.6 was that second run. But here comes Team Bath, and they've stalled on the line.
Oh, no, I think they had the red light, then the green light, then the red light, then the green light. What's happened here?
Now, have they crossed the beam? I'm not... I think they might get a rerun here, because I had a bit of confusion over the red light and the green light, and I'm not sure what caused that.
Yeah.
So wait to see. Oh, the red light's back on. Well, what's going on here for Bath? They're not having much luck this time. Now the car's going to be pulled back to the staging point. The team have come on with the push bar. They're going to pull right back. Yes, they are. Oh, bad luck for Bath again. Pretty car, but it just doesn't seem to want to do car things.
No, it doesn't seem
it's
to
going back to the
want to
paddock
play
look
today.
Now, I don't know if they broke the timing beam there. Let's hope they didn't. Otherwise, that driver's used up both of his runs. We'll see.
So green
light was green.
And then it stops, and then there's a red, and then there's a green.
Oh, now if I was Team Bath, I'd have a little word with the officials and say, look, could we have a rerun for that? Because that was a confusing set of signals to the driver there, and we're not sure if we crossed the line or not. Next car, UCLan, followed by Glasgow. There's UCLan, and you'll see Glasgow rolling into the staging area.
It's got something from Marcus Sterling here about the UWE Bristol car, saying that it's running lean on the straights, and that's why it's cutting out. So maybe a bit of a insider knowledge there. So if that is the issue, then they need to...
Rich in the mixture.
Yeah,
just turn it up.
Yep.
So, yeah. So you saw Warwick in the water test earlier, I see you mentioned in the YouTube chat. So if they got to that point, is that's fairly far into the scrutineering process?
It is for the electric cars. I mean, it's something they all go through. It's an extra step. There's quite a few extra steps that the EV cars have to do versus the ICE cars. But away go UCLan. Let's focus on this run then for the team from Preston. Currently sitting in 6th place, a 64.657 for them. And oh, good slide through the slalom there, well held by the driver.
Oh, he's got a cone though. I can see the marshals running out to collect one. I think that will cost them a small penalty. Yep, that's confirmed. One cone was clipped. Marshals can see that. So penalty not under investigation. That's a 2-second penalty for UCLan. So whatever this time is, add 2 seconds. UCLan, I think they've got a sub 1 minute car just waiting to get out of that setup at the moment. Great sounding thing though, isn't it?
Really is. They've clearly been benchmarking across the competition very nicely. I mentioned earlier, this car gives me a feeling of a Queen's University Belfast car from previous years, which has served them well. They were the top UK team a few years ago.
Well, looking out into the hairpin, having already started to run, Glasgow are on track as well as UCLan crosses the line on that run with a 1:07. Sorry, wrong car to look at. The UCLan car is a 1:07.6. I was right the first time. But Glasgow, you can see on your screens right now in that black and yellow car, coming back through the final sector of the lap, car 52, into that second slalom. This has looked like a relatively neat flag, but the red flag is out now. What is that for? That's for UCLan. They've stalled after the finish line. That has... well, the red flag's been put away, but the red flag was shown, but Glasgow is still on their run. Now, what's going to happen here? I think Glasgow will be able to record this time, but if they don't want it, they can ask for a rerun. That was a 1:04.1, but I think Glasgow should be entitled to a rerun because the red flag was shown during their run.
It was on post 12. Now, I just wonder, was it on other posts as well? Was that a red flag directed by race control? I have seen this happen a couple of times before, where a red flag gets shown but not at all posts, i.e. it's not a proper red flag. It will remain to be seen whether that time remains for Glasgow. It's a pretty good time.
It's a good time, and to be honest, I wonder if Glasgow should go and do their second run while gently having the argument with the officials to see what the second run time is. If the second run time is better, then have the argument with the officials to delete the first time. If the second time is worse, then don't have the argument.
In the meantime, though, I think we've got the UCLan car back on the starting position for their next run.
We don't. Oh, that's, I think, I'm trying to see who that is. That's Cardiff.
That's
no
Cardiff,
wings.
no wings.
Yeah, so Cardiff have taken their wings off.
Now, this is quite an interesting development in the course of the competition. So they have elected to have the car re-scrutineered without the wings, which they are allowed to do.
Well, that's interesting. Dragon without wings. That's what we're going to have to call it. Now, we'll see if they re-scrutineer it again for the endurance. I'm not sure on the sporting regulations on that, but right now, let's look at UCLan. They definitely don't have any wings, and they've got up to pace. They caused a red flag for Glasgow last time round, but this looks like a much better run for UCLan. Oh, until they did that and clipped a bunch of cones. So UCLan, we'll see what pace the car's got, but we know there's a cone penalty on the end of this run for car 46A. There was at least one cone that was demolished by the little black race car. Glasgow have taken to track again as UCLan are finishing their lap, and they've got some more cones in the slalom. Now, those cones won't be replaced in the slalom. Glasgow's going to come up and find the slalom deranged. What does the driver do in that situation?
I think you've got to take this opportunity to try and get a bit more tomorrow. It's going to be a similar layout.
Glasgow stopped for a cone penalty. Now, Glasgow are in a funny situation here. Their second run is clearly going to be an abortive run. They've got a whole bunch of cones, but the track is being rebuilt by the marshals. The Glasgow car is rapidly closing down on them. Not sure the marshals have noticed there's a car closing on their position because they're looking rather leisurely about standing in the track. I think they're going to get a red flag in a minute, and Glasgow's going to lose this run. The marshals haven't got out of the way. Glasgow's coming right at them, and they haven't realised there's a car coming straight towards them. Well, that was a scary moment there for the Scottish team, and unfortunately for Glasgow, The red flag this time didn't appear on their run, and this wasn't a good run for the Scots. They had a long stoppage. So if I was the Glasgow team, I might be having that conversation with the officials saying, can I please get a rerun for that first run that got red flagged but unred flagged but didn't get red flagged? Meanwhile, the Dragon Without Wings has taken on track.
And has already had a stoppage, Sam. A lengthy stoppage on the run up to the first slalom.
And this is their final run, of course.
And this is their final run. And it doesn't look happy. The driver's not happy. It's come to a stop up at Beckett's.
Well, the Dragon's lost its wings. Now it's lost its fire.
It really has. This is going badly wrong for Cardiff University.
Yeah, that is... well, it's not the end of the world for Cardiff. They're sitting in 5th position. A 1:01 dead is their best time. They're losing a bit of time to the fastest team, Huddersfield, or Huddersfield as it is on our timing screen.
Yes. The other interesting thing about this decision to run without wings, I don't think they've tested. I think we were having conversations yesterday, as you do, whilst drivers are getting ready for egresses and that business. That they were nattering about, well, it'd be interesting if we ran the car without the wings. They haven't done it already. I may be wrong on that front. It does seem to be going quite quickly now, so it's got good mechanical grip.
Be ironic if it was faster without the wings.
Well, we're not going to know on this lap because it's come to a stop so many times.
Yeah, clearly things are not going all to plan for Cardiff. They were looking so strong this morning. And this afternoon has been an issue. Interesting that they've chosen to lose the rear wing as well as the front wing, but I guess that was down to car balance.
Yeah. So crossline, it doesn't sound healthy, Sam.
It does not sound healthy.
It really doesn't sound healthy, that number 16.
Oh, well. Things are not all well in South Wales. Meanwhile, for the Scots, I don't think there's been a driver change on that Glasgow car. And now, are they getting their rerun? Yeah, they're staged for a rerun.
Yep.
So I believe this is a rerun for the first run for Glasgow.
Yep.
Which got red flagged. The second run didn't get red flagged, though possibly should have been, and doesn't get a rerun. I think this is what's going on with Glasgow.
And also had some stoppages and wasn't a good
Yes.
time. So hopefully Glasgow can make this nice and easy for us in the commentary box and do something better than a 64.192. It's looking pretty good so far through. Ooh, there's a very
nice.
That's quite nicely handled through the Beckett's bend there.
Well, this is going to be an interesting one because that 64 time was the time that this is a rerun for, so that time is still on our timing screen, so maybe needs to be deleted. But unless they've done a driver change very quickly and we haven't noticed, I don't think they have. I think they came around for a rerun. And this is looking like a very neat run for the Glasgow car, which could make it irrelevant. Now, is that Cardiff back out again? It must be Staffordshire. Cardiff don't have any more runs.
Across the line go Glasgow. Very quickest, 58.290.
Well,
the number 52 to the top of the timesheets. This is the number 18. This, for the first time this weekend, is Sussex.
Well, that's the foe. It looks like the University from Brighton are on track. Yes, they are for the first time. Very gentle first run, but that is to be understood. The car does pick up quite nicely. So this is what we're expecting to see in this session with just under an hour to go in this time attack sprint at Silverstone. Is a lot of the teams that we didn't manage to get on track this morning are now taking to the track. And some of the faster cars, like Bath, are still struggling to get their times on the board. Well, here comes Sussex Racing, and they are gently going round the circuit. But a gentle lap time is better than no lap time. And it looks like they will get a lap time at the end of this. This is a car that looks like it sort of was designed to have a front and rear wing, but doesn't have them.
I tend to agree with you there. It's got a quite long nose cone hanging out the front of where the front axle is. Across the line comes Sussex. Where do they rank? They go 10th. A 1 minute 23.002 sticks them just ahead of the University of West of England, Bristol.
I think we need to just talk a little bit about that Glasgow time a little bit more, because a 58.2, that's massively quicker than anybody else in the field. Over a second faster. That's a huge advantage for the Scots.
And it was one of those classic laps that, I mean, they had a bit of an exciting moment through Beckett's turn, but it didn't look quick. It looked very composed, but it's like they always said on Top Gear, go slow to go fast through the corners. And Glasgow have been rewarded with the top of the timesheet standing as we approach the end of this competition. Sussex back out again for their second run. Looking nice and steady so far. Out for a lovely Saturday afternoon drive. Through the slaloms they go.
Well, Peter Harding, many-time Chief Marshal of this event, is tuned in on YouTube and trolling the commentators. Very dull. And, well, great to see Peter's tuned in. Hope we're missing you here, mate, and hope you can join us. Well, here we go. Sussex just working their way round. Nice livery on that car, isn't there? I like the different shades of red and the little gold trim.
Yeah, they've clearly taken a lot of care and attention over it. This is a good lap so far from Sussex. That's the halfway point of it. Just need to keep the car running. This will all be good experience ahead of endurance tomorrow. And just getting out here, I mean, the state of the competition in terms of the number of cars, just getting a time on the board, I think is quite advantageous for a good endurance run tomorrow, because it means you won't be in that part of the competition where it's cars coming out for the first time of the weekend on the Sunday, where we have seen some cars get held up before. Here comes Sussex across the line. What is the time going to be? I think it is another 1:23, this time a 1:23.4.
Yeah, it was slightly slower actually, which is a surprise for a second run for the driver, but the SR21 needs a little bit more work. Now, who's this? This might be another new car. I don't recognise this rear end coming to the line. We need our graphics department to tell us sometimes.
It's Leeds.
Ah, no, we have seen this car on track, 97A. We saw it this morning, and this is the first run this afternoon for it. Now, I wonder if they've had some issues with that car, gone away and fettled it. They've got 55 minutes approximately to get 4 runs in. This car wasn't that slow this morning.
Yeah, it had a decent turn of pace. Away go Leeds, Griffin Racing.
Very gentle. Finding the driver finding his way around the track. No practice allowed on this layout, so it's the first time any of the drivers have seen this. Some of the bigger teams might put onboard cameras on and let the second driver review footage of it. Not sure if it makes much difference or not.
Now, from experience, there's nothing that replaces being out there and seeing the course for yourself. Leeds making their way around the circuit.
Quite a few drivers underestimating or overestimating the sharpness of that hairpin bend up by Beckett's, and I suspect in the Leeds case overestimating the sharpness and going a little bit too slowly through it. But that's why this is a first run. The driver will take a second run and have a go at it. The car doesn't sound, it sounds like it's topping out on the straights there. Not quite sure all is well in that Yorkshire Mobile. No.
Oh, and it's started to splutter as well.
It's got a bit of clanky clank in the transmission there. Hopefully it's just the transmission, not the engine, that's clanking.
Yeah, nothing worse than finding that you've got an engine-related problem. They're going to get a time on the board here, Leeds. And across the line they go. Where will they sit? They sit 11th on a 1:24.956. So we've got a bit of a 120s group starting to form there on the outskirts of the top 10.
We certainly do, but some of those cars, University of West of England, for example, just don't seem to have quite delivered, and Leeds as well, don't quite seem to be showing the performance that their car has the potential to deliver.
And it smells like it's quite warm as well already on one lap, which...
Yeah, that's not ideal, is it?
We should see Leeds out again. They've got a good amount of time to turn the car around and get some more runs in. 50 minutes before the end of this event.
Yeah, that's not gone well, has it? And short delay now. Well, car 97 is removed from the line of fire, shall we call it, onto the start line. Wait to see who is our next customer on track. 13 cars have attempted the sprint this afternoon. We saw 12 cars on track yesterday. This morning, rather. Who have we missed from this morning?
We haven't seen Swansea. We haven't seen Swansea back out.
We have not seen Swansea on track this afternoon. Not sure why. They didn't seem to... They had a bit of a coffee spluttery session in their acceleration runoff, and then the car's vanished since then.
Yeah, and that's a real shame because they were running very strongly this morning on the acceleration test.
And yeah, Swansea have always built very good dynamic cars. It seems to be a trait of the Welsh universities. They build cars that look a hoot to drive. Though we haven't seen what the Cardiff car's like at full scenes. And well, I was going to say we have a nice little VT to go to, but we've got a car on the start line, so we're not going to do that. I can see here an engine fire, but I can't quite see who it is on the start.
Maybe Leeds again.
It may well be Leeds. They were in the staging area. Oh, it's Leeds that are fired up. Now they're being pulled back. Yeah, that will be being pulled back to the start line. So Leeds are going to have another run on track before we go and have a little look behind the scenes in the pits. But let's get this this run out of the way for car 97A.
Creeping towards the line now. So I think if they could get something sub 1 minute 20, that would be good for Leeds. So the confidence grow on the 75-metre acceleration run earlier. What can they do here for the second run in the sprint event? Away they go.
The engine still doesn't sound quite happy on that car 97A, but it looks a bit quicker down the opening section of the lap here into the first chicane. Well, and now into the slalom. That does seem like a much more together car. So that little bit of fettling the team did after the finish of the previous run does look better. The driver still, oh yeah, much quicker through the hairpin this time. Drove right through it rather than looking a bit scared of it. Car slowing down though a bit on the return run. This is where we saw the problems happen last time, and you can see the driver fighting the gears a little bit, but still making the best out of it, working the wheel quite hard. Some of these cars are much easier to drive than others, it's fair to say.
So Leeds continuing their run then into the second of the slaloms. Looking quite composed now. Hit the body roll in the chassis. It's not too bad because it gives the driver good feedback as to what those tyres are doing. Here's the final couple of corners. Good turn of speed from here. Over the line, surely this is going to be an improvement for the team from West Yorkshire.
It certainly must be. Oh, well, timing screen says not. 24.956, an improvement, but only a minor improvement. That looked a lot quicker than that. Than a 124.
It did. Driver's a little bit confused as to what's going on here. He's shaking his head at something. He's not happy.
The officials aren't happy either.
I've not seen Ben this animated in a long, long time.
Well, I'm not sure what's gone on there. The lap time was a 124.956. Leeds stayed 11th. Looked quicker than that to me.
I just wonder, has there been a transponder issue here? I'm just looking down the bottom of our screen, which indicates all the last times. We had a number 52, then an 18, then the 18 again, which was Sussex, and then I don't think their transponders worked on that second run.
I don't think it did either. I think there may have been a glitch. We saw that this morning. One of the cars had a timing glitch. It may have been Leeds, actually. We had to wait for the timekeepers to print out the time. It was logged, but it didn't appear on our screens. Yeah. Where did you look at that list? I can't see that.
Just on the bottom of our screen on the far left.
Number 52, time 8, yes.
And it should go, in terms of time history, from left to right, and I can only see one recording of a time from the 97.
Yes, I think you're correct. I think we may be missing a time on that car 97. So I'm not convinced by that 24.9. But while we have a little gap, let's have a look down in the pits, because Paul's been having a look behind the scenes at what's going on. Actually, no, before we do that, Staffordshire are ready to go. Sorry, Paul. I was going to go and do that, but we have Staffordshire University ready to go on what must be their final run. We've seen quite a lot of them this afternoon.
Yes, and it's always been spectacular, so I'm glad to see the Staffs guys and girls back out again.
Well, we'll come to you after this run, Paul, unless somebody else comes to the start line. And in the meantime,
Yeah,
Let's see what's
confirmed, Sam, timeline issue for Leeds on that last run. So they are going to get a free rerun. Thank you, Ben. Thank you for confirming that. So in a way, that's quite good, because they had a nice clean run there.
But that was the practice. But they did have a practice, but that was a nice clean run. And if they don't have a clean run next time round,
I've got confidence in them. I think they'll do that again, if not go a little bit quicker.
Oh, now they're going for that rerun now, actually, so it won't be Staffordshire next to the line. They're just being checked over, but Leeds has nicked their place, like someone nicking your parking space, isn't it? The Leeds car has jumped in and is getting a nice free rerun. Now, hopefully this is a good, clean and fast run from the Leeds car. A little bit steady away from the line, but the driver's had practice, the tyres are hot. Now he's working through the first sequence quite neatly. No cones encountered so far. Sometimes when the drivers get a bit too confident, they start to make errors and flipping cones, but that Leeds car looked very nice through the first slalom. A little bit of a hesitation on the run up to the hairpin. Now let's see what he does here. Nicely done there for Leeds Griffon Racing car 97A. The driver through the second chicane, now heading down to that second slalom. Andrew enters where those orange cones begin any moment now.
And looking pretty good. This is solid from the University of Leeds. And again, all good experience for tomorrow, especially if this driver competes in the endurance tomorrow. There's no replacement for time on circuit in any form of motorsport.
It's also the feel of the car, isn't it? Knowing when the car is coming to its limit, when it's going to start to react, how it's going to react on this surface, on this track. This looks like a good run for Leeds, but it's popping and banging that engine. They cross the line, go marginally quicker, well, significantly quicker. Yeah, 10 seconds quicker with a 1 minute 12.5. I can't help but think that untimed run might have been a bit faster.
Yeah, well, it's still a good improvement. We said anything under 120 for them would be solid, and they've more than beaten that at 1 minute 12.576. Staffordshire University Racing then next out on circuit, getting the instructions from the Dynamics team. So they're, just to remind you, sitting in 9th place at the moment on a 68.202. Next car ahead of them. These are still on times before penalties are applied, of course, but it is Kingston on a 65.097. We can see Strathclyde are back as well, looking to improve on their current position of 5th.
Well, Staffordshire, in theory, should be the next car to take the track. The team just had to give it a little bit of juice from the backup battery. Car's now fired up. Car 136 coming to the start line. Strathclyde will be the next car after that, at least in theory. Every time I say that, they seem to change the order, though.
Yeah.
Well, Strathclyde isn't the car I'm talking about. I am talking about Staffordshire. They're currently sitting in 10th with a 68.2. Now let's see if they can go a little bit quicker. I suspect they can. Staffordshire have been one of the most impressive teams of this event so far, in my opinion.
They have indeed. So the breakthrough team from a few years ago, continuing to improve. First team through scrutineering on Thursday. And the support from their whole team. I think they've definitely been the loudest team at the competition so far. I remember when they passed brake test, and I heard them all the way over in the scrutineering bay.
I heard them last weekend. Well, car 136, Staffordshire Uni just waiting to get that green light from the race officials. Engine's running. We can hear it. Can't hear why there's a little delay on that green light though. Time's ticking.
Molly Gill asks, when is Glasgow again? Well, we don't know. When they decide to join us here at the start line, they'll have their second drivers' runs, but they're looking pretty good.
They're looking excellent.
Top of the timesheet still.
Well, Molly Gill has decided not to ask the question. Oh well, too late. We saw it, Molly. And we answered it. Well, the red light's still on there for Staffordshire. This delay is not going to be good for the driver's head. And that waiting, though the marshal is waiting for approval to put the green light on. You can see representation from the 750 Motor Club, long-time supporters of Formula Student. Originally Formula Student, I believe, was a 750 Motor Club event. But the lights are still red. Now, I'm not sure what this delay is, but this is not a good delay for Staffordshire. No, not of their own doing. The thumbs have finally gone up. The light is finally green. Let's see what Staffordshire can do. Can they beat a 68? That was their best run so far, and their last run. Gentle start, but gets off the line nice and smoothly. Better to do that than stall.
This is driver number 2. Looking confidence through the first couple of corners. Into the first slalom they go.
Very confident.
Car looks a little bit light on the rear, as if, I mean, it's got a very long nose out the front. She'll be sending the weight distribution forward. Tight line round Beckett's. That was very nice.
It was nice. I think there might have been a little bit of time left there, just a tenth or two. Could have gone a little bit quicker through there and used a bit more of the track.
Cone misplaced there, under braking.
Yeah, that's going to be a 2-second penalty for car 136 Staffordshire University. They will finish the lap though. Let's see what pace they've got. Seems to just top out a little bit on the fast sections, doesn't it? Into the next slalom. Slightly less confident this time. Maybe that cone just knocked the driver's confidence on this run. Launching onto the track as well is Strathclyde, but we'll stick with Staffordshire to the end of their run. See what this car can do. Can they move up from 9th position on the leaderboard? With a 2-second penalty, I think possibly not, unless they go substantially quicker. And they don't. It was actually slower than their best run. Well, now you're seeing Strathclyde University on its way back through the second sector of this track. This looks like a good run from Strathclyde, actually. The driver is hustling that car.
Yeah, really hustling into that last braking zone. Weight distribution going forward, similar to what we saw with the Staffordshire Mobile, but no cones collected this time. This is a good run from the University of Strathclyde, the A115. 5th place for them at the moment. Can they break that 60-second barrier?
Stopped.
No, they can't. They've come to a halt.
Oh, I don't know what that was about. The engine was roaring and then it stopped. So that's... Oh, and the driver can't refire it. Well, the entry is fired now. No, it's not. That was somebody else's engine firing.
Staffordshire looking to have another go. Now,
the driver's left hand was fighting something. It looked like a gearbox issue for car 115, so that's cost them time. That looked like a very quick run though. So unfortunately there for Strathclyde. Now let's hope they get another run, because that issue they suffered really cost them a huge amount of time. I'll tell you what they did, but it's a little bit irrelevant. That was a 1:28.8. Their fastest time is 1 minute dead. Coming on track now though is car 136 again. That is the car from Staffordshire. Their best time was of course that 1:08.2, not the time we just saw. Now let's see if Staffordshire can improve on that. A little bit more confidence this time again. Let's see how he handles the hairpin.
Yeah, this is where it was a nice line last time. A bit more pace around Beckett's.
Oh, that was nicely
this
done.
time. Now, can they get the braking right next into this hard stop? This is where the cone was clipped. That's a lot better this time from Staffordshire.
No penalties this time. The driver's pushing as well, which is good to see. Now he's got to get through these final few corners and the slalom. Launching onto track again though is Strathclyde, but we will stick with Staffordshire. There they are, car 136, working their way back through the section past our commentary box, then round that long left-hander. People have struggled with that. Back past us to get what looks to be a completely clean run. I can see no reaction from the marshals. The checkered flag is flying. What does that mean for Staffordshire? It's a slight improvement up to 7th position with a 63.3. That's a good time there for Staffordshire.
That's a very good time for Staffordshire. Just pops them ahead of UCLan. Here's Strathclyde.
This looks to be a good run as well. No sign of any cones clipped, no sign of any stoppages, but this is where they ran out of go last time. Oh, there is a cone clip though. And 2 and 3 cones clipped there. 4 by Strathclyde, and a stoppage at the hairpin, I think. Almost, not quite, but there will be penalties on this run. So whatever happens, I doubt this will be the fastest time for Strathclyde because of the penalties they've incurred, and the car came to a halt almost on the finish line. So Strathclyde's that time was that was a 1:07.2. So that wasn't that quick. But here's a car we haven't seen before. It's Southampton. The South Coast has woken up now. Sussex now Southampton.
And it's one of my favourites, this car. It gave us one of our moments of Formula Student 2019. Now, hopefully, the silencer is not going to launch off this time, but this is a very good car. It's had some troubles getting through scrutineering. I think it's been another one of those cars that befallen some of the new regulations, and the first time those regulations have been tested in anger. But here they are on the Saturday afternoon, scoring points in the sprint. This is looking like a tidy run so far, Sam.
It absolutely is. This is one of those points in the session where you've got a car going quickly and some new cars appearing for the first time. We've got about half an hour of the session left, and these cars are all going to get a lot of runs in half an hour. It's going to be busy on track here, so I feel sorry for Paul, but I think we're going to have to leave him to close out the show at the end, because I think we're going to be far too busy on track to go and look at those videos he's put together, and I know they're very good because I seem to be played back with the sound off. But this run from Southampton, crossing the line, that was a neat time, a 1:05.5. There's more to come from that car. 65-second run though, that's really good from Southampton. Puts them into 10th position. They're going to go again. Team Bath Racing coming up. They're going to try and finish a run.
Yeah, I'd really hope TBR can get out there and get a run completed. Southampton waiting patiently now, one of the Santander universities, great sponsors of several teams in this competition over the years. Southampton have got the green light. Have they got some go in there? Oh, now they've got the red and green again. I think they're struggling to get into gear, or they got into gear and then they lost engine revs.
The thumbs are up, so the track is open for them, and that was good. He got it going again. That was just a little bit of a driver's stress and confusion. Sometimes that means the driver goes quickly. Sometimes it means the driver makes lots of mistakes. Let's keep an eye on those cones. This driver is certainly rather animated and agitated behind the wheel. But right now, that's working for him. Very neat opening few corners and into the first slalom. Let's see how he handles the hairpin. That's a little bit gentle. The exits, yeah, he could have lost a few tenths a second there in the hairpin. Heading a little bit slowly down the back sector now.
Carbon collected though. The cones have been displaced. That big front wing on the 15A. Another car that we've seen before has had some modifications to make it eligible for this 2021 competition. It essentially is a B-spec version of the 2019 car. That doesn't sound healthy. That doesn't sound healthy at all, Sam.
Yeah, the Southampton car is slowing and the engine note has changed completely. That is not what that car, I don't think, is meant to sound like, and it is slowing right down. That's bad news for Southampton. They are in trouble. And also stopping on track is Team Bath Racing. Once again, that green car, it looks great. It's clearly got potential pace, but it just hasn't got the go.
I can see what the problem here is, Sam. This is nearly a repeat of 2019. There's a silencer on there, but there's no exhaust leading into it.
Oh, well, it didn't sound as good as it did in 2019. And Team Bath Racing, that doesn't sound as good as it ever has done. It stopped out there on track. Now you can see car 153, even more problems for them. They just need to get one run in the bank, but they just haven't been able to complete more than a few corners, have they? Now, the team need to get that pushed all the way back to the start-finish area, because if it gets put in the dead car park on the right-hand side of the road here, that's the end of their day. And that is a really, and it might be that that's what the marshals are doing. They're going to put it into the dead car park and they won't be able to go and get that final run in. There's only half an hour left on the screens. That could be drama for Team Bath. That's a real shame. I want to see what that car can do on track, because the other thing about Bath getting a good run in here is it could really upset the points for the fastest run. So if they go in and put in the speed that we think that car's got the potential for, Glasgow could lose a whole heap of points that they've currently got over the entire field. Remember, Glasgow's over 1.2 seconds faster than the entire field. That is a haul of points.
Yeah, it really, really is. And I think the other thing for Team Bath here is, you know, there's cars on the line. Glasgow, speaking about them, they are on the line ready to go right now.
This is bad news for Team Bath Racing. It looks like the car is being pushed to the dead car park and not going to be returned to the start-finish area, which means the team won't be able to attempt a third run. That is really bad news. Yeah, the driver's getting out. It looks like the day's over for Team Bath Racing. Heartbreak for the West Country. Well, let's see what they do north of the wall. Glasgow, they are the fastest car so far. Things can only go, well, better or worse actually, but they've got not a lot to lose. Everybody who's tried to challenge them on speed has ended up coming a cropper.
The only hope I think there is for TBR is if there's another pause sufficient enough where there's no cars where we can get that car back, but I just don't think that's guaranteed in the time that's remaining.
There's half an hour left of this session. If that green car can be recovered back, which it may or may not be, the marshals are leaving it there, so it will take a few minutes to recover it if they do get it back. We don't know what the problem is, but that is going to be great disappointment for Team Bath Racing. On the line now, Glasgow just waiting for the track to be cleared. It's cleared enough for the officials to be happy with it. Let's see what they can do. Can they go even quicker in this team from the University of Glasgow? We've never seen so much pace from the Scottish teams before, but this car looks great through that first section.
It does indeed. It's clearly not needing the front wing at the moment. Oh, a little bit of a trouble there on the downshift into the loop. Really picking up speed. Look at it go into the second half of the circuit, coming back towards us here at Cops Corner.
Little bit of gear selection issues, but launching onto the track with great speed and intent is UWE Bristol as well. That car looks like it's getting up the track very neatly, but let's stay with Glasgow for now. That car, I don't think is on course for another super quick run. Clearly it's got the pace, but the driver was struggling with the gear shift, and that's costing him a bit of time. Let's see how it works when they come back to the start-finish line. We'll get the time on Glasgow, then come straight across to UWE Bristol, see what's going on. Yeah, up to 62.4, that was slower. UWE Bristol, though, are flying back down. They seem to have solved that problem with gear changes. That car is now showing what it can really do. Fastest car on the skid pad this morning. Couldn't do the acceleration, but they've solved that problem. Now, this UWE Bristol car is fast. We know it's fast. How fast is it? Well, I'll tell you in a few seconds as it crosses these final corners. Whizzes past the start-finish line. The time is, it's gone fastest. University of West England, Bristol have gone fastest, and not by a small amount. That is a 57.563. That white car is white lightning.
What an effort by the team from the University of West of England. They have fixed those troubles, and that is the pace that we were missing on acceleration earlier. And what the good news is they've got another run here. That is a real statement from the team that's already got one Dynamics event victory here today. Can they make it two here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021? Away, good start through the first couple of corners, Sam. 57.56, as we say, is the time to beat. It's their own time. They could get this into the 56s. Oh no, it's back again. The troubles again. It's on the gear shift. It's as they go up the gearbox. This time will not be quicker, but at least they've got that 57.5 on the board.
Oh, this is absolute tragedy for UWE Bristol. They lost their potential great result in the acceleration event this morning. This car is clearly super fast, but it just has that little glitch that's cost it so many points in acceleration. Can they make up for it with the pace of this car? Well, they're super quick. They're leading this event overall, and with barely 25 minutes to go, the driver is going absolutely crazy behind the wheel. It doesn't matter, my friend. You're topping the timesheets. He hasn't got a clue, has he?
No, he hasn't been told by the team yet.
He does not know that he's the fastest driver on track, and he's furious. Now, if they can solve this problem for tomorrow, this car will start the endurance first, unless somebody else goes quicker, and they could deliver some fantastic results. Brilliant stuff from the UWE Bristol. The driver's upset with the car. He hasn't got a clue how quick he's gone.
No, he's just in full racing driver mode at the moment. He's going to get across the line. This is going to be a registered time. It's not going to be representative, of course.
Well, it's entirely irrelevant this time because, well, it's slower, and they've already got a stunning time on the board, and they're going to pick up a whole heap of points. Now, this car from Bristol, well, the team that won't like that is Glasgow. And where's Glasgow? They're on the start line.
They are indeed. They need to find, what is that, 7/10 of a second or thereabouts on their best lap for this particular driver. That is a mountain. It's 5 seconds almost for driver number 2 for Glasgow. One shot to do it. Nothing else out there on circuit, so very unlikely that there'll be something out on circuit that causes a red flag apart from themselves. Waiting for the green light. Thumbs up from Jake there. Waiting for the Glasgow car to go. Away it does go. It's a decent start. Oh, cone clip straight away!
That's it. So that this run will not be quick enough to go top. Already a 2-second penalty. Let's see what the time would have been. But that first cone is to caught out a few cars. It's the one that caught out Cardiff as well. So Glasgow are not going to top the timesheets with this run unless they put it in an utterly ridiculously fast run, which this could be. This does look very, very fast from the Scottish team.
They're going to need something in the 54s or the low 55s to negate that penalty that will be coming to the University of Glasgow. It is a good run so far from UG Racing.
Well, the legality issues of their front wing aside, it seems to be working. I didn't see who that was taking to the track off the start line. We do have 2 cars on track, but let's stick with Glasgow and see how fast that they can go around the circuit. I saw another cone being displaced. Marshals may not spot that, but let's see what time Glasgow would have done had it not been for that 2-second penalty. 56.06. That's the fastest time we've seen today. However, we do know there's at least a 2-second penalty being applied to that run. Sussex University back on track with the Sussex racing car. This is their second driver. Can they improve on their time? Move up from 13th position. Best time they've got is a 1 minute 23.0. But Glasgow have thrown down a Scottish gauntlet there to the University of the West of England. But UWE Bristol, they set a clean run. Glasgow was almost a second quicker, so that car is a real threat for the endurance tomorrow.
It definitely is. Sussex here on run number 3 for them out of 4. It's looking a little bit leisurely at the moment, but it's still running. Oh, is there a cone about? Yes, they've tripped over one of the slalom cones. In fact, 2 of the slalom cones.
Yeah, that's... That car can pick up the pace when the driver puts his foot down, but they don't seem to have much confidence in it. That long nose may be a bit too long to avoid the cones in the squiggly bits. That time for Sussex Racing, slightly quicker, a 1 minute 20.6, but they need to find 20 seconds to be on the pace.
Yeah, they do really. They'll get thanks for turning up points.
Oh, well, those are important, because those points all count. And as we've seen, there's one team that's in the design final if it can start a dynamic event.
Yeah, which at the moment is looking doubtful because we've had no sign of Sheffield Formula Racing. This was the cone clip for Glasgow. Yep, first one on the right. I think he got a big amount of torque steer, actually. And that's what tripped Glasgow up on that occasion. Away goes Sussex for their final run in the sprint event here this afternoon at Silverstone.
Stricken Bath car on the side. I don't think we're ever going to find out today what was really under the hood of that green and black machine. I think there was a lot of pace in there, and Glasgow showing what can be done.
Nicely done slalom by Sussex Racing there, taking slightly wider lines.
This run looks a lot better for Sussex Racing, actually. Much faster. A little bit of a cone hit there. That'll be a 2-second penalty, but when your time is at 1 minute 20, a 2-second penalty isn't the biggest penalty, because I think this is going to be quite a bit quicker.
To keep it going forward here from Sussex Racing, going into the fastest part of this layout. Approaching the second slalom. This is where they had a couple of issues on the last run. Oh, bit of a gear selection issue for the number 18, but that looks cleaner.
This is looking like a reasonably good run for Sussex. Looking into that. Just point the car at the finish line and get there. Accelerate quite nicely, crossing the line. Sussex improves with a 1 minute and 8 seconds. A huge improvement for Sussex, even with that cone penalty. They've moved up to 12th position, ahead of Leeds, and of course ahead of Team Bath, who we won't see again. Now, who is this coming to the start line? This is another new car, I believe.
And I think it's an electric. I think it may be Warwick, if it's black and green, and the number 12, if my memory serves me correctly. We can see all the high voltage cabling in the back of the car.
Yeah, it is an electric car because you've got that flashing, very small flashing light on the roll hoop. Flashing red light you can see there. That denotes an electric car. It's the first time an electric car has taken to the track here at Formula Student in 2021. Let's see what it can do. The University of Leeds are going to be coming back for a play as well. You can just see their nose appearing into the camera shot. With just under 20 minutes to go, things are spicing up here at Silverstone. We're on a circuit built out of the various roads and service roads and runoff areas of Copse Corner, including obviously parts of the racetrack. You can see those because you can see some telltale skid marks heading off towards the wall and a 51G impact. Various parts of Max Verstappen's car were found by the students who were meant to be out on the track walk and ended up coming back with rather large chunks of Red Bull RB16B, including a good significant chunk of the rear floor.
Yeah, a good chunk of the floor. We've had wishbones found. I think Christian Horner might be wanting some of those bits back, guys.
I think Red Bull sponsorship for Formula Student for 2022, and we might get some of those bits, but
no, it's not Warwick. It's the Bath Electric car. It's 117A.
Well, let's see. Team Bath Electric looking past across at its teammate. Let's see. Very different cars, aren't they? I thought they'd be more similar. Team Bath Electric, as I understand it, I haven't gone and looked at it. Their normal procedure would be to take one of Bath's old cars, re-engineer it for the electric powertrain. So it would be a previous combustion car that's been modified. So whether that's what they've done with this car, I'm not sure. Very strange handling through the entry to the hairpin, but it seemed to work.
Well, so far it's looking better than the internal combustion car. Let's hope they can get round this full tour of the circuit.
If that's bragging rights in the Team Bath camp. The Team Bath Electric doing very nicely. Coming now back towards the bottom hairpin in the second set of slaloms. There they are. Now, I don't think this is a time that's going to upset Glasgow or the University of the West of England.
But it is going to get them on the board.
It's going to get them on the board. And they're going to be a ways up the board as well, I think. For a first run, they're certainly going to be ahead of their teammates.
I think this car's done quite well in the statics events as well.
Oh no!
Oh, don't conk out there. Come on, let's get over the line.
It is so close to the line, maybe 50 metres from the line. Team Bath Electric has stopped. All he has to do, and the light's gone green on the roll hoop, which tells me that the high voltage system is disconnected.
Yeah, I think the car has decided not to run any longer. So the University of Bath, well, they got further with the electric car than the combustion entry, but I don't think they're going to get to that checkered flag, Sam.
Well, they need to recover the car, but where that car is, it almost certainly will be recovered to the start-finish area, which means at least Team Bath Electric may have a chance. Just 15 minutes of the session left to get going. They're looking to go and recover the car. The marshals are on site. There's the head shaking from the driver. He's asking them to switch it off and switch it on again. They've switched it off. And they're not going to switch it back on.
No, they're not going to switch it back on, I don't think.
They could switch it back on. There's nothing in the rules against it at this point to allow the car to return. They won't get the run in anyway. The run has been failed. It's a DNF. Now, what the marshal should really do, now the driver doesn't realise the car's now switched off.
Yes.
And he's shaking his head trying to start it, but it won't go anywhere.
Especially now the kill switch.
The kill switch
have been pressed.
Now the marshal's standing there, but what the driver needs to do is understand that, yes, that they need to switch it back on. Now he's burst into tears. That's not the thing to do. Think about it. Look at the car, realise the kill switches are off. Get them to push it back to the start-finish area, switch everything back on and try again. You've got about 15 minutes to do this. Oh, there comes a team member. Not sure he's allowed to do that. He's been given permission to do it. 2 team members. 3 team members, one with a push bar. And they're like, kill switches off, mate. Now, the first thing I'd do if I was that team is I'd switch the car back on and drive it back.
Conversations going on between the team members in the pink bibs there and the marshals about what to do with this. Now, luckily, I don't think we've got any other cars on start-finish. No, we don't.
Well, if there are no other cars on the start-finish, if I was the other Team Bath... Yeah, no, the car's something wrong with the car. See, the green light is still on. It means the high voltage just isn't working. That will flash red when the car is ready to go. And it's the safety light is set to green, which means the car is safe to touch. And if it's safe to touch, it means it's not going to go anywhere. So the HV system is not working, so it's going to have to be pushed back. And that looks like the end of the day for Team Bath Electric. Now, if I was Team Bath Combustion, I would be jumping up and down saying, can we have a car back, please?
Yeah, try and get it back
Because
in.
it's not very far away. It's maybe 50, 100 metres from the start-finish area. If they can pull that into that area, they can probably fettle that car and get it fired up, because it didn't seem to have much wrong with it. Just stopped, and it could just be a little bit control, alt delete sort of system. And Team Bath Team Bath Combustion could be recovered, but I don't see anyone from Team Bath. Oh, the driver's down there. Yeah, the 153 crew are in the holding area, but they don't seem to be talking to anybody about getting their car recovered, even though there's nobody come the start line. I would be all over the officials saying, please, can we have a car back? We want to have a go. We've got 14 minutes left.
Just had the international sign of "it's done" from the driver of the electric Bath car.
Yeah.
That's a real shame, because that was a strong 2/3 of a run. To give him a big round of applause. First electric car that we've seen this weekend. Very much hope that we see it again.
And there you see its teammate Stricken on the side of the track on the screen. And then we see the other Team Bath car, Stricken, being pushed back to the pit lane. Now I'm looking across at Team Bath Combustion, and they're still not talking to the officials about recovering their own car. So they're just sitting there looking rather forlorn. And I think that's a little bit of a strategic error from their team, not asking to get the combustion car back, but somebody else has now fired their engine in the holding area, which means there's absolutely no chance that car 153 will be recovered, because rolling to the start line, wait to see who it is.
It's Leeds again.
It is car 92A. We knew they were coming, actually, and that's why Team Bath Combustion couldn't get their car back. Now, if there's no one behind Leeds, Team Bath Combustion may have a chance to get their green car back, but if there is someone behind Leeds, they've got no chance. So bad luck for Bath once again. Not been the best day out for them.
So I've lost track, but I think this should be Leeds' last run.
Yeah, I think so too. We've seen a lot of that car today, which is good for them.
Lots of comments coming in on the YouTube stream. Thank you guys for your support for TBRE. Akshay says, I feel so bad for them. It was so close.
Leeds is not looking good as it comes past the Cops Bank. Driver couldn't find the go button. Now he has. He's accelerating, but that car just doesn't seem consistently healthy. Yes, Leeds currently down in 13th for a best time of 1 minute 12.5. Don't think this time is going to be quicker than that. So this may be the end of Leeds' day, but at least they're going to get their time on the boards. Could be slightly quicker. It's picking up pace quite nicely on the back section.
And the back straight they come towards Cops Corner on the runoff at the moment for the 1-1 layout from last weekend. So looking steady from Leeds. Another clean run.
I think Leeds need a lot of appreciation for getting here and getting this car out on track in every event so far.
Yeah.
Something a lot of teams haven't managed to do. 15 cars have attempted this event. The smallest number I can remember, well, in any competition that I've actually attended, and that goes back to 2002, 2003 at least.
So coughing and spluttering over the line. What is that for Leeds? A 1:15.323. So they don't improve. They stay there in 13th.
And there is another car on the start line, and I can't see who that is. It's an electric car though, with massive hub-mounted motors.
It is the number 23 from Nottingham, the University of Nottingham.
We haven't even talked about Nottingham, and I haven't even looked them up on my form. I will try and tell you something about this car before they finish the run, other than it's already hit some cones.
Well, resplendent paint job on this car in the University of Nottingham's traditional forest green and gold colours. And it's got a... Ooh, that's a very nice turn of speed down from Beckett's. This is a good run so far from Nottingham.
Twin Parker USA GVK 142050Ls in the back, apparently. Well, that seems to work. And the car weighs, they think, about 276 kilos. And, well, it seems to pick up the pace quite nicely. This could be an interesting run from Nottingham. Those motors look very large, but they seem to be doing the job.
Some good drivers out of the University of Nottingham from the karting scene.
Oh, that's
across the line.
It picks up nicely.
And oh, many cones destroyed after the finish line. Unfortunately, they will count.
Yeah, that's a shame because that was a 1:03.0, so a 63-second run puts Nottingham 8th, but actually they're going to get another run. Hopefully they can do that without getting the cones, because that was a decent run from Nottingham. They've picked up, but here's Leeds again.
I think this is about Leeds' 7th run. I'm not quite sure what's going on here, but we love them for it. Getting back out there on circuit, entertaining the crowd on the Cobbs Hill there. Cones being dislodged from the Nottingham car. We would like them back, please. And Leeds set off with what maybe, possibly, we're not quite sure, is their final run.
Well, Leeds Griffon Racing, this looks a bit more assertive, shall we say, from the driver. And by assertive, I mean quick.
Yeah, it's looking very good so far from Leeds. Very nice through the slalom there. Good lines, good speed. Coming up to what's arguably the trickiest point of the circuit, and that is very well dealt with.
Yeah, that was neat through the hairpin. Took a couple of bites of the steering wheel as the commentary box starts to fall apart on us. Maybe because I left the door open, let the wind in, because it's gets a bit warm in here. But nonetheless, car 97 from Leeds Griffon Racing looking very competitive under the leaden skies coming up from Milton Keynes now. You can see the rain in that sky, but like the last lot, it may well miss the circuit. Oh, but that's not what they wanted to do. A big clank of the curb, and the driver reacted and lost the engine, and well, not only collecting 4 seconds of penalties, he had a little stoppage out on track. That's such a shame. That University of Leeds car was going well up to that point. Oh, shame for the team and the driver, that little error, and now it seems to be conking out again. And maybe it was the conking out that caused the driver to actually make that mistake.
Maybe so. Not driving how he reacted. Oh, now I'm going to hold on to this because Nottingham are on the line. Although, no, I'm not going to hold on to it because we've stopped now with Leeds, which means Nottingham won't be let out on circuit. I have just seen, running onto the bank for the first time this weekend, Sam, the University of Sheffield. I think we're going to see the University of Sheffield, which is one of our cars that we've been talking about, has been having these issues. We know it's a running car. I've seen it run. I've seen the videos of it testing, but they've not been able to get through tech. All of their team is now here, which normally indicates to me that they're about to see their car try and compete. However, how many minutes have we got left? 6 minutes?
6 minutes, and there's a car being recovered at present. It's Leeds. The driver's annoyed at himself or the car. Now, that KTM-powered car from Sheffield, if it starts its run, it doesn't have to finish it. If it just starts the run, they're in the design final. They're in for that big points-paying prize on Sunday. That won't get announced until Sunday who wins that, but by being in that and being in the endurance with the mixed up results we've seen in all of the other events, yeah, they didn't get any skid pad results or any acceleration results, they may make it up with a great result in design, but the time is ticking away very, very quickly.
Sheffield will want Nottingham to have the cleanest, calmest run they've ever had right now. I would say, we mentioned it this morning, I had this exact same experience 2012 for Birmingham. You sat there, you're in the car, you want to get into the event, you want to do your run, you want to race at Silverstone, and someone then wrecks the course in front of you and you lose those crucial 2 or 3 minutes. So Nottingham, away they go. This is their second run for the number 23.
Looks
and
good.
It's got a good turn of speed again out of the gate.
Now, they may start Sheffield before Nottingham finishes its run. In fact, I think they probably will. Nottingham, though, oh no, it's exactly what you talked about, Andrew. Nottingham stopped out on track, but they've got going again. Now the track's a little bit deranged at the first chicane. The marshals holding up the cone. They're taking their time to rebuild the course. Will Sheffield be able to start that run? We are running out of time. 4 minutes to go. Sheffield need to start this run to get into the design final.
Sheffield are on the start line. The poor driver from Leeds is just in front of me here, looks absolutely dejected, but that's a great effort from Leeds today. We'll see them again in endurance tomorrow. Nottingham continuing a really strong run now. If they can just keep this under control, Don't go full bandit after the checkered flag and collect a load of cones again.
Well, he's already collected a load of cones.
Ah, okay. But it's going to come around the final couple of corners through the S's. It's another good run from Nottingham across the line. What's it going to be this time? It's another 63 something. But crucially,
he stopped. He actually stopped on track, so that car from Nottingham's got a lot more speed in it. Now, if they can do a very, very quick driver change, they might be able to go again. But Black and Gold is back. This
and
is
about
Sheffield.
to enter the competition. This is not just big for getting into this event. This is getting into the design final as well for the University of Sheffield. SFR, 11-year-old team, first competed in 2010. This is tense for the guys and girls from Sheffield University. They've had a very, very up and down week so far.
Well, let's hope that solenoid actuated gear shifting works on the car. They've driven it to the line, the lights go green, and Sheffield are in the design final. That's all they had to do was start this event. Now let's see how quick the car can go. It looks like it can go quite quickly.
They've got 3 and a bit minutes. They could get 2 runs in here.
I think they're going to be able to.
Surely this one, just get a banker in, just get some points on the board and then go full send on the second run. It's looking just like that at the moment. Round Beckett's Loop. That's a good run. No cones collected so far from what I've seen, Sam.
Well, this team is driving themselves into contention. If they can get a nice clean run in here, get points on the board, they get points for this sprint event. They're in the design final. If they can finish the endurance tomorrow, they could be in contention for the overall win, or at least the Yorkshire pudding.
Yeah, absolutely. At least a pudding of the Yorkshire variety, and they've got some fast drivers in this Sheffield squad, some experienced amateur drivers in karting and in previous editions of Formula Students. This has been continued to be a very strong run for Sheffield Formula Racing across the line. What is the time going to be? Surely in the top 5. Oh no, into 8th place, 62.133. It wasn't as quick as I thought.
It wasn't as quick as
Surely they're going to go round again for a second run. However, there is a car on the line.
That is Sheffield Hallam.
Sheffield Hallam. So here we go, Steel City Derby of the variety that I can enjoy.
Well, Sheffield Hallam is still the 4th quickest car overall, and also the quickest car from Sheffield, though not the quickest car from Yorkshire.
No.
That remains Huddersfield, or Huddersfield. As we, oh, it's Sheffield Hallam.
They're being
pulled back from the line. Are they being pulled back? Yes, they are. So Sheffield can have another go.
I have a feeling this could be a very spectacular run in a second from Sheffield. The time is 17:59 British summer time. Surely this will be the last run for any team in the sprint event for Formula Student 2021.
Yes, it looks like that, because Sheffield Hallam are being pushed back into the paddock. Neil Carr-Jones is standing there looking at his watch. And here goes Sheffield for their last run. This could be the last run of the day. I'm not sure if anyone's going to be waved in. Let's see. The officials are looking at their watches.
Oh, massive speed, biggest speed we've seen so far through the S's. Oh, was there a cone clip there?
I didn't
on
see
the
one.
slalom.
I think he just got away with that there, Andrew. Coming through the hairpin, the car is flying round. This is good. Very much. I thought he'd got all of the cones there and didn't clip a single one. This driver is absolutely on the limit. This is fantastic driving here from the University of Sheffield. Let's see what the time will do. He's still got a few corners to complete and the second slalom. Lots to do, and that big front wing could collect a lot of cones still.
Sheffield Formula Racing putting themselves back in contention here at Silverstone for Formula Student 2021. Great sportsmanship from SHU. Elijah says congratulations to University of Sheffield for getting into the competition. That's what we look to see. But what is this time going to be for the A114? Across the finish line they go. And they go second 57.209, but
that's really important. It's not second. Sheffield have taken the lead in this competition with a 57.2. Why have they taken the lead? Because the fastest car on the board, University of Glasgow, with their 56.6. They got a 2-second penalty on that.
They did.
Sheffield are leading this competition from nowhere. Fantastic result for the Yorkshire team, and what a way to do it. It looks like they were the last car that's going to be allowed to run. I'm looking at the officials, and it looks like it's all over. The crowd think it's all over. The guys in purple are pulling their gloves off. We're just waiting to get confirmation of that. And that is it. Yes, that's it. We've been told that is the end of it. Sheffield getting in at the very last minute. What a sensational afternoon we've had at Silverstone, and what a sensational result for the University of Sheffield. It's been fantastic having you all here listening in on YouTube,
That is a
listening in
wrap.
at the track. Let's hear from Paul to finish up the show.
That is a wrap from day one of Formula Student 2021. 3 dynamic events complete. Acceleration, skid pan, and that 1 kilometre sprint race. So the teams now know what they're up against in the 22 kilometre endurance race tomorrow. It's the big one. It's a grueling test of man, machine, and if the weather breaks, strategy as well. And we are, well, forecasted at least some changeable weather here at Silverstone. We'll also have action continuing with the AI class and some sim racing for you tomorrow when we continue with the live coverage of the dynamic events and of course all the features and build up and reaction from the pit lane. Thank you for joining us today on day one of Formula Student 2021. From myself, Sam, Andrew and the rest of the team, we will see you tomorrow. Enjoy the party in the campsite.